Konoha Ninja School. Well, pat the head, kid. Don't run if you dare. Fight again. The handsome boy with a little baby fat on his face was lying on the desk with a pool of clear liquid, mumbling in confusion. The teacher who was talking about the will of fire on the podium had black lines on his forehead. The sound in the classroom gradually became low, and many dozing boys became alert, opened their hazy eyes, and took it seriously. The reedy girl who sat at the same table with the boy gently poked the boy who was talking in his sleep and whispered, "Yuching, the teacher is looking at you, wake up." The boy was still unaware, hummed twice, and said in confusion, "The forbidden ninja is here to fight again, psychic dog." The lecturer couldn't bear it anymore and threw the blackboard eraser in his hand. "Uchiha Yuching, classroom is for sleeping, no, learning, not for you to sleep. Since you are here, you must listen to the class carefully, you bastard." The roar of teacher Yudo Aburama resounded throughout the school. The sleepy students in other classrooms perked up and looked around blankly. Bang! Just when the blackboard eraser was about to hit Yuching, the boy raised his hand in advance as if he had foreseen the future and took it. "Oh, Sugoi. Yuching's move is so cool. Damn, he pretended." Obito slammed the table. The boys in the class were amazed, and the classroom was instantly noisy. Yumayu was about to explode with anger, roaring, "Obito, Yuching, get out of the classroom and stand there, and you are not allowed to leave after school." The effect of catching a typical example for punishment is obvious. The remaining ninja elementary school students were all silent, listening carefully to the class for fear of angering the teacher. The atmosphere in the classroom changed instantly, and Teacher Yudo was very happy, but he still looked gloomy on the surface and continued to teach. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is also endless. The Hokage said that what we fallen leaves have to do is to burn ourselves for you new leaves. 3 minutes later, the playground. Uchiha Obito came up to Yuching and complained, "You are such a sinister Yuching. In order to avoid being punished alone, you tempted me to violate the classroom discipline. Tell me, how should you compensate me?" Uchiha Yuching, a NBU student who has been practicing for 2.5 years, played games without paying attention to the road in his previous life, and was struck by good luck and became a Hokage in his womb. He is about to graduate from the ninja school. Yesterday, he broke through the secret in his womb and awakened his memories of his previous life. Perhaps because of the time travel, this body often suffers from headaches and insomnia at night. In order to make up for sleep, he has become a habitual offender of skipping classes and sleeping in class at a young age. After the memory awakened, he was in a miserable mood and dreamed of the beauty of his previous life, which caused the previous joke. He casually slapped the hedgehog head that came up and looked at the goggles he was wearing. Yuching already knew his identity. Perhaps it was the attraction between the last ones, and the two had become good friends in the past 3 years. Of course, that was before the memory awakened. After the memory awakened, Yuching dared not treat him as an ordinary friend. Once Obito went crazy, he could kill anyone except Kakashi, including his master's wife, master, and clan members without mercy. He didn't dare to bet that this guy would let him go in the future because of their friendship. After all, he is also Uchiha. It's obviously you who can't control your emotions, but you can only shirk responsibility. With this mentality, how dare you want to be a Hokage? Yuching fought back as usual. Damn it. Don't underestimate me, Yuching. I am a man who must become a Hokage. Obito was angry and jumped up and down. Yuching looked at his angry look and felt happy. Obito was silly and funny when he was a student. A Hokage who can't even control Lin? It's interesting. Yuching's words were like a knife, stabbing Obito and making him groan. After defeating the loser, Yuching finally relaxed. Under the warm sunshine, his mind quietly sank into a mysterious land. This is the mind, or the sea of consciousness. Yuching hesitated for a moment, then looked at the sapling in the center of this space. Wishing Tree Primary Stage. There are still 49 hours, 43 minutes, and 21 seconds before the first result. Wishing Tree, a small cheat for crossing. Since he awakened his wisdom yesterday, Yuching found that there was this thing in his mind. Very good. With the golden finger, will it be far from reaching the top of the ninja world and standing shoulder to shoulder with the moon? Make a wish. I don't know if it is a limited wish or an unlimited wish. If this wish has no limit, why Yuching thought of his good days in the future and couldn't help but hum twice. His hum turned into a mockery in Obito's ears. Damn it, if it weren't for that guy Kakashi, how could Lin be like this? Obito said with hatred. Kakashi, a real genius, graduated from ninja school at the age of 5, Chunin at the age of 6, and promoted to Jonin with his own ninjutsu at the age of 12. No one in Naruto was more talented than him before the age of 13. What a pity. Looking at Obito with a strange look on his face, Yuching couldn't help but feel regretful. When Raikiri pierced through his chest, more than one person died. Shaking his head, he shook off these boring thoughts. He was just a ninja student who had not graduated yet. This kind of thing that hasn't happened yet depends on the ability of the plugin. He likes Obito now, but that has to be helped when his life is guaranteed. Yuching passed the time by making fun of Obito and admiring the unformed big-born loser form. In the process, Obito tried to fight back. Unfortunately, in front of Yuching, who controlled his pulse, it was doomed to be futile. He just said, "Oh, Lin brought lunch to Kakashi, who was on a break from the mission yesterday." Just like that, Obito's defense was easily broken by him, and he became autistic. Soon, it was time to go home. The cheerful voices of the students spread from the classroom to the playground. Looking at the students walking out of the classroom one by one, Obito quickly ended his autism. He scanned the crowd with the most positive attitude. Obito, who turned on the automatic scan, quickly locked onto a little girl. Brown short hair, 2 purple patterns on a gentle face. Who else could it be if not Noera Lin? Uchiha Obito waved his arms like he was having fun. Lin, I'm here." Yuching had no choice but to hold his forehead. Being with this guy always made him embarrassed inadvertently. The effect of Obito's yelling was obvious. The flow of people leaving school automatically separated here, as if there was a flood and beast here. From a distance, Yuching heard, "Is this still Uchiha? How can he be so weird? Have you heard that he and another Uchiha next to him often disrupt classroom discipline?" Judging from their appearance, today is no exception. TSK, before the Nine-Tails Rebellion, Uchiha had always been a symbol of majesty and strength. It is indeed quite surprising that the Uchiha who controls the security forces have these 2 outliers. The voice gradually faded away, and Yuching's face was dark. He will remember today's shame point one day. He will make Obito pay back 100-fold. Obito's voice reached Noera Rin's ears from afar, so that Rin, who was going home with the crowd, saw the 2 people in the large blank space at a glance. Obito is still so reckless. When will he be as mature as Kakashi? Noera Rin had such a thought in her mind, but she still smiled gently at Obito. "Obito, I've prepared today's homework for you. Remember to do it." Lin came to Obito and handed him a copy of today's homework. "Hee. Lin, don't worry, I will definitely finish it." Facing Lin's tenderness, Obito instantly became confused. "It's agreed, I will check it tomorrow." After Lin encouraged Obito, she planned to go home. "Then let me take you home." Obito hurried forward, trying to seize this opportunity. His heartbeat accelerated, and his mind began to imagine the beautiful picture of the 2 walking side by side in the sunset. However, before Lin could think of how to refuse, a hateful voice came from behind him. Obito's forward body was instantly held back by a pair of arms, and he could only stretch out his hands weakly, watching Lin's back gradually go away. Until Lin's figure completely disappeared at the end of the corridor, he turned his head with gritted teeth and glared at Yuching. "Damn it! Yuching, is there anyone who is as good as you as a friend? Friend? I don't want to be scolded by the teacher with you." Yuching shrugged and said shamelessly, "You bastard." Obito was so angry that he grabbed Yuching's arm, and the 2 of them wrestled with each other in an instant. The playground was suddenly filled with dust, mixed with the sound of the 2 bickering. "You idiot, you dare to send Lin off before the corporal punishment is over? What do you care? At least I dare to go. What about you? No one told you that you have homework today. That's because I'm not as shameless as you." "Who are you saying is shameless?" Chapter 2. The ninja world ultimately transformed into my desired form beneath the setting sun. The 2 battered individuals finally awaited the hurriedly concluded registration of Teacher Yudo. Adjusting his glasses, Teacher Yudo cast a sweeping glance over the pair, sighing, "How can I rely on you 2? Daitu and Yuching lowered their heads, exchanging glances of mutual disdain, yet remained silent. Shaking his head, Teacher Yudo led them to his office. Seated at his desk, with hands clasped solemnly, he inquired, "Do you know what is most vital for a ninja? It is unity, the will of fire." After enduring the onslaught of the will of fire, the 2 were finally permitted to leave. On the way, they continued their playful banter. "Hey, this is Rin's homework. I shall safeguard it," Daitu proclaimed, cradling the assignment with pride. "TSK, perhaps Rin has gone to visit Kakashi by now. As for you, Sai, Yuching's words effortlessly pierced Daito's defenses. Damn it, Yuching. You go ahead. I too must visit Kakashi's house. Upon hearing this, Daito, disregarding the rebuttal to his rumor, hurriedly dashed towards Kakashi's home. Little brat. Still wish to challenge me? Humph. Once two had been sent on his way, Yuching resumed his leisurely return to the clan's territory. However, unexpectedly, he encountered a familiar figure around the corner. With lustrous black hair cascading gracefully to her shoulders, its ends slightly curled, she emanated a faint glow. Her features were delicate, skin fair, and her exquisite countenance was particularly accentuated by those gem-like crimson eyes that could not be concealed even in the dim light. Hinata, what brings you here? Yuching exclaimed, surprised to find Hinata waiting for him. Here, I've completed the homework. Feel free to copy it. A warmth enveloped Yuching's heart, touched by the kindness of his lovely desk mate. Hinata, why are you so good to me? What if I become too reliant on you? At this, Hinata's face flushed a deep crimson. Lowering her gaze, she responded with a hint of fluster. What nonsense are you spouting, Yuching? If you keep this up, I shall ignore you. With that, she feigned anger and turned to leave. Seeing this, Yuching hastily stepped forward, gently grasping her wrist. Please don't be angry, Hinata. He softly apologized, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. It's all Daito's fault. Spending too much time with him has made me this way. Hinata felt her wrist in his grasp tense slightly, the blush on her cheeks deepening. She gently tugged but did not pull away forcefully, merely murmuring, Yuching, let go. I forgive you. Feeling the delicate touch on her wrist almost stirred an impulse within him to hold her tighter, yet he released her, noticing her bashful expression. With a smile, he returned to a relaxed tone. Thank you, Hinata. If it weren't for you, I'd surely be scolded by Teacher Yudo again tomorrow. Hinata let out a soft huff, her blush still lingering. As long as you understand, don't oversleep next time. Your homework must be done by you. Yuching gently protested. You know I suffer from insomnia at night. Otherwise, I wouldn't be like this. Hinata nodded, recalling how she learned of his plight at the start of the school year. Reflecting on his loss of parents and his solitary struggle, she said tenderly, Yuching, don't cook tomorrow. I'll bring you lunch in the morning, so you can sleep a little longer. Also, mimicking her father's tone, she admonished him until she realized the evening was drawing near, prompting her to exclaim, I must go, or my father will come looking for me. Watching her black hair flutter behind her as she departed, Yuching chuckled softly and continued towards the clan's territory. At this moment, the tensions between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage were yet to escalate. The clan's grounds were still situated in the heart of Konoha, allowing Yuching to arrive home swiftly. His residence lay on the outskirts of the Uchiha compound, a modest traditional Japanese house. It appeared somewhat desolate. The roof tiles were chipped, moss clung to the corners, and the stone lantern at the entrance had long been extinguished. With a creak, he pushed open the door and, weary, made his way directly to his bed, collapsing onto it heavily. After being punished to stand for half the day and having fought with Daito, his legs felt weak and strained. All he wished for was to lie down. Gazing out at the night sky, Yuching was suddenly struck by the sight of the moon, which was slowly turning crimson. What on earth? Is the infinite Tsukuyomi activated? He felt a chill run down his spine at this alarming sight. However, as time passed, the moon continued its ascent without triggering the anticipated calamity. An hour, 2 hours. Yuching's tense nerves gradually relaxed, a sense of relief washing over him. Yet, just as his heart began to settle, an unforeseen event transpired. A surge of crimson light engulfed the entire ninja world, as if reality itself had been turned upside down. Yuching felt darkness envelop him, his body seemingly pulled by an invisible force into an endless void. When he next opened his eyes, the scene before him had transformed entirely. Collapsed buildings and wildflowers blooming amidst the ruins told him the world had changed. Is this the realm of the evil warriors? Yuching murmured slowly. Having visited this world over 50 times and perished just as many, this was a realm belonging to warriors, devoid of ninjutsu and chakra. Individuals from the ninja world had the opportunity to descend into this realm each month. Here, death did not equate to finality. Instead, the spirit returned to the present world, awakening once more. However, those who died would endure a period of weakness in the present, and anyone who had succumbed must wait for a cycle of the red moon before returning to the realm of the evil warriors. What was even more disheartening was that regardless of whether one perished here or not, all memories would be erased upon returning to the present, as though nothing had ever occurred. Gazing up at the crimson moon, a wave of resentment surged within Yuching. This was the realm of evil warriors, where every living being must contend with malevolence. One could either succumb to darkness or strive against it, endeavoring to uphold their true essence. Those who succumbed to darkness became vagrant warriors, wandering throughout their lives. Those who resisted cultivated their spirits, becoming chivalrous figures hidden within the mountains. Noticing that his clothing had transformed into tattered rags, Yuching cautiously surveyed his surroundings, then carefully stepped into a dilapidated hut. The interior was dim and damp, filled with the stench of decay. After a thorough inspection, Yuching confirmed the absence of danger and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 3. The wish tree bears its fruit. Gazing into the copper mirror at the handsome and tall figure reflected, Yuching let out a soft sigh. The blood-red tomo in his eyes swirled, and his mind was clouded with chaos. What a truly adult state. What on earth is this world? Yuqing found himself utterly perplexed. Infinite Tsukuyomi? A new realm? A parallel universe? Or perhaps a jest from some divine being? He could not decipher it, and his thoughts were a tangled mess. What of the chivalry, the wandering, the malevolent martial realm? What absurdity was this? After sorting through his past memories, Yuqing felt an overwhelming urge to voice his frustrations, but alas, he dared not. With the power of his Sharingan, he had discerned subtle traces indicating that others had traversed the street. The Sharingan. A single Tomo, his bloodline limits still held sway in this world. Regrettably, like his memories, it could not bridge the gap to the present reality. Otherwise, he could have become a prodigious Uchiha in this world. He had awakened the Sharingan in a moment of despair just before his first demise. Yet, the Yuqing who had activated the Sharingan had succumbed to apathy, opting for a life of ease, despite having been thrust into the malevolent martial realm over 50 times. His cumulative survival time barely exceeded 3 months. With such a brief existence, he was but a languid creature, untroubled by emotional turmoil. As he approached graduation from the ninja world, coupled with 9 wasted years in the malevolent martial realm, Yuqing, who had reached the tender age of 18, had faced numerous brushes with death, yet his Sharingan remained merely at the single Tomo stage. What a lamentable squandering of 9 years. Had he navigated those 9 years in the malevolent martial realm with any semblance of normalcy, even Kurenai could have birthed a child, and Naruto could have been running errands. How could one sleep soundly? He mused. I too am a small fish in this vast sea, it matters not. However, while his former self could afford to be complacent, the awakened Yuqing could not. Well-versed in the tropes of web literature, he scrutinized the world through a lens of conspiracy. Fearful that excessive deaths would trigger a limit on his resurrection count, which would be catastrophic. Though this world lacked ninjutsu and chakra, extraordinary powers still manifested. Powerful warriors could summon otherworldly forces, cleaving mountains and splitting valleys. In the conflict between the two factions of chivalry and wandering, Yuqing had the fortune, or misfortune, of experiencing undetermined area of effect attacks. The clash of armies resounded, reverberating for miles. As he fingered the broken sword in his grasp, Yuqing activated his Sharingan, meticulously scanning for any traces left behind. It was perhaps wiser not to dwell too far into the future. The foremost priority was to survive until the wish tree bore fruit, to glimpse the capabilities of the golden finger. 27 hours, 48 minutes. And 46 seconds until the first fruiting, 21 hours, 32 minutes, and 10 seconds until the first fruiting. Despite the gnawing hunger in his belly, he suppressed his nausea, gnawing on splinters of wood and blades of grass to silence his stomach's protests. Throughout this ordeal, he heard the distant sounds of combat, but curiosity eluded him. He relied on his Sharingan to perpetually adjust his path to safety. A warrior brandishing a gleaming sword inhaled the scents wafting through the dilapidated abode. His face was a tapestry of scars, remnants of past battles. As the commander of the Ishigatsu in the Land of Rivers, Kawaguchi had weathered many skirmishes beyond the realm of ninjas. He had traversed the narrow confines between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, eradicating numerous mountain bandits. His observational prowess, devoid of ninjutsu, could be deemed the pinnacle of humanity. Even after Yuqing meticulously erased traces, Kawaguchi detected subtle variations in the scents permeating the structures, discerning the presence of another. With a hiss, he delicately licked the bloodstains from his blade, a feral gleam igniting in his eyes. A ninja? What a splendid quarry! Following the scent diligently, he pursued the trail. Amidst the ruins, flashes of steel danced. In mere moments, accompanied by anguished groans, Kawaguchi emerged from the crumbling shack, swaggering with arrogance. Soon, having cleansed himself of the stench of blood, he resumed his pursuit, closing in on Yuqing's hiding place. 6 hours, 17 minutes, and 10 seconds until the first fruiting. As the sky oscillated between light and darkness, the crimson moon rose once more, casting an eerie and frigid glow upon the night. The darkness deepened, and the moon appeared as blood. Yuqing nestled amidst the ruins, patiently awaiting the passage of time. He sensed the encroaching malice, but the Sharingan, the mightiest of bloodlines from the ninja realm, allowed him to unearth hidden shelters. This provided Yuqing with the opportunity to seek refuge. In this world, all were both prey and predator. No one could remain concealed indefinitely, nor could anyone evade forever. Those lurking in the shadows, once discovered, would never choose to capitulate. Their sole recourse was to draw their blades. This was the malevolent martial realm, a world that magnified the darkness of human nature without restraint. As time elapsed, the malevolence in one's heart intensified. On the first day, one might cling to benevolence, contemplating mutual aid for survival. By the 7th day, one could still convince oneself of a non-aggression pact, striving to maintain a semblance of sanity. Yet, after a fortnight, the vast majority would resort to drawing their swords. Malice spread like a contagion, corroding the souls of all. Trust became a luxury, and kindness morphed into a lethal weakness. Here, the only law of survival was to be swifter, fiercer, and more ruthless than others. 1 hour, 1 minute, and 10 seconds until the first fruiting. 1 second until the first fruiting. With a swift motion, a tender fruit materialized in Yuqing's palm. Wish fruit. by infusing it with chakra, natural energy, or other extraordinary forces, or by sacrificing stamina or life force. One may realize a non-creative wish according to the intensity and nature of the infused energy. The degree of wish fulfillment is intrinsically linked to the quality and quantity of the injected energy. Exercise caution in your wishes. Note, at this stage, the wish fruit cannot conjure that which does not exist within you, yet its power is sufficient to alter reality, aiding you in achieving your heart's desires. Before making a wish, Yuqing cast one final glance at the wish tree. Wish tree, initial stage 143 hours, 59 minutes, and 21 seconds until the next fruiting. Chapter 4. The First Wish Mastery of Swordsmanship. Before Yuqing could finish his thought, a sudden sharp pain in his brow interrupted his wish. The wish fruit glimmered momentarily, but upon Yuqing's retraction of his desire, it reverted to its youthful appearance. 3. Silence enveloped him. An instinctive feeling whispered that with his current abilities, even if he were drained completely, this wish could not be realized. 2. The Telmo Sharingan. He settled for a lesser ambition and made a revised wish. As he anticipated the weakening of the evil martial realm's body due to energy depletion, an invisible force unexpectedly traversed from his corporeal form to the wish fruit, gradually infusing it with power. During this flow of energy, Yuqing distinctly sensed another version of himself. One that resided in the shinobi world. A dual existence? A flicker of doubt arose within him. If the energy being infused was from his current form, then, was this world merely an illusion? He gazed down at the wish fruit in his hand, its youthful exterior steadily ripening under the nourishing energy. However, just as the fruit approached a state of ripeness, an unforeseen change occurred. His corporeal body began to wither at a visible pace. As if life itself was being swiftly siphoned away, Yuqing's heart jolted with realization. The fulfillment of this wish required the extraction of energy from his current self. Moreover, being only a novice at the ninja academy, his chakra was far too limited to make this wish a reality. This is dire. Alarmed, he immediately called for an urgent halt. Sacrificing one body to fulfill a wish was a deal he could never accept. In an instant, the energy within the fruit dissipated rapidly, and Yuqing's corporeal form returned to a state of health. Yet, despite averting disaster, his expression remained grim. Stopping the wish had still cost him energy? Although the loss was minimal, around 7 to 8%, Yuqing felt a pang of regret. After all, the wish fruit would require energy to ripen in 6 days. What further troubled him was that during his month in the evil martial realm, time in the real world would come to a complete standstill at the moment of the blood moon's ascent. This meant he could not recover chakra, stamina, or replenish any energy in the real world. For him in the evil martial realm, every drop of energy was invaluable. I found you, ninja. The abrupt cessation of energy transfer left unmistakable traces of Yuqing's presence. Kawaguchi tore through his damaged armor with a fierce shout, striding purposefully toward Yuqing, who was 100 meters away. With a resounding thud, he charged forward, disregarding the structures lining the street, crashing through walls, following the scent of a living being. Kawaguchi swung his longsword downward. In that moment, as the external enemy made his move, Yuqing acted decisively. Mastery of swordsmanship. Without regard for the energy infusion, Yuqing swallowed the wish fruit whole. Countless sword techniques exploded in his mind at the instant the wall shattered. He felt as though he had transformed into a swordsman who had trained for years. Memories of grueling practice in scorching heat and biting cold flooding back. Each swing, each strike, felt as vivid as personal experience, etched deeply in his consciousness. His muscles tensed with newfound strength, the effects of the swordsman's training manifesting within him. The Sharingan world, muscles contracting and releasing, debris flying, the breeze stirred by the sword's edge. His heightened dynamic vision grasped every moment. With a sudden stomp, he evaded the incoming slash, thrusting his broken sword through his opponent's blade, piercing his arm. Searing pain shot through Kawaguchi's arm, and he could not suppress a cry. I will kill you, ninja. Had it not been for his arm guard's defense, his sword-wielding arm would have surely shattered. The force of their clash reverberated through the air, causing the already dilapidated building to collapse entirely. Dust from the crumbling walls cascaded down, momentarily stunning Kawaguchi, whose face twisted in rage. An opportunity. With his leg, waist, and arm muscles all engaging in a sudden burst of strength, the broken sword, now reduced to a mere 20 centimeters, transformed into a lethal weapon. As blood erupted, Yuqing swiftly seized Kawaguchi's longsword. The emptiness left by the shattered blade revealed Kawaguchi's fading vision. He finally beheld the face of the opponent he had long sought. Handsome and tall, his tattered robe and soiled visage could not conceal his innate grace. Yet, none of this stirred the seasoned warrior's heart. His gaze inadvertently met the blood-tinged eyes and the ominous black tomo. Kawaguchi felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The Sharingan, Uchiha, nearing death. Kawaguchi was struck with horror, but as the blood sprayed from his neck, his cries turned into mere whimpers. In a flash of red light, before Kawaguchi's robust form could collapse, the armored figure vanished without a trace. The red light split, one part merging with the blood moon, the other seeping into Yuqing's being. The speed was so swift that Yuqing had no time to evade or comprehend. Under the influence of the crimson glow, Yuqing felt as if he had grasped something profound, though it could have merely been an illusion. This was not his first encounter with such energy. The former Yuqing had slain an enemy commander in similar circumstances. However, those instances paled in comparison to the richness of this red aura. In retrospect, this energy had never posed a threat. It brought certain benefits instead, such as physical enhancement and mental clarity. Yet, the physical prowess of those from the shinobi world was already formidable, rendering even the amplifications from this blood light trivial, almost negligible. The mental clarity it offered was fleeting and temporal. Yuqing exhaled a deep breath of murky air. He chose not to dwell on the ungraspable, but to reflect on the battle. Although he had dispatched the warrior with apparent ease, that warrior's strength could be likened to that of a nin in the real world. His victory was largely due to exploiting the opponent's arrogance and the surrounding circumstances. In a fair contest, their powers would have been closely matched. As he gazed at the vanishing corpse, Yuqing felt a sense of surprise, yet it was not unexpected. This was the evil martial realm. When an individual perished here, all remnants of their body would vanish without a trace, including their equipment. These items would reappear when the deceased returned to the evil martial realm the following month, just as Yuqing's tattered robe and broken sword had. Thus, after defeating this foe, Yuqing's first priority was to seize the weapon. He gently caressed the blade, his fingers curling around it. The sound of the sword ringing clear and bright resonated in the air. A fine sword. Yuqing felt a surge of joy. The ancient adage held true. As he toyed with the exquisite blade, he stepped outside the building. As he walked, he keenly sensed the icy gazes lurking around him. Those eyes belonged to civilians and ninjas hiding in the shadows of alleyways or the crevices of buildings. They held their breath, cautiously observing the outcome of the battle, hoping to gain some advantage. However, when their eyes fell upon the longsword in Yuqing's hand and his uncanny blood-red pupils, every gaze withdrew instantaneously. Uchiha, in hushed disbelief. Their breaths grew cautious. Aside from the younglings in the real world, every mature Uchiha in this realm was a formidable adversary. Given the earlier warrior's imposing presence, this victor must surely be a seasoned Uchiha. The youthful visage only heightened the danger he presented. Yuqing smirked coldly, the Sharingan swirling slightly, the crimson light shining ominously in the dim surroundings. He sensed that those who had previously been eager to act were now desperately retracting, fearful of drawing his attention. Disregarding these pitiable souls, he swiftly departed, guided by the remnants of his previous memories. P.S. The energy system of the evil martial realm bears a slight resemblance to natural energy, yet it lacks the inherent dangers associated with it. For instance, when Shingu absorbs natural energy, he risks going berserk, and cultivating sage mode carries a peril of death. Furthermore, due to the emergence of the evil martial realm, this narrative shall not strictly adhere to the timeline established in Naruto, leading to certain deviations in the plot. Additionally, the survival instincts of those from the evil martial realm remain consistent with the standards of the current world. Thus, the phenomenon of excessive death leading to a perception of this world as a mere game or illusion does not occur. Chapter 5. The Little Iron Kingdom has become the sole power stepping off this street. The entire realm of malevolence appeared even more desolate. There were no established paths, only overgrown weeds. The road bore no signposts, rendering the direction to towns elusive. The undulating mountains and dense forests surrounded him, where even the slender trunks required a person's embrace, their bark coarse and rugged, while the towering giants soared like skyscrapers, their canopies obscuring the sky and moonlight. Yuqing recalled that, perhaps 10 cycles prior, the wilderness had not borne such a countenance. The woods were sparse, devoid of such massive trees. I truly cannot fathom how this came to be. If this continues, the entire world may become a realm of trees. In the past, the little salted fish was indifferent to such phenomena, even finding pleasure in it. As a Uchiha orphan, Yuqing often found himself fatigued in the current world. With scarcely any time for training, naturally, his physical prowess was abysmal. Even after being elevated to a mature form upon arriving in the realm of malevolence, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary civilian and remained ensnared in the fate of the weak. Thus, to extend his survival in this perilous realm, the wilderness served as an excellent refuge. It was abundant in food, replete with cover, and offered myriad places to conceal oneself, an ideal haven for the little salted fish. Moreover, it was in the wild that he could hone his skills, which ultimately shaped his swordsmanship, qualifying him for mastery through the wish-granting fruit. Shaking his head, Yuqing pressed onward towards the north. Yet, the wilderness was not devoid of peril. The little salted fish had survived a maximum of 27 days. But he could not escape the fate of being swept away by the rampaging powers that triggered area of effect devastation. Thus, after acquiring sufficient strength for self-preservation, he needed to find a transcendent path to further enhance his abilities in this world. His target was the Iron Kingdom, the only power capable of enduring for half a month. As for the great nations within the shinobi world, when a feudal lord is slain by commoners dozens of times, the great nation and its regime become a farce. These once sacrosanct lords have thus exited the stage of the malevolent realm. Now, there exist only 3 formidable forces: the Wandering Warriors, the Iron Kingdom, and the Hidden Heroes of the Jianghu. These 3 balance each other, together forming the chaotic order of the malevolent realm. Among them, the Iron Kingdom stands as the pillar, boasting the greatest manpower and technical talent. The Wandering Warriors, free-spirited, are the most significant disruptors in the entire malevolent realm. The hidden heroes of the Jianghu, based on the original shinobi villages, comprise numerous sects and factions, barely qualifying as a lawful faction. Were Yu Qing to seek the hidden heroes of Konoha as a villager of the Leaf, it would be most advantageous. Alas, he was unaware of their stronghold, and moreover, born of evil, the Uchiha. If it weren't for your incessant antics, how could I have traversed over 50 reincarnations without joining any organization? Yu Qing seethed within, lamenting the Uchiha before him, who were anything but human. The most terrifying organization in the malevolent realm, the Wandering Akatsuki. Can you believe that Uchiha masters occupy half the territory? Consequently, the Uchiha are utterly infamous in this world, even in the early tumultuous times of the malevolent realm. They were universally reviled. Given such circumstances, how could Yu Qing possibly infiltrate the hidden heroes of Konoha? The moment he stepped out, anyone who recognized him as Uchiha would pursue him with blades drawn. Even with newfound strength, he had to conceal his Sharingan while navigating the wilderness, living with his tail tucked. At this juncture, Yu Qing felt compelled to express his grievances. It was now the 46th year of Konoha. Yahiko had yet to perish, and Obito had not yet succumbed to darkness. How could the sinister Akatsuki organization even exist? Wish Tree. Initial stage 137 hours, 46 minutes, and 27 seconds until the next result. Traversing mountains and valleys, the temperature gradually fell, and fine frost crystallized on the leaves before dawn. Upon death, the arrival of shinobi into the realm of malevolence was entirely random. Thus, to facilitate matters, the Iron Kingdom announced that each time the realm of malevolence rebooted, it would relocate to the frigid northern lands. Any who wished could journey north to join the Iron Kingdom. This was the declaration of Sengu, the commander of the Iron Kingdom and leader of the warriors. Swish, swish, Yu Qing's footsteps were light and swift as he navigated through the increasingly snow-covered trees. His form resembled a leaf dancing in the wind. A gentle step on a branch propelled him 2 to 3 meters sideways, landing steadily on another limb. Despite the absence of chakra, his movements mirrored those of the ninjas in the Naruto world, fluid and precise, save for the sounds of air compressing against his body. However, just as he leaped into the air, yet to touch down on his next perch, a sharp, cold wind suddenly surged from beneath him. Slash! A low shout accompanied by a flash of blade revealed that someone lay in ambush at the border of the Iron Kingdom. Though startled, Yu Qing remained composed. His muscles tensed, a surge of strength propelled him sideways mid-air, narrowly evading the lethal strike. He landed heavily in the snow, rolling to dissipate the impact, just barely escaping the ensuing second slash. Huff, huff. Though his maneuvers appeared straightforward and efficient, the extreme circumstances had drained considerable stamina and mental acuity. He quickly steadied himself, leaning against a large tree, his gaze scanning the surroundings like that of a hawk. 2 warriors clad in closed armor and a ninja wearing the forehead protector of the hidden mist village were fixedly observing him. Yet, the forehead protector of this mist village ninja was evidently marred, its insignia slashed. A rogue from the hidden mist village, flanked by 2 warriors of the Iron Kingdom. What intentions do you harbor by obstructing me here? Setting aside the insanity of defacing a ninja's insignia in the realm of malevolence, what could possibly be the meaning behind the Iron Kingdom warriors' blockade? The Iron Kingdom was not far from here, with his current eyesight. He could already discern signs of civilization from the trees. Were it not for this, he would not suppress his ire, attempting to defuse the conflict with words. However, the opposing party clearly had no intention of resolution. The rogue from the hidden mist village grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. I am Kirikiri Yager, acting on the orders of the general to inspect suspicious individuals. You bear the appearance of an Uchiha. So I instructed my men to take a few slashes at you to test the waters, lest a mad Uchiha infiltrate the Iron Kingdom and disrupt the general's grand designs. I hope you can understand. His words feigned an apology, yet his tone held no trace of remorse, instead scrutinizing Yu Qing with a more blatant gaze, as if assessing a prey awaiting slaughter. But young man, tell me, which shinobi village do you belong to? Do not attempt to deceive me. Your earlier display of skill is not something most young ninjas can achieve, especially Kirikiri Yager sneered, advancing slowly with his 2 warriors, effectively sealing Yu Qing's escape route. Rage surged within Yu Qing. The pervasive malevolence of this realm was eroding his restraint, and he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his murderous intent. He forced down his inner fury and muttered, I am from Konoha Village, here on business for the Iron Kingdom. I suggest you make way. The mounting malevolence in the realm had rendered him quick to draw blood at the slightest provocation. Konoha Village? Humph. I see you are just an Uchiha. Before he could finish, the intolerable Yu Qing abruptly unleashed his crimson eyes, his sword slicing through the air, severing the throat of the rogue from the hidden mist while simultaneously cleaving the armored warrior to his left. Uchiha. The last sight of crimson before death made Kirikiri Yager's eyes bulge. With his final breath, he bellowed, both a warning to his subordinates and a call for reinforcements from the Iron Kingdom. Yeah. The sound of a traitor collapsing into the snow and the exhalation of a samurai drawing his sword intertwined in a cacophony. In a mere few breaths, Yu Qing unleashed 7 swift strikes. First, he seized the opportunity to slay a warrior on his left, injuring his shoulder in the process. Then, he pivoted to fend off multiple assaults from a warrior on his right. regaining the upper hand with just 2 strokes before severing both legs of his opponent with 4 more. His strength and swordsmanship were not significantly superior to that of these warriors. However, after unlocking the Sharingan, his prowess escalated to an entirely new dimension. Their movements and subsequent reactions were laid bare under the scrutiny of his eyes, devoid of any secrets, provided the gap was not too vast. He could discern and even fabricate openings in their techniques, exploiting them to vanquish his foes. After overcoming both adversaries, Yuqing made his escape, carrying the groaning samurai with him before the remaining guards could close their encirclement. In a flash, as Yuqing's figure vanished, a cadre of armored warriors surged in from all directions, encircling the battlefield. A bald-headed samurai knelt to meticulously examine the traces of the conflict on the ground. Adorned with a tattoo of a 4-clawed azure dragon on his forehead, which obscured his eyelids, he appeared particularly sinister. Blood splattered 2 meters away, indicative of a fierce exchange of 6 to 8 strikes. Ah, another Uchiha, those detestable madmen, he growled, cleaving his sword into the tree that Yuqing had leaned against, venting his pent-up frustration before departing in discontent. Chapter 6, The Drifting Dawn Organization. Hans appears Yuqing forcefully through the dismembered and unconscious samurai to the ground, stepping on the severed arm's wound. With a gentle flick of his sword's tip, he inflicted a tearing pain that abruptly roused the unconscious warrior, eliciting a muffled groan. Ah, a formidable member of the Uchiha clan, what brings you to the Land of Iron? Despite his grievous injuries, the samurai remained defiant, glaring fiercely. What is my purpose? I initially intended to gather information in the Land of Iron, yet I did not anticipate your overwhelming arrogance. If you find yourselves in this predicament today, you should blame your traitorous commander. Yuqing found amusement in the samurai's unyielding spirit, as if he were the cause of the conflict, truly perplexing. He merely sought extraordinary paths for cultivation suitable for the realm of malevolent martial arts, yet he unexpectedly encountered such misfortune. Having committed this act, he would likely find himself blacklisted in the Land of Iron. Once that occurs, in this vast world, should he leave this largest gathering place, where would he seek the path to the extraordinary? Of course, the wish fruit could serve as a solution. The juvenile tier wish fruit operates on the principle that as long as the fulfillment of a wish is theoretically possible, it can bring about that desire, provided the individual has a foundation. For instance, in terms of skill, his budding swordsmanship could be enhanced, as long as his potential allows. Even if it takes 10 or 100 years, as long as there is hope to reach the sword sect or sword saint, the wish fruit could manifest it. Similarly, concerning the Sharingan, possessing Uchiha bloodline means he could use the wish fruit to attain the kaleidoscope level. However, lacking a blood relative's kaleidoscope, he could not reach the eternalized stage. In terms of luck, the wish fruit's effects are most pronounced, with sufficient energy. It could even release Kagaya Otsutsuki on the spot. However, the wish fruit is exceedingly rare, and he would not squander it lightly. The yield of this precious strategic resource is minimal. The first fruit took 3 days to produce, while the second required 6 days. And future acquisitions would likely become increasingly difficult. Realizing the gravity of this situation, Yuqing's demeanor grew ever more volatile under the influence of the realm of malevolent martial arts. Ignoring the samurai's cries of pain, he brutally stripped away the remnants of his armor and carelessly tossed it aside. The frigid air instantly assaulted the exposed skin of the warrior, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Ah, wicked Uchiha, what do you intend to do? The samurai exclaimed in outrage. Tell me, where can I find the matured cultivation systems of the realm of malevolent martial arts? Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Yuqing disregarded the samurai's fearful expression and pressed on towards the core of the matter. The samurai, recovering from his shame and fury, looked at Yuqing in disbelief. This Uchiha was evidently unaware of such crucial information. Shouldn't every Uchiha from Konoha possess it? As he gazed upon Yuqing's youthful visage, the samurai named Runping was struck by an incredible thought. This was an uninitiated Uchiha youth, likely still ungraduated in the present world. Upon this realization, he found himself harboring no resentment towards this prodigious Uchiha. Rather, he felt animosity towards their captain, that traitorous rogue ninja from the mist. To openly suppress a talented youth from a rival village was unforgivable. In his next life, he would ensure to take revenge. He could not believe that a ninja, known for their keen perception and observation, had overlooked such a fundamental aspect. With this thought in mind, the dismembered Runping still mustered the strength to bend slightly. His tone tinged with apology and resignation. Esteemed Uchiha, it seems your wishes may be in vain. The 2 viable paths that currently exist have never been present in the Land of Iron. If you wish to wield extraordinary abilities akin to ninjutsu in the realm of malevolent martial arts, you must seek those masters of sealing within the ninja world. Most of them are currently hidden in the ninja villages or are under the control of the Drifting Dawn organization. Even in our Land of Iron, we must trade exquisite weapons to obtain their assistance. I sincerely apologize for the grave injustice you have suffered in the Land of Iron. Upon my next rebirth, I shall surely report this matter to the general, privately, of course. His tone was earnest, even tinged with regret, as he sought to put an end to the misunderstanding. Yuqing fixated on him, his heart filled with cold amusement. This seemingly respectful demeanor was, in truth, rife with the arrogance and exclusivity characteristic of the Land of Iron. Otherwise, Why would there be talk of injustice from a subordinate? Oh, not in the hands of the Land of Iron. Yu Qing's voice was low and frigid, believing that was truly laughable. Without the support of numerous extraordinary beings, how could the vast territory of the Land of Iron be maintained? Then why set an ambush here to obstruct outsiders? The first to attack me was you. I saw no hesitation from you. The biting cold winds continued to sap the severely injured samurai's warmth. However, compared to the external chill, his heart felt even colder. This young Uchiha was proving to be rather difficult to deceive, and it seemed that the Land of Iron would soon gain yet another enemy from the Uchiha clan. With this thought, he relaxed his taut nerves, a pale smile gracing his lips. Esteemed one, the ruthlessness of the drifting warriors far exceeds your imagination. Even during the days of suppressing malevolence, if the opportunity arises, those drifting warriors would not hesitate to storm into the residential areas of the Land of Iron, slaughtering indiscriminately to practice their wicked arts, even if it meant their own demise. How could we afford to let our guard down? This is our second home. In an impassioned plea, the warrior from the Land of Iron succumbed to his fury. Looking down coldly upon the samurai's lifeless body, Yu Qing murmured softly, "Wicked arts?" This warrior had, in his final moments, left behind a clue to the extraordinary. It was a pity that he could not employ the ninja's torturous methods, as he had desired to witness the efficacy of their interrogation techniques. Just as Yu Qing began to don the armor he had retrieved, a metallic sweet scent invaded his nostrils. His pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing in his mind, poison. He quickly held his breath and leaped away, fleeing into the distance. Yet, it was already too late. That metallic sweet scent seemed to possess a life of its own, racing through his nostrils and surging into his mind, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Yu Qing felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his limbs growing weak, and the armor clattered to the ground as it slipped from his grasp. As he succumbed to unconsciousness, a deep and commanding voice echoed from the forest, carrying an air of undeniable authority. "Young Uchiha, your Sharingan is futile against the poison crafted by me, Hans of the Salamander." The figure that emerged wore a specially designed breathing mask, wielding a massive scythe, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. It was none other than Hans, the leader of the Land of Rain. This so-called demigod of the ninja world donned specially crafted deep blue armor adorned with red cloud patterns, rendering him particularly formidable and terrifying. Should any top-tier warriors from the realm of malevolent martial arts be present, they would surely recognize that this demigod of the ninja world was also a member of the Drifting Dawn organization. Chapter 7. The Akatsuki base Orochimaru, the Snake Sage, gazed longingly towards the Land of Iron, a mysterious expression flickering in his eyes. During the Second Great Ninja War, he had not been a match for Mifune. Yet now he found himself unable to breach even the blockade surrounding him. This thought made Hans utter a soft grunt of frustration. Turning to observe the young Uchiha who lay unconscious, Hans's expression darkened further. The Akatsuki reminded him of the organization within the Land of Rain. However, aside from the child rumored to possess the Sage's Eye, the rest were merely insignificant figures he could easily eliminate. Yet, the current Akatsuki filled him with dread and despair. Faced with the three leaders who bore the Uchiha bloodline, he lacked even the courage to strike. It was laughable. With Uchiha Yu Qing slung over his shoulder, Hans swiftly made his way towards a certain enigmatic region in the distance, though he had failed to annihilate the Land of Iron. Returning with an unrecognized Uchiha prodigy could serve as an explanation. As for killing, as a former leader, he understood one essential truth. When dealing with matters that involve leadership, it is wise to seek counsel and take fewer unilateral actions. This was a lesson he had learned after slaying over 100 subordinates. Just because this young man shared the same bloodline as a leader, he had to tread with utmost caution. As Hans approached the chilling entrance of the cliff, the once formidable figure in the ninja world suddenly suppressed all his aura, stepping gingerly into the Akatsuki's stronghold. Within this base, carved from the mountainside, the atmosphere was rife with mockery. Samurai clad in dark armor surrounded experimental instruments, diligently recording data. These warriors, researchers, showed respect and refrained from delay as Hans made his entrance. Bowing deeply, "My lord Hans." Ignoring Orochimaru's subordinates, Hans continued deeper into the mountain's heart. He arrived at an ancient courtyard shrouded in mist and mystery. A magnificent divine tree stood at the center, its pale branches adorned with glowing lanterns, while a crystal containing a figure was situated before it. The red pillars of the courtyard rose high, slightly worn but still exuding a solemn and dignified air. At this moment, 4 figures stood before the divine tree. The central figure wore a half-mask resembling a demon, revealing an eye of a peculiar purple hue. The other half bore a whirlpool mask, exposing a blood-red eye, emanating an eerie and powerful aura. This was the leader of the Akatsuki, the strongest in the realm of evil martial arts, Uchiha Ibido. Hans was unsure of the connection between this man and the infamous Uchiha Madara, but if he claimed to be Madara, no one could dispute it. The 2 sub-leaders also donned masks, only their blood-red eyes visible, their hair flowing freely, exuding an air of nonchalance. As for the last figure, Hans merely cast a fleeting glance, not lingering. Despite his waning influence in the realm of evil martial arts, here, he felt only trepidation toward the 3 leaders. Others were simply unworthy of his concern. Is Danzo not present? Has he run off to Konoha to vie for the position of leader of the Aomori flame sect? Hans mused, a smirk playing on his lips as he teased the like-minded Danzo, though it was more likely a case of opposites repelling. A chilling laughter echoed from a corner, as Orochimaru slowly raised his head, a flicker of disdain in his crimson serpent-like eyes. He extended his tongue, lightly caressing the blade in his hand, his voice hoarse yet deep. As for Hans's disregard and underestimation, I care little. He is but an old relic. Obito, upon Hans's arrival, had noticed the Uchiha prodigy he carried. His eyes glimmered as he remarked, as long as he completes the task I assigned. The rest is his own concern. However, Hans, why have you brought someone back with you? This is a young Uchiha I encountered on the border of the Land of Iron, a genius who has yet to be recognized or discovered by the Aomori flame sect. Hans calmly recounted his discovery, deliberately omitting his thoughts and opinions. A young Uchiha, you say? The assembled figures understood Hans's implication. This was a ninja student who had not yet graduated but could stand on his own. Only such a person would remain undiscovered by Konoha until now. True ninjas would have already utilized their abilities honed through missions to seek out the Aomori flame sect. Presently, Konoha was roughly divided into two factions, the Aomori faction and the Flame faction, corresponding to the Hokage's lineage and the Uchiha clan's control, respectively. An Uchiha genius arriving there would undoubtedly receive immense support. Orochimaru, I leave him in your capable hands. You are seeking new experimental subjects. And this Uchiha would be quite suitable. Obito said nonchalantly. The second leader, without a shadow, exchanged glances with the third leader, without light, remaining silent. Orochimaru naturally would not refuse such a gift. He accepted the Uchiha from Hans and stepped out of the courtyard that filled him with trepidation. The inexplicable atmosphere among the three leaders made him feel as if a battle could erupt at any moment. Wishing tree, initial stage time until the next result, 133 hours, 37 minutes, and 22 seconds. Orochimaru casually tossed the Uchiha onto the ground, rasping, little Uchiha, now that you're awake, stop pretending to be asleep. Do you think you can fool us? Yuching had already regained consciousness upon arriving at the Akatsuki base. Yet, the invisible pressure had rendered him too frightened to act freely. Now, exposed by Orochimaru, he could only feign a dazed awakening. Ah, Lord Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Did you save me? Yuching exclaimed, as if encountering an idol. Orochimaru let out a light scoff, uninterested in exposing the boy's charade. Let us consider it my saving you. In return, you will serve as my experimental subject for the coming days. Gazing at Orochimaru's untransformed visage, Yuching could only think how he managed to utter such cold words. A snake is a cold-blooded creature, that settles it. Lord Orochimaru, where is this? Why not just kill me directly instead of bringing me here? As researchers scurried about, following orders, Yuching reclined comfortably on the experimental table, casually inquiring. Previously indifferent towards this Uchiha child, Orochimaru now found his audacity intriguing. Uchiha boy, what is your name? I must admit, your face escapes my memory. As one of the legendary Sannin, renowned in Konoha, Orochimaru possessed knowledge of the Uchiha clan that far exceeded ordinary understanding. Yet, he had never encountered this face on the watch list that warranted special observation. Chapter 8. The New Extraordinary Path, The Mark of Yuking. Upon hearing the name Yuking, Orochimaru nearly lost his composure. This name resonated deeply within him, akin to thunder in the silence. The twin stars of the Uchiha clan. Even though he had never laid eyes upon them, he was well acquainted with their tales through the whispers of the villagers. Always lost, the grandmother aided Uchiha Obito, while the ever-unwaking Uchiha Yuking lingered in slumber. Orochimaru lamented the limitations of his memory, wishing he could connect it with the present. He yearned to observe these two Uchihas closely. A rare smile flickered across Orochimaru's usually austere visage, leaving the researchers who witnessed this moment momentarily stunned. The cold lord known in both realms for his detachment was smiling. At that moment, Orochimaru disregarded the researchers' astonishment. His entire focus shifted toward Yuking. He had no intention of concluding Yuking's journey in the realm of malevolence with a mere, simple experiment. Hoshino, bring me that new mark. Hoshino, a genius researcher unearthed from the common folk by Orochimaru, was slight of stature, barely over a meter tall. This childlike researcher quickly set down his instruments and deftly retrieved the required mark from a cluttered toolbox in the corner of the room. Yuking's attention was drawn to Hoshino's actions at Orochimaru's command. Are you curious, Yuking? Do you wonder if such a petite figure exists in the realm of malevolence? Orochimaru's voice wafted into Yuking's ears. Startled by Orochimaru's sudden presence behind him, Yuking exclaimed, Wow, how does this person move so silently, like a ghost? Before he could respond, Orochimaru continued, You must have pondered whether the realm of malevolence is real and what connection it bears to the shinobi world. But I can assure you now, the realm of malevolence is not a mere illusion, at least not entirely. The shinobi world is undeniably intertwined with it. Just like Hoshino, I witnessed his demise in the present world when he was still a child, and then, he transformed into a child in the realm of malevolence, correct? Yuking picked up on Orochimaru's threat. But why did the Pure Land not retain his soul? Can the realm of malevolence still draw people from the Pure Land? Not granting Orochimaru the chance to answer, Yuking pressed on. A tempest of thoughts surged within him. He was too eager to uncover certain truths to worry about exposing his own knowledge. The Pure Land is the domain of the Sage of Six Paths. How could the realm of malevolence seize individuals from it? Was it due to Kagaya Otsutsuki? Absurd. A being sealed for a millennium, stagnant for another millennium, would be nothing compared to the wisdom of the Sage of Six Paths, who had absorbed knowledge from the shinobi world for 1,000 years. The eventual sealing of Kagaya by Naruto and Sasuke serves as undeniable evidence. Thus, in this altered world of Hokage, the realm of malevolence must either be orchestrated by the Sage of Six Paths or influenced by some higher external forces. Yet, Orochimaru's thoughts seemed to diverge from his own. What could possibly seize souls from the Pure Land? Is it not merely a resting place for the departed? Or merely a legend? Why could the realm of malevolence not supplant it? Despite not comprehending Yuking's perspective, Orochimaru admired his astuteness. Indeed, if a person succumbs to death in the present world, then their form in the realm of malevolence will remain as it was at the time of death. Moreover, their strength will diminish. After stating this, Orochimaru accepted the scroll handed to him by Hoshino, his slender fingers delicately gliding over the intricate patterns on its surface, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly unfurled the scroll, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed characters and the two distinct symbols. The Wandering Mark and the Heart Guardian Seal, two entirely different paths. Orochimaru's voice resonated, deep and husky, imbued with an inexplicable allure. The Wandering Mark, guided by unbridled malevolence, tempers malevolent tools, uniting man and instrument. The Heart Guardian Seal upholds the shinobi way, using malevolence as the forge, refining the body's hidden potential. He lifted his gaze, the golden snake-like pupils locking onto Yuking, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. So, young Uchiha, which will you choose? Under Orochimaru's penetrating gaze, Yuking felt exposed, as if completely seen through. The extraordinary paths delineating the two factions of the realm of malevolence lay before him. Were it not for the fact that they were in Orochimaru's research base, he might have leapt for joy. Yet he remembered Orochimaru's earlier words. He was merely an experiment. Therefore, which path should he select? Yuking's eyes darted between the two symbols, yet he discerned no hidden intricacies. Even activating his Sharingan yielded no more than a glimpse of sealing technique's traces. The Wandering Mark was composed of azure and violet lines, resembling a tempest in motion or dancing flames. The Heart Guardian Seal, on the other hand, was formed of golden lines, resembling interwoven chains, with a complete sunwheel insignia at its center. Considering Orochimaru's probing words and his status as a captive of the Akatsuki, it seemed he ought to choose the Wandering Mark to pledge his loyalty. Yet, the fact remained that his status as an experimental subject had never changed. I choose both. Reflecting on the intelligence he had gleaned from feigning sleep, he recalled how Danzo, a member of the Akatsuki, could still masquerade as a leader in Konoha, openly displaying the Wandering Mark. Given this context and some of Hanzo's actions, the research direction of the Akatsuki became apparent. Upon hearing Yuking's choice, a brilliant light flickered in Orochimaru's keen serpent eyes. Yuking, you are indeed a clever child. My admiration for you only grows. If one day I were to transmit memories back to the present world, perhaps, I would consider taking you as my disciple. This commendation was significant, coming from none other than Orochimaru, the most renowned of the legendary Sannin. In the absence of Kakashi Hatake, who had perished, Orochimaru stood as the most formidable contender for the position of fourth Hokage. Even Tsunade, another of the Sannin, could not compare. Tsunade was indecisive, while Jiraiya was a libertine. Neither a fitting choice for the role of Hokage. At this moment, the young Minato Namikaze had yet to emerge in the quest for Hokage. Orochimaru was undoubtedly the prime candidate. Orochimaru ceased his words, his sword dipped in an ink of peculiar scent. Then, like a skilled surgeon wielding a scalpel, he began to etch the Wandering Mark onto the scroll. Although he employed a sword for the drawing, under Orochimaru's extraordinary control, it bore no distinction from writing with a brush, flowing effortlessly. As Orochimaru proceeded with his etching, a sweet, metallic aroma gradually enveloped the space. This scent was entirely different from the toxic essence of Hanzo's salamander, imbued with an inexplicable allure that captivated Yuking's gaze, drawing him toward the symbol being portrayed. Before he could regain his composure, the emerging design seemed to come alive, suddenly pressing against his neck. Before he could resist, Orochimaru's hand, capable of crushing stone, swiftly seized him, rendering him immobile. This serpent possessed immense strength. This thought flickered in Yuking's mind as he merged with the Wandering Mark. Minutes later, upon regaining consciousness, Yuking found the world around him transformed. His vision was filled with drifting red light. Whenever his own malice surged, the red light would coalesce, amplifying his emotions. Yet, the Wandering Mark at his neck acted like an alternative respiratory system, filtering a portion of the red light, enhancing his strength and his murderous intent. What is this? What is happening? Yuking exclaimed in horror. Was this the true form of the realm of malevolence? We refer to these phenomena as dark energy or malevolent aura, which will become the source of our future bloodlust. The so-called mark serves as a means to perceive and seal away this energy. Chapter 9. the wandering pattern experiment, however. What Orochimaru did not mention was that the concentration and total amount of malevolent energy in the realm of evil warfare had been steadily increasing, with a recent acceleration in this trend. A few years prior, these ninjas could sustain a state of wakefulness for over half a month, but now, not only were civilians increasingly affected, but the duration of wakefulness for ninjas had drastically diminished. In the current realm of evil warfare, there were no more than 50 powerful individuals who could maintain their sanity for more than 25 days. This implies that by that time, everyone would be engulfed in a frenzy of slaughter, with 99 of beings unable to endure until the end of the evil warfare duration. Given the circumstances in the present world, Orochimaru held a vague suspicion. Nonetheless, there was no need to share this with a mere child. With the wandering pattern, one could absorb this energy. As for the side effects, you could later refine the evil weapon yourself, allowing your weapon to bear the burden. Next, Guardian Heart Seal. Orochimaru's hands were in constant motion. The Guardian Heart Seal had already been completed during the blank period when Yuching merged with the wandering pattern. This time, the seal did not simply stick to him. Instead, it transformed into golden lines that gradually made contact with the back of his hand. Ziz, each contact felt like a collision between cold water and scalding oil, erupting with a powerful impact that caused Yuching to tremble, as if every nerve was being scorched by steam, inflicting unbearable pain. Roar! In an instant, Yuching's eyes became bloodshot, the entire scara turning a deep crimson. The tomo within swirling wildly, creating a kaleidoscope of patterns. Bang! Just as Yuching succumbed to pain and fainted, no additional tomo appeared in his eyes. Orochimaru sighed. He had hoped that the intense pain would provoke Yuching into manifesting another tomo. Was the Uchiha clan's resilience truly so formidable? A flicker of doubt crossed Orochimaru's serpentine gaze. Take him away. Release him again in 2 days to continue the experiment. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. As Orochimaru turned to leave, he was dissatisfied that the experiment had only progressed to 1/10 of its intended scope, as the subject could no longer endure. However, he had no time to nurture this Uchiha child. His concern lay with the situation in Konoha. The Sectmaster, you say? I too wish to experience that role, Danzo. A shadowy thought flickered in Orochimaru's mind. Danzo, you are but a mere insect lurking in the shadows. What qualifications do you have to lead Konoha and the Aoki Burning Sky sect? When Yuching awoke once more, he found himself in a cramped little room, surrounded by several warriors clad in Akatsuki uniforms. The black and purple cloaks adorned with red cloud patterns were complemented by samurai shoulder armor. This outfit was rather striking. Yuching mused. Feeling the lingering pain in his body, he grimaced as he stood up. That damned Orochimaru, professing admiration while showing no mercy. As his gaze swept across the small room, Yuching noticed that the sword he had obtained from the dungeon's first kill had not been confiscated. Hey, do you all think so little of me? He scoffed at the despicable lackeys. Wish tree, initial stage 110 hours, 3 minutes, and 22 seconds until the next result. More than half of the third day in the realm of evil warfare had passed. The malevolent energy's erosion deepened, rendering Yuching's temper increasingly volatile. Nevertheless, his outbursts did not affect the wandering warriors, who remained diligently focused on their tasks. It was only when one of the stars was disrupted by Yuching's cries that someone finally addressed him. Uchiha's experimental subject, refrain from causing a disturbance here, otherwise, even Lord Orochimaru cannot protect you, and death would become your only wish. The assistant of this star, expressionless, warned Yuching. Such an unusual sign finally awakened him. The high quality and discipline exuded by the entire Akatsuki base, coupled with the assistant's words, sent chills down his spine. Without absolute authority and means, how could the Akatsuki compel these unruly wandering warriors to obey? Understanding the implications of this, Yuching regained his composure and ceased to speak further. Very well. Arriving at the Akatsuki necessitates learning to temper one's emotions. This is the first lesson in the life of a wandering warrior. Soon, someone would deliver food. Tomorrow, when Lord Orochimaru arrives, your range of activities will naturally expand. For now, rest quietly and await Orochimaru's favor. Good luck, boy. Orochimaru's charisma is indeed formidable. The researchers here likely regard him as their life's belief, viewing him as a benevolent master. Hearing the assistant's words, Yuching felt no anger, rather. He envied Orochimaru's magnetic persona. After defecting from Konoha, Orochimaru established a ninja village capable of participating in the Chunin exams in a remarkably short time. Creating research bases throughout the ninja world, his capabilities and charm were evident. Reflecting on this, Yuching could not help but critique Konoha's upper echelons. The prevalence of conspiracy theories surrounding the Hokage was not unfounded. Those capable of leadership were overlooked in favor of the shallow-rooted Minato Namikes, leading Konoha into decline as it fell beneath the influence of the Cloud Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were indeed akin to insects. How could one govern Konoha under such leadership? Rejecting the reasons to dismiss Orochimaru was equally hasty. When it came to merit, Orochimaru had completed nearly 1,000 S and a rank missions, albeit many through commanding large forces. Yet, Minato's solitary prowess in battle against the AB combination earned him the title of MVP, while Orochimaru was merely seen as a passive victor. What of the so-called will of fire, the research on forbidden techniques, and human experimentation, mere excuses to cling to power? Danzo. The torture and interrogation division of the Umbu is synonymous with cruelty, yet this does not diminish their power. Of course, from Yuching's observations over the past 9 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen was certainly not without merit. His ambition was palpable. However, indecisiveness and partiality were undeniable flaws. Returning to the present, Yuching, with nothing to occupy him, picked up his long sword and practiced his swordsmanship, attempting to refine it into an evil weapon. According to Orochimaru's previous assertions, the choice of evil weapon need not be overly scrutinized, although initial strength influenced the enhancement and performance, aside from the legendary artifacts of the ninja world. The differences among other weapons in the later stages were negligible. Naturally, no one had yet discovered any artifacts in this world. As he practiced his swordsmanship, feeling the wandering pattern and utilizing it to refine the evil weapon, Yuching found himself without any progress as time slipped away. Wish Tree, Childhood Stage 82 hours, 36 minutes, and 49 seconds until the next result. Yuching-kun. A hoarse, shadowy voice interrupted Yuching's connection with the sword, nearly triggering an explosion of rage within him. Throughout the day, he had discerned that the warriors affiliated with the wandering Akatsuki were not immune to the malevolent energy. Rather, they would depart while still able to maintain a degree of clarity. As for where they went, Yuching knew without a doubt. Of course, they were off to bolster the achievements of the wandering warrior faction. As he opened his Sharingan, the ominous crimson pupils locked onto Orochimaru's elongated golden ones. After a lengthy moment, he finally restrained his emotions under Orochimaru's tongue-lolling grin. Hee, Yuching-kun, your Sharingan is truly captivating. However, I advise you to use it sparingly. The ocular techniques of the Sharingan are particularly favored by malevolent energy. Yuching fell silent at this remark. Orochimaru was correct. Ever since he had become aware of the malevolent energy, he noticed that, compared to others, the malevolent energy surrounding him was markedly more concentrated. As Yuching gradually regained consciousness, Orochimaru, who had just arrived from the Aoki Burning Heaven sect, felt his eyes gleaming with increasing brilliance. Come now, Lord Yuching, let our experiment continue. Chapter 10. The purpose of shadows and the guardian seal. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, Yuching sensed that Orochimaru's demeanor had become notably more approachable since his return. Despite the fact that this merciless king of slaughter remained unyielding during experiments, often subjecting Yuching to excruciating pain, he could still perceive a palpable increase in Orochimaru's patience. Perhaps in an effort to distract Yuching and enhance his endurance for the experiments, Orochimaru took the initiative to provide an abundance of crucial intelligence. Under the meticulous guidance of his serpent mentor, Yuching finally began to cultivate an initial understanding of the strength of the world's foremost powerhouses. Firstly, the mechanism by which the present world influences the realm of malevolent martial arts extends beyond mere memory. It also encompasses simple physical factors. The manifestation of strength in the realm of malevolent martial arts is determined by two independent multiplicative factors. One is the extraordinary pathways of the malevolent martial arts realm, and the other is the inherent strength present in the current world. At present, the various ninja villages have generally grasped the patterns of how the current world's strength impacts the realm of malevolent martial arts. Factors such as proficiency in ninjutsu, mastery over elemental transformations, physical constitution, and bloodline limits in the current world become variables of strength within the realm of malevolent martial arts. To put it in terms more easily understood by Yuching, the realm of malevolent martial arts resembles a game, where an individual's abilities in the ninja world serve as their initial template in this realm. The more comprehensive a ninja's abilities, the more magnificent their template attributes within the malevolent martial arts. Lastly, the extraordinary system mastered by the various sects allows one to utilize a safer form of extraordinary energy from the malevolent aura, which is less hazardous than the natural energy of the current world, to transform current ninjutsu, allowing it to flourish once more. Before Yuching could ponder how to pursue deeper inquiries, his body could no longer withstand the torment of Orochimaru's experiments, leading him to faint once more. The experiment had progressed to a third of its completion. Could this venture into the realm of malevolent martial arts truly allow for such substantial advancement in the experiment? Orochimaru found it hard to believe, as this experiment aimed for the permanent acquisition of two major pathway systems. Even with his undeniable confidence in his research capabilities, he did not consider this task to be a trivial one. Currently, the Akatsuki organization had only managed to temporarily master the method of the Guardian Seal, with a time limit of 5 days. Observing Yuching's remarkable performance in the experiments, Orochimaru decided to impart some teachings to him before the next round. Aiming to enhance his swordsmanship, he would take him down and assign him to the A-level area. Shinya, continue refining the seal formulas based on the data from this session. Once Orochimaru had made his arrangements, he vanished like a specter. At this juncture, the realm of malevolent martial arts had reached its 5th day, and as per Pan Nua's instructions, today marked the day of cleansing. Periodically, Panua commanded the Akatsuki and its subordinate members to engage in large-scale massacres of the humans within the realm. After over 100 openings of the malevolent martial arts realm, such actions had formed a customary pattern, a cleansing every 5 days, followed by a decisive battle every 10 days. This enigmatic behavior had piqued the curiosity of Akatsuki members, including Orochimaru, on multiple occasions. However, the supreme leader, Panduas, had never offered an explanation. The 3 leaders, including Wugong, unconditionally supported this practice, actively participating without shirking their duties. Due to the overwhelming might of these 2 figures, the rest, including the second leader, Kong Ying, dared not probe deeper. After all, what if they were truly insane? After all, was not the Uchiha clan known for their madness? Not far from the Akatsuki base, Orochimaru, donning a mask of malevolence, abruptly halted. Hiki, Lord Wuying, what brings you here to wait for me? Are you preparing to surprise me? Beneath the shade of the trees, a figure gradually materialized, revealing a pair of crimson eyes and clad in heavy samurai armor, Wuying. Observing this presence, Orochimaru maintained a facade of calm, but cold sweat trickled down his back as he braced himself for any eventuality. Although Wuying possessed merely a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, he was the most inscrutable figure within the Akatsuki. Well, Orochimaru, can I accompany you on a mission? A few strands of black lightning surged beneath Wuying's feet, and in the next moment, he had appeared behind Orochimaru, resting a hand on his shoulder. Wind release. Orochimaru found himself restrained, daring not to resist, and could only ease his body, signifying his harmless intent. Of course, I would be more than willing to undertake a mission with Lord Wuying. Wuying's eyes flickered slightly as he released Orochimaru and proceeded ahead. He understood that Orochimaru was an intelligent individual, and clever minds always knew what to do next. Orochimaru fell silent, quietly following in Wuying's wake. Along the way, Wuying would occasionally pause, causing the trees to sway subtly at angles imperceptible to Orochimaru. Eventually, upon arriving at a certain lake, Wuying plunged into the water, and Orochimaru followed suit. Gradually, the 2 found themselves in a cavern. Orochimaru, I have a task for you. Upon completion, I can fulfill any request you may have. Wuying stated directly, outlining his demands. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. Such a clandestine meeting promised a momentous revelation. Lord Wuying, may I inquire what kind of task it is? I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. Rest assured, it will not exceed your capabilities, nor will it disrupt any of your plans. Oh, Lord Wuying, it seems you know me quite well. Humph. Do not think of prying any information beyond the task itself from me. Just tell me, do you accept or not? Of course, since you have put it that way, I, Orochimaru, shall certainly endeavor to complete your task. We both know that the moment when the memories of this place connect with the current world will inevitably arrive. My task for you is to eliminate certain individuals from the present world at that time. With that, Wuying leaned in closer to Orochimaru's ear, lowering his voice to provide him with a list. Ignoring Orochimaru's astonished expression, Wuying imparted his final instructions before vanishing from sight. Orochimaru, once you have eliminated these individuals, acquiring the Manjiki Sharingan will not be beyond possibility. He had already tampered with the list, ensuring that without his permission, Orochimaru could not disseminate it, leaving him free to depart. Moreover, he was confident that having witnessed the power of the Manjiki Sharingan and being ensnared by its allure, Orochimaru would find it impossible to refuse his gift. Wishing tree, initial stage time until next result, 71 hours, 54 minutes, and 37 seconds. Unaware of the undercurrents within the Akatsuki, Yuching awoke to find himself in a spacious and comfortable room. It was tranquil and serene, one must admit. In this malevolent world, aside from compelling him to participate in experiments, Orochimaru had indeed treated him well. He shared intelligence and provided paths to the extraordinary. No wonder so many were willing to risk everything for Orochimaru. Extending his right hand, Yuching observed the gradually fading guardian seal. He could distinctly sense that with each baptism of malevolent aura, as dark thoughts surged, a cooling sensation descended from the guardian seal, significantly slowing the progression of his emotional volatility. Not only that, but the refreshing essence from the guardian seal also coursed through his chakra pathways, following certain trajectories and settling within the hidden orifices. Is this the guardian seal? The longer I endure within the malevolent aura, the more resilient and powerful my spirit and hidden orifices become. Yuching contemplated the differences between the drifting patterns and the guardian seal, weighing their respective merits and shortcomings. However, as time slipped by, the guardian seal gradually dissipated, leaving him unable to discern any further insights. Chapter 11. The Great Teacher of the Ninja Realm. Orochimaru, with the aid of the wish fruit, Yuching believed his swordsmanship had reached a commendable level within the world of Naruto. Yet, facing Orochimaru, who unleashed his full prowess today, Yuching felt utterly powerless, as if he were still a novice. Since Orochimaru's return, this marked the third occasion he had instructed Yuching in the art of the sword. Clang, thud, in a fleeting moment, as the blade shimmered, Orochimaru effortlessly disarmed Yuching once more, a knee strike following suit. Yuching, his arm tingling with numbness, instinctively braced himself, yet he was still unable to evade. He was sent hurtling backward, embedding himself into the wall. After a considerable time, Yuqing shook his head and emerged. Is this truly your utmost effort, Yuqing? Despite having a similar physique, you cannot endure even 10 exchanges? I must admit, I am quite disappointed. Orochimaru sheathed his sword with nonchalance. In the ninja realm, swords and blades were inseparable. Even without the legendary sword, Amaterasu, his prowess in the way of the sword remained undiminished. When he first entered the realm of martial might, he could only be considered a master of swordsmanship. However, after years of brutal combat, he had fully earned the title of swordsmanship grandmaster. Aside from Mifune and that enigmatic commander, it was likely that only Kakashi Hitaki could rival him in the entire realm of martial prowess. Should they compare true strengths? Even the legendary White Fang of Konoha would find himself bested by Orochimaru if he were present. While this was largely due to the demise of the White Fang, it nonetheless underscored Orochimaru's formidable prowess. At this moment, despite his disparaging remarks about Yuqing's swordsmanship, Orochimaru's heart was far from as tranquil as it appeared. Mastery of the sword. His gaze lingered on Yuqing, a subtle flicker of intrigue darting through his golden serpent-like eyes. This child has yet to graduate, I presume? At such a tender age. Is this truly the Uchiha? Had it not been for his experiences in the martial realm, Orochimaru might not have recognized the Uchiha's strength until he faced a setback against Itachi Uchiha. As one of the legendary Sannin and the most favored disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he might have overlooked the Uchiha clan entirely had it not been for his teacher's explicit reminders. After all, within the Uchiha clan, only the clan leader posed a significant threat, far less formidable than the Shimura clan. However, upon witnessing the strength of the three leaders, and before the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru had developed an unprecedented admiration for the Uchiha. Come again. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Yuqing charged at him once more, seizing the invaluable opportunity to learn from a top-tier swordmaster. With his body following the rhythm of the sword, Yuqing unleashed his techniques. The sword's brilliance akin to snow, yet he could never graze the edge of Orochimaru's garments. Orochimaru effortlessly sidestepped each of Yuqing's attacks, remarking, "Your swordplay is too rigid. I wonder how you trained to develop such a dull technique. Remember, the sword techniques are lifeless, yet the wielder must be alive. Let your heart guide your sword." With untraceable finesse, Orochimaru parried Yuqing's every strike, rendering all his efforts futile. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, Orochimaru pressed a point against Yuqing's chest, causing him to feel a crushing weight, and the sword slipped from his grasp. "That will suffice for today. Come forth, be a better specimen, showcase your worth, and I shall undoubtedly guide you to greater heights." Here it comes again, that insufferable brainwashing serpent. Yuqing rolled his eyes inwardly. 3 sessions. 3 experiments. Orochimaru was relentless in his attempts to reshape Yuqing's ideology. Were it not for his upbringing in a modern society inundated with information and comprehensive education, the Yuqing who had yet to awaken his memories might have seen Orochimaru as a beacon of salvation. Only a child who understood nothing but slaughter and missions could withstand Orochimaru's onslaught. It was no wonder so many unloved children were utterly devoted to him. Casting a glance at the wish tree in his mind, where a tender fruit had formed, Yuqing feigned ignorance and followed Orochimaru's lead. Wish tree. Initial stage 11 days. 20 hours, for minutes, and 4 seconds until the next fruit. Let me adopt the persona of a neglected child, following Uncle Snake in the early stages. While the second pillar can gather strength. This time, I shall surely surpass 50% and complete half of the experiment. A neglected child should portray such behavior, right? Pretending to be looked down upon, wounded pride in tow, Yuqing sprinted ahead of Orochimaru. Alas, my current chakra is nearly depleted. If I wish for more, I fear I might fall ill upon my return, or worse, suffer irreversible damage. As he lay upon the experiment table, allowing Orochimaru to conduct his procedures, Yuqing was engulfed by a wave of melancholy. Possessing treasures, yet lacking the key to unlock them. Who could comprehend this feeling? At present, the wish tree could only harbor a single wish fruit. If not utilized promptly, it would delay the formation of the next. Despite his anguish, the pain from the drifting marks and the conflicting heart guardian seal seemed distant, losing its sharpness. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue as he meticulously scrutinized the lines. What was amiss? Why did this child appear so despondent? Had the previous setbacks taken their toll? Yet, just moments ago, he had displayed such vigor. In a moment of distraction, Orochimaru lost the tenuous balance of the experiment, resulting in yet another failure. Yuqing's pain surged to new heights, the sudden agony causing his eyes to bulge, nearly leading him to faint once more. It was only due to his recent acclimatization that he could withstand such unforeseen torment. Otherwise, he would have crumbled under its intensity. With a resentful glare, his eyes met Orochimaru's golden serpent gaze. After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru averted his gaze, instructing Hoshino, have the warriors below capture a few practitioners from the great ninja villages. We shall use them for practice in future experiments. Orochimaru turned to leave, feeling somewhat humiliated as today's experimental progress had only reached 30%. Yuqing, I shall return to Aokamura. You may continue your training here. In due time, I will take you to witness this new Konoha. Observing Orochimaru's almost hasty retreat, Yuching could not suppress a smile. It seemed that before being dismissed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru retained a semblance of humanity. Yuching then closed his eyes, attentively experiencing the Heart Guardian Seal's filtration of negative energy. As a refreshing sensation coursed through him, he exhaled deeply, allowing his taut nerves to ease slightly. The encroachment of malevolent energy upon him had intensified. Without the Heart Guardian Seal, he might have lost control days ago, succumbing to a state of mindless slaughter. This was one of the reasons Yuching obediently complied with Orochimaru's experiments. Otherwise, burdened by the drifting marks, he would have been relegated to a life within the Akatsuki, that sinister organization. The Heart Guardian Seal resembled a passive training method, requiring no active effort. Its efficacy depended solely on the individual's spiritual cultivation, leaning towards preservation of righteousness. Given this, even without knowledge of the seal's origins, Yuching understood its profound connection to Konoha. The essence of fire was nearly palpable. It was akin to a true emblem of the will of fire. In his mind's eye, a scene unfolded, the Hokage election ceremony, where the elite shinobi of Konoha displayed their Heart Guardian Seals, dispatching personnel to investigate the development of hidden techniques, discerning the mastery of the seal. In such a manner, it would become evident who merely spoke of the will of fire and who truly embodied it within their heart. With this realization, Yuching's perspective broadened. He finally comprehended why Orochimaru and Danzo sought refuge within the Akatsuki. These two figures, absolute shadows of Konoha, would never wish to witness such a scenario if they relied solely on the Heart Guardian Seal for their cultivation. In the face of such an unfavorable predicament, they chose to seek refuge in the Shao organization, aligning themselves with the most formidable beings in the realm of malevolent martial arts. Abolishing the Heart Guardian Seal and instead enhancing their prowess through the drifting patterns, thereby concealing the shortcomings of the Heart Guardian Seal's progression, was an exceedingly natural decision. However, both individuals were also in desperate need of reclaiming the Heart Guardian Seal to further rectify their deficiencies. Chapter 12. Return to the Mortal Realm. The sealing of the Crimson Moon's memory as the power of the Heart Seal gradually waned, Yuching returned to his chamber, redirecting his focus towards a different domain, the refinement of malevolent artifacts. After several days of relentless endeavor, he discerned a notable deceleration in his progress. As if ensnared by an intangible barrier, Orochimaru had once elucidated that the refinement of such artifacts necessitated the aid of crimson light. Having refrained from taking lives for several days, he naturally lacked the divine boon of the crimson glow, thus his pace inevitably faltered. The sanguine light that ascended from the slain, in the eyes of the wandering samurai, was a means to augment one's strength, certainly not a mere gift from the malevolent realm. While Yuching wished to hasten his refinement, he found himself constrained by circumstances, compounded by a pervasive sense of paranoia, leading him to suspect ulterior motives in everything, particularly with regard to this evidently sinister energy. Consequently, he leaned towards creating a malevolent artifact that would minimize interference from the malevolent realm, ensuring that even if the artifact was later consecrated, there would remain some semblance of counteraction available. Moreover, possessing an advantage, he had no intention of forging the artifact within the malevolent realm. To do so would be a waste. His current endeavors were merely preparatory, aimed at familiarizing himself with the necessary steps. The wandering patterns absorbed the malevolent energy of the cosmos, utilizing the act of slaughter to catalyze the energy's dissolution and subsequent absorption to fortify the artifact, culminating in a fusion of man and weapon, allowing the artifact to nourish its master, as he refined the sword in his grasp. Yuching's understanding of the wandering patterns and malevolent artifacts deepened. He meticulously sensed the fluctuations between the wandering patterns and the sword, attempting to decode the arcane knowledge of sealing techniques embedded within the patterns. His experiments over the past few days had not been in vain. Each time he served as a test subject, enduring the onslaught of the wandering patterns and the heart seal, he carefully scrutinized the network of connections forming between the engravings, in hopes of glimpsing Orochimaru's secret arts. Of course, the orchestrator was none other than Orochimaru, who possessed the potential to forge an alternative Sage Mode seals. His secrets would not be easily unraveled. Yet, Yuching did not need to grasp the detailed principles or steps. He merely needed to retain as much information as possible, confident that he could later complete the picture with the wish fruit, emerging even stronger. Each moment of suffering he endured was accompanied by the nurturing of Orochimaru's intangible assets. Yuching was unaware of Orochimaru's profits. All he knew was that there was something to gain. Thus, Yuching diligently practiced his swordsmanship each morning, and in the afternoons, upon Orochimaru's return, he continued to serve as a test subject in the experiments. He exerted every effort to utilize the remnants of the heart seal to invigorate his mind and maintain his cognitive clarity. Regrettably, despite his best efforts, by the 10th day in the malevolent realm, he had devolved into a beast driven solely by the urge to kill. As Orochimaru's numerous experiments yielded no progress due to Yuching's inability to cooperate, he finally reached a breaking point, confining Yuching in a secluded corner of the Akatsuki base. The Uchiha clan, upon awakening their eyes, faced the same detrimental effects as Yuching. Their influence within the malevolent realm waned, and the once dominant hidden forces began to crumble, precipitating a surge in the Wandering Samurai's attacks. The clash between the Wandering Samurai and the hidden sects reignited, leaving Orochimaru overwhelmed and too busy to attend to Yuching. Time passed, and Yuching eventually managed to claw back a flicker of lucidity, slowly opening his bloodshot, ominous eyes, his visage contorted in a grimace as he gazed upward. He was utterly exhausted, collapsed on the ground, and as he succumbed to malevolent thoughts, he suddenly felt the sharp sting of a life-threatening crisis, which jolted him back to temporary clarity. Before him stood a warrior clad in azure armor, with long, flowing black hair that danced in the wind, revealing a pair of crimson three-tomo eyes that coldly scrutinized him. "Who are you? What?" Before he could finish his inquiry, the three tomos in the stranger's eyes began to spin rapidly, forming three boomerang-like patterns. Accompanied by a chilling tone, Yuching felt a jolt traverse his body, and he slumped helplessly to the ground. "The decaying Uchiha, since you've disturbed me, prepare to meet your demise." A crimson light rose from the ground, and Yuching's consciousness was abruptly transported back to the ninja world. Why am I so suddenly fatigued? Gazing at the crimson moon above, Yuching's cherubic face trembled, his body slumping against the headboard as he voiced his bewilderment. He only recalled the sight of the crimson moon rising, his being engulfed in the terror of impending loss of control. Then came this overwhelming exhaustion. Summoning his strength, he crossed his legs and temporarily let down his guard against the outside world, turning inward for introspection. Upon doing so, he uncovered a troubling revelation. His chakra network was alarmingly depleted, with a significant portion of a ninja's essence chakra vanishing without a trace, sending a chill down his spine. Could it be that the crimson moon outside truly harbors a threat? Has it already activated a limited Tsukuyami, siphoning chakra to nourish Kagaya? This thought flashed through his mind, astonished by the capabilities of Kagaya's minions. Contemplating further, Yuching directed his consciousness into his mind, seeking solace from his external aid. Rubbing his eyes and shaking his head, Yuching incredulously focused his mind once more on the wish tree. Wish tree, initial stage 8 days, 7 hours, 3 minutes, and 11 seconds until the next result. Wait, how did the time suddenly double while I dozed off? With a resounding slap to his thigh, the pain jolted through his nerves and reached his brain, confirming he was not dreaming. Kagaya, you shall pay dearly for this. Today, you consume one of my fruits. And I, accidentally catching sight of a green fruit nestled in the corner of the wish tree, Yuching gradually reeled in his words, thinking, one day, I shall ensure you are surrounded by a multitude of descendants, nurturing filial piety and virtuous mothers in harmony. He could only dare to mutter this softly within his heart, fearful of being overheard by Black Zetsu and facing an early demise at the hands of the Uchiha. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the washroom, shutting the door behind him. In this confined space, he felt emboldened enough to extract the wish fruit from his mind. As he toyed with it, he realized he lacked the ability to make a wish and could only begrudgingly await a time when his chakra reserves were replenished to act upon his intentions. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he admired his charmingly youthful visage, unable to resist pinching the soft flesh of his cheeks. The smoothness of his skin and its tender texture made it clear why he was considered the underdog, yet fortunate enough to have a delightful companion like Red. Of course, his purpose for gazing into the mirror was not solely for self-admiration, it was to confirm another matter. The wish fruit in his hand was invisible to others. With a joyful exclamation, Yuching leaped onto his bed, commencing the process of refining chakra to restore his energy. Strangely, since he had laid eyes upon the wish tree, a long-forgotten yet familiar memory resurfaced, one concerning the anomalous appearance of the crimson moon each month. This long-sealed memory filled him with dread. He finally comprehended why there was an eerie stillness in the ninja village during the appearance of the crimson moon. It was a form of cognitive sealing. It was precisely his concern over the crimson moon that had enabled the wish tree to assist him in breaking through this seal. It appeared that, even without the intent to make a wish, the tree growing within his mind possessed many remarkable qualities. Chapter 13. The Pain of Asuma. On this night, Yuching, tormented by persistent headaches and insomnia, surprisingly enjoyed a restful slumber. The following morning, invigorated and full of energy, Yuching arrived at the ninja school ahead of Obito, who was searching for him. Obito, I have more important matters to attend to, so I shall not wait for you. I trust that you would make the same choice in my situation. With no guilt for leaving his friend behind, Yuching sauntered into the classroom. Indeed. Beside his seat sat a girl with wine-red eyes, quietly poised. As Yuching entered, the girl seemed to sense his presence and lifted her delicate head to glance over. Yuching, here's a delicious bento I made myself. Kurenai raised her lunchbox, revealing a gentle smile. Yuching's eyes sparkled as he extended a hand, firmly supporting himself on the desk in front of him. His arm muscles subtly flexed as he gracefully rolled a few times, landing steadily in his seat. Hee. I must savor the bento that Kurenai has brought me. Yum, it's truly delicious. Kurenai, your culinary skills are remarkable. In truth, the flavors of the meal did not align with Yuching's palate, but seeing Kurenai's expectant gaze, he feigned delight, unwilling to cease his praise. While Yuching enjoyed his bento and exchanged light-hearted banter with Kurenai, A rather anxious-looking boy in a green vest entered the classroom with an air of coolness. Convinced he would be the center of attention, he lifted his gaze to the ceiling and walked to his seat with an unwavering demeanor. 1 second, 5 seconds, 15 seconds, unable to contain his inner turmoil any longer, Asuma Saratobi finally cleared his throat, casting a sidelong glance at Kurenai. Unfortunately, the typically stoic Kurenai was engrossed in her lively conversation with Yuching, occasionally stifling giggles as Yuching teased her, completely oblivious to his grand entrance. Asuma became rigid, his head still tilted. Come on, bro, I'm trying to look cool here, and you're blocking my shine. Also, what is this kid doing here so early instead of sleeping at home? A wave of intense crisis gripped Asuma, leading him to abandon his composure. With hands shoved into his pockets, he asked, Yuching, why are you here so early? Aren't you supposed to accompany Obito into the school? Yuching, captivated by Kurenai's wine-red eyes and admiring her craftsmanship of the bento box, was momentarily distracted. The three-colored dumplings did not suit his taste, being overly sweet and cloying. Unable to lie outright, he redirected his compliments elsewhere. Just then, an obnoxious little boy approached. Who are you? You don't have Naruto's face, but seem to have caught his affliction. Haven to you? Staring at the precocious child, Yuching momentarily forgot his name. Asuma, what do you want? Yuching retorted. He can arrive whenever he pleases, and besides, isn't it a good thing that he is here early to study? It was only when Kurenai, her small nose scrunched in displeasure, questioned Asuma that Yuching realized his identity. Asuma Saratobi, the second son of the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen. He was also originally Kurenai's husband in the story, who tragically met his demise at the hands of Haiden from the Akatsuki, leaving Kurenai a widow. Yuching raised an eyebrow. This was a rival. Unfortunately, this newlywed's tragic fate was one he could not seize. Allow me to bear the weight of this fate, Yuching mused internally. Meanwhile, Asuma's face turned crimson. The thought of Kurenai defending another man struck him like 100 blows, causing him to stammer. No, Kurenai, that's not what I meant. Please. Let me explain. Asuma felt as if his emotions were a concoction of conflicting flavors, the bitterness overwhelming him. He was not there to study early, rather. He was drawn by his infatuation with Kurenai. But before he could elaborate further, Yuching added, I wanted to sleep in a bit longer. But Kurenai insisted on bringing me a bento, so I came early. I would want to waste her thoughtful gesture. This remark hit like a meteor. Bento? Kurenai prepared a bento, just for you? Asuma's face contorted with anguish as he urgently inquired, Kurenai, is this true? Kurenai blinked her jewel-like eyes, puzzled by Asuma's dramatic reaction. It's just a meal for a good friend, really, she replied, feeling slightly annoyed. The ironclad truth shattered Asuma's last vestiges of hope, leaving him dazed and empty-headed as he returned to his seat when the school bell rang. Observing Asuma's crestfallen demeanor, Yuching thought, Asuma, I'm doing this for your own good. The sooner you let go of this infatuation, the sooner you will find peace. Turning back, Yuching resumed his light-hearted conversation with Kurenai. Suddenly, Yuching scratched his head, sensing he had forgotten something important. But it was inconsequential. Kurenai's small hands were truly delicate. Meanwhile, Obito, having finally assisted an elderly lady across the street, wiped the sweat from his brow. Glancing at the sky, his expression changed drastically as he shouted, Oh no, I'm going to be late. He dashed off, only to suddenly turn back. Damn it, I forgot to wake Yuching. If I'm late because of helping that old lady, we'll both be in trouble again. With agility, Obito leaped over the fence surrounding Yuching's home and kicked open the door. Yuching, hurry up. You idiot. Inside the classroom, Yuching, who had been focused on refining his chakra while resting his head on the desk, suddenly sneezed. He glanced suspiciously at Asuma, suspecting this rival might be cursing him. However, the boy's dazed expression seemed too genuine for such thoughts. Yuching noticed the teacher, Yumayudo, casting a warning glance from the podium and promptly returned to his concealed position behind the books. Before he could regain focus on his chakra, a ruckus erupted outside, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Yuching instinctively turned his head to see a boy in a sports jacket sprinting in, his face flushed with exertion. In that moment, he realized he had forgotten to leave a note on the door to remind Obito. Of course, even if he had, Obito's clumsy nature would likely lead him to miss it entirely. Obito burst into the classroom, skidding to a halt, but his momentum carried him past the podium, colliding with the astonished gaze of teacher Yudo. Bang! The classroom fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter, the atmosphere filled with mirth. Oh dear, teacher. I'm so sorry. Obito rubbed his reddened forehead as he stood up. Yumayudo's forehead twitched with veins popping, his hand rising and falling in frustration. How did the Uchiha clan produce such fools this year? And why don't they clear out such disgraceful behavior from their ranks? Ultimately, bound by the will of fire and the principles of teaching, he forced down his fury and inquired, Obito, what was the reason for your tardiness today? Sorry, teacher. I lost track of time helping an old lady across the street, Obito replied. Yumayudo could no longer contain his anger, shouting. You've used that excuse for 3 years, Obito. Can you be any more half-hearted? Go stand on the field for 3 periods. Obito's explanation fell on deaf ears, dismissed as mere fabrications. Where can one find someone who has assisted an elderly lady across the street every day for 3 consecutive years? Surely, you are not attempting to deceive me, your teacher, into believing such a tale. Unconvinced by the words of the so-called Abido, the astute Yudo-sensei dismissed him with a cold glare, instructing him to remain outside for 3 class periods. Now, let us resume our lesson. The next topic involves a chunin at a distance from 3 towering trees, focusing on the trajectory of a shuriken. Chapter 14. The Art of Chakra Refinement and the Little Monkey's Reluctance Chakra, a harmonious blend of physical and spiritual energy derived from the cells of the human body, can be enhanced and precisely controlled through diligent training by ninjas. While physical energy is a component of life energy, it does not equate to vitality itself. Thus, the conventional refinement of chakra does not adversely affect one's lifespan. The relatively shorter average lifespan of ninjas is predominantly attributed to the low productivity and scarcity of resources within the ninja world. In Konoha Village, one of the most affluent places in the ninja realm, even a simple meal of barbecue rice demands a staggering sum of 100,000 ryo, equivalent to an A-rank mission, indicating the exorbitant prices and the rarity of meat. Moreover, the frequent battles, which necessitate the consumption of one's life foundation to refine chakra for enhanced combat prowess, can indeed impact longevity. However, an effective chakra refinement method can mitigate such depletion and improve efficiency. As a member of the prestigious Uchiha clan, Yuching possesses the most advanced chakra refinement technique in the entire ninja world. The existence of elders from the Warring States period and Uchiha Madara serves as testament to this fact. Yuching is unaware of the specific name of this chakra refinement method, as the Uchiha clan boasts a long lineage that can be traced back to the era of the Sage of 6 Paths. The origins and evolution of this technique have become obscure over time, and its name has naturally faded into the annals of history. Consequently, Yuching has taken the liberty to name it the Yuching refinement method. It would be rather inappropriate not to mark it with his name now that it is in his possession. Furthermore, Yuching intends to fill it with his wishes in the future, gradually molding it to reflect his own essence. At that time, he will rely on it to accumulate chakra energy through refinement while simultaneously elevating the level of the refinement method itself. He aims to grasp both aspects with unwavering determination, like stepping on one foot while ascending in a spiral, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kagaya. As Kagaya reigns in the moonlight, he aspires to become the new son of the ninja world. As Yuching quietly refined chakra at his desk, a sudden slap on his back jolted him from his thoughts. The exuberant Hinata, who had been previously slumbering, seized the opportunity to disrupt him. Yuching-kun, how annoying. You never play with me. If I had known you would be like this, I wouldn't have brought you lunch today. Humph, she exclaimed, playfully pinching his cheek with her soft hand. Yuching, in response, swiftly swatted her hand away and held it firmly. At that moment, Asuma, who had been attentively listening to the class for the past 2 sessions, turned his gaze toward them. The sight of their playful banter struck him with a pang of heartache, leading him to retreat into his own thoughts. Returning to the conversation, Yuching casually promised to play with her next time, hoping to return to his previous position. However, Hinata was relentless, her hand wandering over him, refusing to let him rest and creating mischief. With no other choice, Yuching suggested they could play during the practical combat class, allowing him a moment to recuperate his energy. He refrained from using chakra refinement as an excuse to dissuade Hinata for 2 reasons. Firstly, he did not wish to appear overly diligent, which might come off as pretentious. And secondly, they were still students. It is well known that students at Konoha Ninja Academy tend to be mischievous. None of the iconic figures from the series, including Abido, Ebisu, and other future Jinin, had gone through their school years without cutting classes or failing to take their studies seriously. Finally satisfied with Yuching's promise, Hinata made him pinky swear and released him. This afforded Yuching the opportunity to resume his chakra refinement. A typical ninja possesses approximately 130 trillion cells, a figure that surpasses that of an average human by 3-fold. It is indeed an astonishing reality in the world of ninjas. Since he began earnestly refining chakra, Yuching discovered that his efficiency had dramatically improved compared to his pre-memory awakening self. In just half a day's effort, he achieved a quantity of chakra that previously required several days of hard work to attain. The increase was beyond tenfold. Coupled with the absence of headaches yesterday, Yuching pondered the implications. It seemed likely that after his arrival in this world, his soul had split into 2, one part forming the Yuching devoid of memories, and the other merging with the wish tree. Only upon fully binding with the wish tree did he completely integrate and awaken his past memories. This phenomenon led to a significant enhancement in his soul's innate talents, and consequently, the headaches dissipated. Nevertheless, the root cause of the headaches remained elusive. It was improbable that he was truly ill. Balancing his focus between guarding against Hinata's antics beneath the table and refining chakra, he managed both tasks with ease. Ultimately, the theoretical class concluded under the teacher Yudo's formula for explosive tags: total destruction power base power, 102N. Yudo, still eager, reminded his drowsy students to take diligent notes on the key points of ninja mathematics before reluctantly announcing, next class will be practical combat, freely assigned. Now, let us gather on the training grounds. Konoha's Ninja Academy boasts the most profound cultural atmosphere among the ninja villages. The curriculum encompasses ninja history, the will of fire ideology, chakra theory, taijutsu, and ninja tools. Higher grade students also delve into essential subjects like intelligence and cryptography, intertwined with mathematics, providing commoners with opportunities to rise. Since the third Hokage's tenure, the results have been remarkable. Hashirama Senju largely fulfilled his promise to his dear friend Madara, establishing a peaceful sanctuary amidst the war-torn ninja world. With secret techniques and bloodline clans upholding their prestige, common ninjas are also given a chance to shine, replenishing the village with fresh blood, leading to Konoha's flourishing prosperity. As Yuching stepped out of the classroom, he couldn't help but sigh. If such a vibrant scene were to continue, Hashirama's decisive actions against his close friend Madara would indeed be justified, fulfilling both dreams and loyalty to his followers. Yet, unfortunately, observing the eager Sarutobi Asuma across from him, Yuching mused, "The impudent Sarutobi boy, I shall personally." "Teacher, I challenge Yuching to a duel," Asuma declared with conviction, believing that a display of strength far exceeding Yuching's might win over Hinata's heart. As his words fell, the bustling training ground fell into an abrupt silence. Who was Asuma? The son of the Hokage, one of the top students in the class. Although he could not compare to the already established Chunin Kakashi, he was quite well known within the academy. His audacious challenge undoubtedly drew the attention of many. Who was this fortunate individual to be personally challenged by the Hokage's son? With black hair and dark eyes, his youthful profile was undeniably handsome. It turned out to be an Uchiha. No wonder. The Uchiha clan is renowned as a haven for geniuses, with nearly every member excelling in their studies. Asuma's challenge to such an opponent was indeed the heart of a true warrior. However, this particular Uchiha was the drowsy Yuching. The eyes of the ninja student sparkled with realization, quickly uncovering the twist of fate. Oh, Nara Shikamaru had dragged Hinata to the best viewing spot, Asuma noted. His tone filled with intrigue. I have sensed the melodramatic essence of this battle. I already foresee its reason. Nara Shikamaru, ever observant, had already grasped the underlying dynamics. Commenting in a low voice, I told you, but you mustn't spread it around. Yes, we guarantee not to tell anyone, echoed Inuzuka Kiba, Uchiha Itachi, and others in unison. The sudden chorus of voices drained all color from Asuma and Appo's face. On the other side, Yuching accepted Asuma and Appo's challenge, forming the sign of confrontation. With teacher Yuma Yudo accompanying the observation. The sign of confrontation is an indispensable element for ninjas to spar in the world of Naruto. Had it been any day prior, Yuching would have categorically refused Asuma's request for a duel. It would be preposterous. After all, he was still at the level of a student, while Asuma, being a second-generation ninja, was endowed with a wealth of teaching experience. Judging by his previous performances, Asuma likely already possessed the strength of a lower ninja. It would be utterly foolish to engage in combat out of jealousy. However, today was different. His spirit was now complete. Not to mention, with the Uchiha illusion techniques bestowed by his late parents, he could easily overwhelm the still ungraduated Asuma. Lacking in chakra, his mental prowess would compensate for that. Yuching had little faith that Asuma, still in school, would have been taught the methods to dispel illusions. Asuma firmly locked onto Yuching's hands, determined that mastering the Uchiha clan's shuriken techniques would allow him to easily suppress the young Yuching. Asuma was brimming with confidence, having learned 3 wind-style ninjutsu. How could I possibly lose to someone who spends all their time sleeping? Tell me, how could I possibly lose in this scenario? Chapter 15. Asuma and the Uchiha prodigy in a dazzling display among the stars. Asuma was the first to strike, hurling 2 shurikens to constrain Yuching's capacity for counterattack. One flew to the left and the other to the right, both aimed at Yuching's vital points with an ingenious angle. In response, Yuching also released 2 shurikens. The sound of slicing air and the clinking of metal resonated as their shurikens collided. However, Yuching did not merely exchange shurikens. He skillfully deflected Asuma's projectiles, redirecting them to land harmlessly behind him. Yet, his remaining shurikens maintained, if not increased, their velocity, darting towards Asuma, who was poised to seal his technique. Impossible. Asuma found it hard to believe. He was no novice, and his shurikens should not be so easily manipulated by others. He distinctly remembered that during prior assessments, while Yuching had excelled in the shuriken throwing class, he had only outperformed Asuma marginally. Now, in the shuriken duel, Asuma found himself at a complete disadvantage. Was this the pinnacle of a Chunin's shuriken throwing skills? How infuriating. Had he been scheming to snatch victory from him for ages? Truly, the Uchiha boy was inherently malevolent. Despite the shock, Asuma remained composed, his hands aflurry as he rapidly formed seals. With a resounding boom, amidst the rising smoke, Yuching's 2 shurikens lodged into a wooden post. Body replacement technique. The most formidable technique in the dueling arena. In the world of Naruto, this technique was essentially a basic ninja skill, a mere illusion. Your shurikens may have caught me off guard, but this far ends here. Yuching. Asuma discreetly glanced at Kurenai, only to find her gaze fixated anxiously on the Uchiha boy. Frustrated, he exclaimed. He had intended to sweep aside Yuching with the force of autumn winds, proving Kurenai's misjudgment. But his plans had unraveled. with Kurenai's concern for Yuching only intensifying. With no outlet for his pent-up frustration, Asuma's speed in forming seals exceeded his usual pace. Wind release, wind arrow. This C-rank ninjutsu was executed flawlessly, showcasing the prowess of the future 12 guardians. Invisible arrows of air whizzed through the air, sealing off Yuching's escape routes from all directions. Huh, Uchiha brat, how will you fare against a C-rank ninjutsu? Asuma envisioned Yuching's desperate plight beneath the onslaught of his wind technique, and he reveled in Kurenai's admiring gaze. Asuma's ego swelled immensely, ready to humbly acknowledge her admiration. In the next instant, however, the proclamation rang out. The victor is Uchiha Yuching. This was followed by gasps and whispers from fellow classmates, a cacophony of confusion. What happened? How did Yuching emerge victorious? Was it an illusion? Illusion. Asuma suddenly realized Kurenai's admiration had been clouded, and Yuching's supposed disgrace was but a mirage. Yet, even with this revelation, he could not break free from the illusion. The tutor hired by the old man had failed to teach him adequately. Asuma felt a surge of anxiety, the murmurs around him amplifying his desire to hide forever within this illusion. Yet, with the chilling sensation at his neck and Yuching's calm explanation, he ultimately encountered the astonished gazes of his classmates. Bang! Asuma collapsed to the ground. This world was indifferent to his plight. How could he face the old man's disdain after losing to the underdog? Yuching observed Asuma, overwhelmed and forced into unconsciousness, and couldn't help but chuckle. Magic, butterfly enchantment. He had ensnared his opponent in the most desired scenario. Asuma's deepest wish at that moment was to see himself brought to his knees, embraced by Kurenai. However, Yuching had not anticipated the technique's overwhelming efficacy. Asuma had merely crossed gazes while evading with the body replacement technique, falling victim to the illusion, unable to extricate himself. The combat's abrupt conclusion left the gathered students bewildered. How could the top student Asuma suddenly lose his wits, carelessly unleash ninjutsu, and stand idle? Was it a staged match? No, our inquisitive spirits were ignited. What was this? Asuma had lost just like that, and the crowd dispersed, disappointed. Obito shouted in frustration. How could that scoundrel Yuching win? While I am pleased with my brother's success, I resent his surpassing me. After Yuching reassured Kurenai, he naturally did not forget his underperforming companion. Patting the dejected Obito on the head, Yuching offered a frosty yet comforting remark. The physical attributes of individuals cannot be uniformly assessed. Such is the disparity of the world. You need only to confront the fact that you are, regrettably, lacking. Yet, for someone like Obito, who was easily provoked, such words fueled his motivation. He leapt before Yuching, crouching and raising his arms. Yuching, I challenge you to a duel. Very well, let me witness your resolve, Obito. Yuching would not decline Obito's challenge. There was a certain satisfaction in besting a future major antagonist. Then prepare to see my newly acquired ninjutsu. Obito hurried to the previous arena, eagerly forming his seals. With swift hand movements, he completed the series: snake, horse, monkey, boar, tiger, rat. Yuching narrowed his eyes. That gesture was fire release, great fireball technique. Obito's chest swelled, akin to a bellows. Just as he completed the technique, in the distance, Ebisu watched with keen interest as two young ladies engaged in their own contest. Just then, a taijutsu instructor passed by, and as Ebisu attempted to avert his gaze, he unexpectedly sneezed, spraying blood all over the instructor. The comical scene unfolded just as Obito noticed it, causing him to stifle a laugh. However, the fire chakra within him became erratic, and then boom, billowing black smoke erupted, forcing Yuching to retreat while shaking his head, providing yet another round of amusement for his mischievous friends. Thus, this duel concluded in an absurd spectacle, with the embarrassment of his crush weighing on him. Obito nearly contemplated feigning death like Asuma. Yet, it was Rin's tender encouragement that helped him escape his mortification. It's all right, Obito, you're already quite impressive. You've learned ninjutsu. Next time, you'll surely be able to truly compete with Yuching. Observing the interaction between Obito and Rin, Yuching couldn't help but reflect. Each time Obito felt disheartened, it was always Rin's gentle support that brightened his world, serving as a beacon of hope. Yuching mused that if he had such a radiant figure in his life, he might also risk everything to create a world where she could find happiness. However, Yuching still perceived that Rin's feelings for Obito resembled more of a gentle sister's affection for a mischievous brother rather than romantic love. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Kurenai eagerly grasped his hand, exclaiming, Yuching, let us engage in a contest of illusions. Perhaps my father's aspiration to vanquish the Uchiha through illusion may find fruition within me. Over there, Obito Uchiha is utterly moved by Rin's affection. Meanwhile, Yuching engages in a playful illusionary game with Kurenai Yuhi, both of whom are destined for a radiant future. In a shadowy corner, the seemingly lifeless Asuma Saratobi quietly retreats from this sorrowful realm. Today, my heart aches, my hands tremble. Chapter 16. Time seemed to stand still as Asuma made his way back to the Saratobi residence. Upon entering, a profound sense of melancholy enveloped him, leaving him no choice but to collapse onto the tatami mat in his room, lost in silent contemplation. The duel he had once anticipated with unwavering confidence had turned into a disheartening affair, leaving him with a heart heavy with discontent. Oh my goddess, are you truly departing from me in such a manner? A bitter pang of sorrow spread through him. Reminiscent of the times he had witnessed his father puffing away in frustration. Stealthily, he ventured into Sarutobi Hiruzen's bedroom, pilfering a box of Konoha's finest tobacco. With a flicker of a flame, he ignited the tobacco, feeling an inexplicable connection to this act, despite having never partaken before. As the smoke curled around him, interspersed with the occasional cough, Asuma found a fleeting relief in the numbing embrace of nicotine. The night deepened, and as Hiruzen concluded his duties and returned home, he was met with the lingering scent of smoke. Is that the aroma of tobacco still lingering from this morning? I hardly remember smoking that much. Then, with a sudden realization, Asuma, who permitted you to sneak my cigarettes? What folly is this for a child? Asuma, enveloped in smoke, remained silent, merely indulging in the act. Hiruzen's expression tightened. You rascal, I've let your mischief slide before, but to disregard your father after such a mistake? You must truly be itching for trouble. Removing his Hokage robes, Hiruzen retrieved an old wooden stick from storage, intending to awaken the depths of Asuma's spirit. Only after Asuma admitted his wrongdoings did Hiruzen relent. Returning to his room with a huff, investigate what transpired. After all, he is my son. No matter how rebellious, I must understand what has caused Asuma's despondency. Before long, a knock echoed at the door. Hokage-sama, intelligence report. An Umbu ninja entered, presenting a scroll with both hands. Clearly, this was the investigative conclusion Hiruzen sought. He skimmed through the document, initially furrowing his brow, then breaking into laughter. So this is the cause of your despair. At such a young age, instead of diligently mastering ninjutsu, you succumbed to petty jealousy, and you lost to boot. Prepare for double the lessons tomorrow. Upon hearing the name Uchiha, Hiruzen anticipated trouble, only to discover it was merely a case of young romance. Are the ninja students of today so precocious? As for the Uchiha Boy-S display, it was hardly remarkable in Hiruzen's view. Nothing more than a basic genjutsu. It was not as if he had awakened the Sharingan. Moreover, perhaps this incident could serve as motivation for Asuma. The absence of exceptional students from prominent clans had left Asuma too complacent. Pressure often breeds progress. Shaking his head, Hiruzen dismissed the trivial matters, focusing instead on the increasingly delicate dynamics among the 5 great ninja villages. The 3rd great ninja war was on the horizon. After finishing his classes for the day, Yuching found himself alone, having endured a minor tantrum from Obito. Tomorrow marked the weekend, and the students were particularly exuberant, filling the streets with laughter and playful shouts. Finally managing to extricate himself from the throng of energetic children, Yuching stepped onto the path home. The moment he opened his front door, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. He staggered to his bed, collapsing onto the soft mattress, utterly drained. Today had been filled with chakra refinement and a duel with Sarutobi Asuma, leaving him utterly exhausted. The chakra refinement alone taxed his energy, and combined with the chakra expended during battle, he felt hunger gnawing at him long before the end of the school day. After lying there for a while, feeling somewhat revitalized, Yuching rummaged through his belongings, uncovering a few bills. 200 ryo. His parents had been mere chunin before their untimely demise, and the compensation they received was insufficient to sustain him without any financial burden during his upbringing. With days until his next allowance, his wallet was almost empty, barely enough for 2 modest meals. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan provided additional support. Otherwise, he would have been forced to live on instant ramen like Naruto, a truly dismal fate. Stepping outside, he made his way to Uchiha Street. His first stop was the pancake shop run by the uncle known for his delicious creations. Without hesitation, he threw down 40 ryo for 2 servings of pancakes. Next, he dashed into Ichiraku Ramen, slapping the table and declaring with fervor, "Boss, give me 2 bowls of ramen." 160 ryo done. Today, he decided to indulge extravagantly. Peeking out from the kitchen, the owner of Ichiraku, a cheerful man, greeted him. "Ah, little Yuching is back. Eating so much today, do you still have money left for the beginning of the month? There's still some food at home. After this, I'll head to Obito's place for dinner. I'm starving." Before long, a steaming bowl of fragrant ramen, generously topped with extra vegetables, was placed before him. Yuching wasted no time, devouring the ramen in tandem with the pancakes. Once finished, he rubbed his full belly, bidding farewell to the owner and seeking out a training ground. Regrettably, while he had feasted well, his meal lacked any meat, and by the time he arrived at the training ground, much of the food had already digested. He sighed, acknowledging that insufficient nutrition was also a hindrance to his growth. The energy required for chakra refinement could not be summoned from thin air. A ninja must consume food to replenish their energy reserves. It bore a resemblance to the Taoist practice of refining essence into energy. As he upgraded his refining techniques, his dietary needs would only increase. The path of cultivation in the ninja world also required financial resources. The second training ground, situated on the outskirts of Konoha, was a public space. Yuching surveyed the training area littered with wooden stumps, an excellent place for shuriken practice. Yet his empty pockets meant he could only train using rudimentary methods. He began his warm-up with 200 push-ups, followed by a run. However, as he started running, he quickly realized the dire state of his physical condition. His running speed barely clocked in at 6 seconds for 100 meters. A feat that would have been remarkable in his previous life, yet in the ninja world, it was woefully inadequate. True to his reputation as one of the last in his class, after only 2 laps, Yuqing found himself gasping for breath, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. At this rate, even the mischievous Naruto, who had just begun causing trouble at school, could easily outpace him. Yuqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Just as he was lost in his own thoughts, a white-haired figure wearing a mask, having finally escaped the Bedo's clutches, arrived at the second training ground to engage in his own training. Upon entering, Kakashi immediately spotted the rarely occupied area, now home to a boy struggling to catch his breath. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi, ever the solitary figure, would have paid no heed. However, having just endured Obito's antics, he recognized this runner as none other than Uchiha Yuqing, the very subject of Obito and Appo's incessant chatter. Is that why you, once at the bottom with Obito, have suddenly transformed? But seriously, Uchiha, running without practicing shuriken techniques or fire release, your training direction seems to be misaligned. Having shared a classroom for a year, Kakashi felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Yuqing, what you're doing will yield no results. A ninja does not grow strong merely by running. Chapter 17. The Leaf Fluid Technique. Upon hearing someone call his name, Yuqing, in a state of utter confusion, finally noticed the presence of a white-haired individual. Unfortunately, it was a male. Gradually slowing his pace, he wiped the sweat from his brow. After several minutes of heavy breathing, he was finally able to converse normally. Kakashi, what do you wish to teach me? Just to clarify, I have no funds for ninja tools. While Yuqing regained his composure, Kakashi remained active, practicing with a short blade. At Yuqing's remark, a few lines of exasperation appeared on Kakashi's forehead. Without money, what do you consider yourself? A ninja? Ninjas do not rely solely on tools for combat. They depend on ninjutsu. Most ordinary ninjas may never fully master even a handful of techniques, with the majority being low-level jutsu. Furthermore, due to chakra limitations, most ordinary ninjas must rely on tools to engage in battle. However, Kakashi merely expressed his disdain while still pointing Yuqing in the right direction. Ninja combat emphasizes physical coordination rather than mere strength. Simple physical training alone is insufficient for a ninja's ascent. Not everyone is like Guy, who can defeat ninjutsu through sheer physical prowess. Having been a nin for several years, Kakashi's strength and experience far surpassed Yuqing's current abilities. With a few succinct words, he clarified the path for Yuqing's training. The guy he mentioned was none other than Might Guy, who nearly altered the narrative's conclusion by pursuing Kakashi, who had graduated early and swiftly achieved nin status. Despite often losing, Kakashi held a grudging respect for this fool who was so dedicated to physical training. Regrettably, Yuqing could only rely on such training. His deceased parents left behind only a few valuable scrolls of ninjutsu, with nothing else to aid his practice. Kakashi's expression darkened as he recalled that Yuqing was also an orphan. Alas, we are both pitiable souls. As classmates, I shall lend you a hand. Father. This does not contradict your will. Assisting him is merely to cultivate a teammate who can complete missions more effectively. My current teammates are far too inadequate, serving only as obstacles during missions. Moreover, having Uchiha as a teammate sounds appealing. Resolute in his decision, Kakashi spoke in a deep tone. Come here. Today, I shall teach you the leaf fluid technique. After all, it is a skill that any leaf ninja can learn, and it won't consume much of my time. Though he intended to teach, Kakashi maintained an air of nonchalance. Well, aren't we being aloof, white-haired one? And you're a boy too. Yuqing rolled his eyes internally, but eagerly approached. Regardless of anything else, learning from someone of Kakashi's caliber, who excelled in both ninjutsu and taijutsu, would undoubtedly be beneficial. Following him would ensure that he would not stray from the correct path. Kakashi stood at the center of the training ground, hands in his pockets, lazily glancing at Yuqing, who stood opposite him. While the leaf fluid technique appeared straightforward, mastering its essence was not an easy feat. Yuqing remained non-committal, his gaze fixed intently on Kakashi. Although the animation showcased few impressive moments in leaf taijutsu apart from the 8 gates, he had nothing else to rely on. For now, he needed to focus on the present and seize this opportunity to acquire knowledge. Kakashi slowly raised one hand, signaling Yuqing to pay attention. His movement suddenly became incredibly swift. Leaning forward, he unleashed a kick with his right leg like a whip, creating a gust of wind. This is the leaf whirlwind, Kakashi explained while demonstrating. It utilizes body rotation to amplify the force of the kick. The key lies in speed and balance. Next came the leaf gale. Kakashi continued, squatting suddenly, sweeping his right leg outward to strike a wooden post directly. With a loud crash, the post was effortlessly shattered. This technique targets the enemy's legs, disrupting their rhythm and complementing the leaf whirlwind. Kakashi proceeded to demonstrate each aspect of the leaf fluid technique, each movement precise and fluid, showcasing a mature and highly practical martial art. After 2 demonstrations, he ceased further instruction and returned to his blade practice. Of course, this was merely a facade. In reality, Kakashi was keenly observing Yuqing and Appo's training, waiting for the moment when his former classmate might falter, ready to offer corrections. However, Kakashi did not encounter such an opportunity. Yuching had memorized Kakashi's demonstration of the leaf fluid technique after only one viewing, with the second serving primarily as a check for any mistakes. As he recalled Kakashi's movements, he practiced the remembered motions, though his limbs appeared somewhat stiff. Initially, his movements were anything but graceful, riddled with errors. His performance in taijutsu training was far worse than his past struggles with math problems. In mathematics, his eyes could see, but his mind could not comprehend. In taijutsu training, however, he understood with both eyes and mind, yet his body lagged behind. This was the consequence of insufficient physical activity. His body had become rigid, and the flow of vital energy was obstructed, akin to a finely tuned machine that, without regular use and lubrication, would gradually decline in performance. Only through consistent activity and maintenance could one preserve the body's vitality and ensure that training became more instinctive. Thus, Kakashi observed a peculiar phenomenon. Despite Yuching's clumsy execution of the Uchiha techniques, his taijutsu flowed continuously, forming a cohesive system of its own. What was even more astonishing was the improvement in his performance, as if an invisible instructor silently corrected his missteps, guiding him toward the right path. Realizing this, Kakashi felt reassured and returned to focusing on his own tasks. Yuching practiced the leaf whirlwind repeatedly, and as his body became more accustomed to the motions, his taijutsu grew increasingly fluid. He slightly lowered his stance, shifting his center of gravity as chakra concentrated in his legs. Using his left foot as an axis, he spun rapidly, and with a resounding crack, a tree stump the size of a bowl shattered. Training in specific taijutsu movements yielded far superior results compared to the self-weight exercises of his past life. Unlike Might Guy's push-ups or squats, which aimed to push physical limits for the 8 gates, genuine training relied on these time-tested taijutsu styles. Yuching mused to himself, but when he looked back, he found the moon high in the sky, the night adorned with stars. It was already deep into the night. At that moment, the training ground lay desolate and dark, the pitch-black forest inducing a sense of trepidation in Yuching. His weak position made him susceptible to fears of the supernatural, causing his heart to race. He hurried home at the fastest pace possible, reaching his doorstep where bright lights shone. In the heart of Konoha, within the safe confines of the Uchiha clan's territory, Yuching finally set aside his fears, relieved as he cleaned the sweat from his body and felt a sense of ease. The night passed in silence, devoid of any remarkable events. Chapter 18. Consuming the Wish Fruit. Severe illness 2 days later. Wish Tree, beginner stage 6 days, 11 hours, 3 minutes, and 11 seconds until the next fruit. After 2 arduous days, Yuching finally mastered the wood leaf fluid technique. His body was invigorated through training, awakening his botanical physique, and his spirit radiated a newfound vitality, appearing significantly sunnier than before. After savoring the last dinner at home, Yuching retreated to the washroom to consume the fruit. His body, spirit, and chakra had all reached their current zenith, and it was time to harness his supreme potential to shatter his limitations. Deep blue enhance, he stood before the mirror, admiring the divine countenance of Yuching, blessed with unparalleled talent. His once round face had slimmed considerably, with much of the excess flesh dissipated, revealing a charming dimple when he smiled. However, he felt a pang of disappointment at his youthful appearance. How could he embody such strength with a visage so immature? A warrior of his caliber ought to possess a golden spirit, a proud posture, steadfast eyes, and an unparalleled confidence and charisma. With fervor, Yuching consumed the fruit, feeling an intense surge within. He keenly sensed his chakra rapidly depleting, cascading out like a torrential flood, leaving him empty in mere breaths. Yet, his vitality surged forth to continue the relentless combat. Simultaneously, he sensed a mysterious locus nearby, as if another portal to energy awaited him. This realm was omnipresent yet elusive. As he attuned his senses, he found himself entranced by the power of the wish fruit. Caught in a trance, he plunged into a vibrant world, a realm of ninjas. Yet not the one he recognized. Here, he obtained a fresh perspective, immersing himself in the strength bestowed by chakra, dedicating himself to refining his chakra extraction techniques. Utilizing the Uchiha clan's methods, he spent 3 years mastering them completely. However, his deficient aptitude constrained him to merely the chakra levels of a chunin, unable to progress further. Even with his life on the line, he could only reach the pinnacle of special jonin. Unwilling to accept this fate, Yuching relentlessly researched chakra extraction techniques, striving to transcend his physical limits and break through the chakra bottleneck that bound him to the special jonin level. After 3 more arduous years, his vitality waned like a candle in the wind, yet he remained unyielding in his quest. Despite pouring his entire life force into an unknown direction, he remained unsuccessful. Time reversed, and Yuching's perspective returned to his youth, his life restored. Concurrently, the chakra within the fruit was depleted, replenishing his physical strength. Armed with years of diligent research, Yuching re-entered the realm of chakra refinement unscathed, experimenting with insights from his past life. After 3 years, he finally reached the special jonin chakra realm without any detriment. Just as he was poised to surge forth and challenge the levels of a jonin, a sudden pang of anxiety gripped his heart, forcing him to halt his yearning. The world shattered into stillness, like a fleeting illusion. As his thoughts returned, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, his body incapable of exerting even the slightest strength, as though he had been squeezed dry 100 times over. With great effort, he stumbled onto his bed, feeling the softness of the blankets envelop him. Just as he began to recover, a sharp pain struck his head, as if 1,000 giants had burst through the door. Unable to endure any longer, Yuqing succumbed, foam escaping his lips, as another fragment of memory from the past 9 years flooded in. Due to Rinne's kind intervention on the day of the holiday, Obito had been elated for several days, enveloped in an indescribable joy. This day was no exception. Rising with the sun, his mood was as bright as the morning light. Filled with anticipation for a reunion with Rin, he hopped along the familiar streets, instinctively slowing his pace as he passed by a spot where elderly ladies often needed assistance. Finding none in need today, he felt both relieved and disappointed. Relieved to avoid the risk of tardiness, yet disappointed at not encountering the amiable old woman. With a blend of emotions, Obito wandered through the streets, unknowingly arriving at Yuqing's doorstep. He slapped his leg, admonishing himself, "Obito, how dare you return here after that disgraceful episode with Yuqing? You know he is the least honorable person." With this thought, he turned to leave. Yet, for reasons unknown, his feet carried him back to Yuqing's door. "Oh well, who said Obito isn't magnanimous? I'll give him one more chance, lest he be late." Muttering to himself, Obito jumped into Yuqing's courtyard and called out, "Yuqing, get up. If you don't hurry, you'll be late again." With a loud crash, he burst into Yuqing's bedroom. "Haha, Yuqing, I knew you would still yet." The teasing words he had prepared died on his lips as he was struck dumb by the sight before him. Yuqing lay on the bed, neatly dressed yet rigid. His complexion pale, drenched in cold sweat, with white foam at his mouth. The sight was so tragic that Obito's heart jolted. Forgetting their previous quarrels, he tossed aside his backpack and hurriedly lifted Yuqing, racing toward the Konoha hospital. The thought of being late vanished in light of his friend's dire condition. As he sprinted, though his steps felt clumsy and heavy, he ran with all his might, swift as the wind. He shouted at pedestrians to clear the way, and with their small frames, he managed to traverse the hour-long journey in merely half that time. Upon entering the Konoha hospital, Obito's worries dissipated. He had barely shouted when medical ninjas arrived, taking Yuqing from his arms and ensuring he was properly placed in a patient room. The hospital buzzed with various patients, and no loud outbursts were tolerated. A disturbance could lead to a medical dispute should it disturb an important patient. Obito quietly followed the nurse as she led him to a calm ward. Perhaps due to the early hour, there were fewer patients from Konoha that day, leading to an overflow of medical resources. Soon, several medical ninjas and nurses arrived to assess Yuqing's condition. Oblivious to the symptoms, Obito could only mention a history of insomnia, responding with vague utterances to their inquiries. Each doctor entered with grave expressions, only to exit with even graver ones, sending shivers down Obito's spine as he feared his friend might succumb, leaving them forever separated. Thankfully, a bespectacled nurse soon entered, offering comforting words that quelled Obito's anxieties. Chapter 19. Memories of the Dark Martial Realm. Regretful shadows. Time slipped away unnoticed, until a warm current surged in, awakening Yuqing from a prolonged slumber. With great effort, he pried open his eyes. Through the haze, he sensed a difference in his surroundings and strained to observe the environment around him. Before him loomed a majestic range of mountains, black and white, drawing his gaze into their depths. "Yuqing, are you awake?" A gentle and melodious voice disrupted his reverie. It was only then that Yuqing noticed someone had leaned down to examine him, employing medical ninjutsu. The owner of the voice possessed a graceful figure, delicate nostrils, and a prominent nose adorned with large black-rimmed glasses, clad in a voluminous black and white nun's attire. Upon straightening, her alluring silhouette was concealed beneath the ample fabric, leaving Yuqing momentarily entranced. Such a demure and innocent figure concealed profound depths. Yet, the glasses-clad maiden now wore an expression of surprise and compassion. Why this expression? A question arose within him, and as his vision gradually sharpened, the world around him seemed to slow down, akin to a scene unfolding in slow motion. Sunlight filtered through the window, dust particles danced in the air, and the direction of the wind became vividly clear. The room was not empty. Beside the nun stood a nurse, and in the corner, Obito lay curled up, while curious gazes lingered from beyond the door. Time appeared to stretch. As he observed the trembling lashes of Obito amidst the cacophony, the red glow reflected in the nun's eyes, and the nurse's mouth agape in astonishment. Suddenly, Yuqing shut his eyes tightly, his body trembling as if on the verge of fainting once more. The Sharingan, the dark martial realm, 9 years, wandering, hidden heroism. Thoughts flitted through his mind, each revelation sending a tremor through his heart. Yuqing's heart twisted in bitter irony. This wish fruit had indeed presented him with a formidable challenge. After consuming the wish fruit, he shattered the information blockade of the dark martial realm, suddenly acquiring 9 years' worth of memories, marking his complete maturation in this world. In the exchange of information, the Uchiha bloodline surged, awakening his eyes and granting him the ocular prowess of the dark martial realm. No, it needed to be stronger. Perhaps due to the disparities of this world, within a body imbued with chakra, the capabilities of the Sharingan had slightly enhanced. While the sudden awakening was indeed cause for celebration, providing him greater means of self-preservation in the impending Third Great Ninja War, it also brought forth adverse consequences. Revealing the Sharingan in a public setting, especially within the crowded confines of the Konoha Hospital, would not only bring glory and notoriety, but also thrust him into the crosshairs of the Konoha leadership. After all, he was still merely an ungraduated student of the Ninja Academy. His premature awakening would inevitably provoke the scrutiny and hostility of those wary of the Uchiha clan. Not to mention, there was a member of the Root organization, a notorious faction overseen by the Hokage, lurking in the vicinity, none other than the unassuming glasses-wearing maiden. As Yuching pondered this, a heavy sense of foreboding settled in his heart. Just as he feared, word of his Sharingan awakening reached the higher echelons of Konoha almost immediately, within mere minutes. In fact, however, the source of this intelligence might not have been the very glasses-clad maiden he suspected. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office swung open forcefully. Hiruzen, you've heard the news, haven't you? A Uchiha brat who has never seen war has awakened the Sharingan. Shimura Danzo strode into the room. His gaze inadvertently sweeping over the Hokage's head atop Sarutobi Hiruzen's head, igniting a spark of fervor in his eyes. The Root has received word that a gravely ill Uchiha brat awakened his Sharingan upon regaining consciousness. I find it hard to fathom the intricacies behind this. Why was he ill? Why had we not heard of him before? What are the Uchiha plotting in such secrecy? Danzo bombarded Hiruzen with questions, his demeanor aggressive and domineering. Much to the chagrin of the smoking Hokage, who furrowed his brow in dismay. Hiruzen rapped his pipe, adopting a tone far more severe than usual. Danzo, first and foremost. Yuching is still a child much like those from the Nara clan. I see no ill intent in his concealment. It is merely a matter of personal preference. Furthermore, Hiruzen's voice paused, then he admonished, secondly, who allowed you to surveil the Konoha hospital? That is not within the purview of your Root organization. Taken aback by Hiruzen's reprimand, Danzo quickly brushed it off. Indeed, the Root had overstepped its bounds this time, but he thought to himself. How could he prepare for his future bid for Hokage without infringing upon others? His ambition to ascend to the position consumed his thoughts, as he dreamed of a time when he could wield greater power and face fewer rivals. For this, the Root must infiltrate and assert its influence. Thus, his focus shifted to another dimension of concern. Hiruzen received this information even faster and more comprehensively than I did. He possesses channels of information unknown to me. He is wary of me. Danzo's heart seethed with resentment. This is you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, casting aside years of camaraderie and friendship to be on guard against me. Although I may infringe upon others, persecute political adversaries, and conduct experiments, have you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, made no errors of your own? Danzo's emotions surged, and his voice grew louder, overshadowing Hiruzen's previous tone. Hiruzen, you are mistaken. I can sense the darkness within him. An Uchiha awakening the Sharingan in a time of peace is too perilous. Hand him over to me. I will extract the secrets of the Uchiha clan. Enough. Danzo, are you instructing me on how to carry out my duties? The current state of the ninja world is fraught with peril. This is not the time for your scheming. You must understand, Konoha belongs to all of us, not just your Root organization. Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. Danzo's incessant provocations, even at such a critical juncture, only served to infuriate him further. Had it not been for the rumors propagated by the Root leading to the death of Konoha's White Fang, Konoha would not be in such a precarious position today. With this thought, Hiruzen felt a throbbing pain in his head, unable to suppress the urge to press his fingers against his temples. Danzo, incensed, found Hiruzen's demeanor particularly disrespectful today, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Returning to the familiar rhythm of their exchanges, Hiruzen instinctively retorted, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang. The words struck Danzo with a fury that darkened his countenance as he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. You may claim to be the Hokage, but had it not been for my misstep years ago, the title would not have fallen to such a hesitant individual as yourself. Hiruzen retracted the crystal ball, casting one last glance at the unconscious Uchiha Yuching. A complex expression flickered in his eyes. Uchiha, oh Uchiha. He too was wary, for the words of his mentor regarding the Uchiha clan were etched deeply in his mind. However, the Uchiha were a clan that valued emotions deeply. Danzo, this is why my mentor did not choose you. Darkness had long since shrouded your heart. You cannot see the Uchiha, nor the true essence of Konoha. Konoha still needs a steady hand at the helm. Adjusting his Hokage hat, Hiruzen felt a surge of determination. Chapter 20, Konoha after closing his Sharingan. Yuching continued to interact with the doctors and nurses as if he were an ordinary patient, blissfully unaware of the awakening of his powers. Upon learning that Yuching had regained consciousness, Obito initially wore a relaxed expression, but soon forced down his excitement, adopting a disdainful demeanor. Yuching, you truly are a fool. You and Appos, were about to graduate, yet you can end Appos, to even take care of yourself. It seems that defeating Asuma the other day was merely a stroke of luck. Obito approached Yuching and Appos, as bedside, patting the back of his hand with an expression of pride, seeking affirmation. Do you know that I almost got scolded by the teacher for bringing you to the hospital today? You must repay me properly once you are discharged, otherwise I will hold it against you for a lifetime. Yuqing had already understood the circumstances of his arrival from the nurse's explanations and felt immense gratitude towards Obito. However, while he appreciated Obito's efforts in bringing him to Konoha Hospital, he was rather displeased with Obito's self-serving demeanor. Yuqing lamented his current weakness, wishing he could rise and give Obito a good talking to instead of merely expressing his thanks. With a feeble lift of his right hand, Yuqing shot Obito an annoyed glance before saying, "Fine, once I receive my allowance, I'll treat you to a good meal. You can have whatever you want." Obito wasn't genuinely seeking benefits from Yuqing. He simply enjoyed teasing him. Since their enrollment in the Ninja Academy, they had often engaged in witty banter, with Obito mostly on the losing end, succumbing to Yuqing's sharp tongue. Now that Yuqing had softened, Obito felt as if he had just savored a refreshing drink on a sweltering summer day, bringing a smile to his face. Seeing his exuberance, Yuqing couldn't help but feel his spirits lifted. Before Obito's descent into darkness, he radiated a warmth and joy that surpassed Naruto's, making him a delightful companion. Following this incident, Yuqing's perception of Obito underwent a profound transformation. Initially, he regarded Obito merely as a transitional figure, hoping to cultivate a positive relationship that might mitigate the hostility during the night of the massacre. Yet now, his outlook had shifted. The future was the future, and the present was the present. He couldn't base his beliefs on events that had yet to unfold. He mustn't disregard the undeniable truth that they were genuine friends simply because Obito might be swayed by Madara in the future. Moreover, even if Obito were to turn dark, his intentions stemmed from a place of goodness. Now that he had entered this world, possessing the potential to alter fate, why couldn't he strive to reshape the future and pull Obito back from the brink? As this thought took root, Yuqing could no longer suppress it. His mind raced like a wild stallion. He yearned for this world to align with his desires, to alter tragedies, and to revel in a life of unrestrained joy. This was the essence of his existence in this realm, be it in the ninja world or the realm of the wicked. In that moment, Yuqing quietly solidified his convictions. His chakra, too, transformed under this newfound belief, growing steadfast and fierce. Sensing the shift in his chakra, Yuqing merely raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Chakra, as a blend of spiritual and physical energy, is profoundly influenced by the character of its wielder. Many sensory-type ninjas can discern these nuances. Meanwhile, Obito, momentarily halted by Yuqing's transformation, shot him a quizzical glance before reverting to his usual jovial self. Yuqing continued to engage in playful banter with Obito, while doctors and nurses periodically entered to check on his condition, taking half a vial of blood for tests. Yet, what occupied Yuqing's thoughts most was the enigmatic figure of the nun, Yenoyu, a kind-hearted individual perpetually constrained by Danzo. She frequently visited under the pretense of understanding patient conditions, engaging in casual conversations. Although their discussions remained superficial, she cautiously inquired about his daily habits, to which Yuqing offered trivial details to send her on her way. By afternoon, after school, a throng of adolescents burst into the small hospital room. The first to arrive was Kurenai Yuhi. While Yuqing rested with his eyes closed, he was unexpectedly enveloped by a soft, fragrant body. He let out a muffled sound, recognizing her by the gentle curls of her hair. With a resigned sigh, he tenderly stroked her silky locks, eliciting a contented murmur from Kurenai, who had her face buried in the blankets. "Yuqing, are you all right?" Kurenai lifted her head, revealing her misty red eyes, her voice laced with surprise. "I thought you were seriously ill. It's all Obito's fault. He insisted you were gravely sick and unconscious, making me worry all day. I couldn't even concentrate in class. The next time I see him, I will definitely give him a piece of my mind." Kurenai's relief upon seeing Yuqing unharmed caused her cheeks to flush crimson as she raised her tiny fist in indignation. Observing her embarrassment, Yuqing mused. The children in the ninja world mature so quickly. Even at this age, they begin to grasp the complexities of relationships. Perhaps it's due to an excess of ninja cells? At that moment, Obito, sitting in the corner and feeling somewhat sour as he watched their interaction, timidly raised his hand. "Kurenai, I'm still here. Isn't it rather rude to speak ill of me?" Upon hearing Obito's voice, Kurenai finally noticed him in the corner, and an awkward silence fell between them. Fortunately, before she could feel too embarrassed, other classmates who had heard the news rushed in to visit Yuqing, transforming the room into the liveliest spot in Konoha Hospital. Might Guy, Rin Noera, and Ebisu all flocked in, showering Yuqing with warm greetings, stirring a wave of emotion within him. Especially Asuma, who awkwardly approached with a basket of fruit, evoking a sense of warmth as Yuqing gazed at his adorable companions. "Hey Yuqing, last time I was careless. Once you recover, let us have a rematch." Asuma, unable to endure Yuqing's gentle gaze, akin to a father looking at his son, which felt exceedingly awkward, shouted, attempting to mask his concern with a challenge. Beside him, Might Guy was immediately fired up, rushing over and giving Asuma a thumbs up. This is youth, the genuine bonds between classmates. His dazzling white teeth momentarily silenced the room. After a brief silence, someone burst into laughter, and soon, the laughter spread like ripples, culminating in a chorus of mirth. It was only when the nurses intervened that the lively atmosphere began to settle. Yuqing was touched by their exuberance. feeling a profound sense of peace within his heart. He softly murmured, "I wish for this to be our future, that we could forever live in such joy and happiness." Whether anyone heard Yuqing's heartfelt expression remained uncertain, as he seemed to perceive a response to his sentiments. However, upon glancing around, his companions continued their playful banter, making it seem as though the reply had merely been a figment of his imagination. In that moment, Yuqing suddenly comprehended the first Hokage's dream. That great ninja must have harbored a similar desire, aspiring to create a haven filled with laughter and warmth for future generations. Chapter 21. Discharge and fire release. The days of joy are always fleeting. As night fell, the group of youths gradually dispersed, leaving the Konoha hospital in tranquil silence once more. In the blink of an eye, the countdown appeared. Wishing tree, initial stage 2 days, 20 hours, 15 minutes, and 11 seconds until the next result. Gazing at the scorching sun outside, Yuqing let out a long sigh at the entrance of Konoha Hospital. After more than 3 days, all signs of his previous frailty had vanished, and he could no longer linger in the hospital, enjoying the free meals. In truth, he had met the discharge criteria on the very first day he regained consciousness. However, as a member of the most powerful clan in the ninja world, the food at Konoha Hospital was exceptionally delightful and abundant. Coming from a modest background, Yuqing shamelessly extended his stay to indulge in the bountiful fare. As an orphan of the Uchiha clan, he was, in a sense, granted a lavish subsidy, making it unnecessary for him to spend money at such an establishment. Yet, due to the Uchiha clan's generally proud demeanor, it was unlikely that anyone from his clan would exploit such advantages. Today, however, the intolerable Yakushi Nanoyu intervened, compelling him to discharge himself. Nanoyu, a seasoned jonin affiliated with the medical emergency team, could no longer bear witnessing his blatant exploitation of the hospital's resources. She had yet to secure any benefits for the orphanage she was associated with. In the hospital office, Yakushi Nanoyu listened to her subordinate's report, her eyes devoid of spirit. Lady Nanoyu, in the past 3 days, the treatment costs totaled 100,000 ryo, primarily for nutritional solutions, while service fees included 300,000 ryo for meals. The nurse hesitated at the end, clearly shocked by the exorbitant expenses. Nanoyu rubbed her forehead, her already dim eyes growing darker. Faced with such staggering non-medical consumption under her watch, she was at a loss for how to report this to her superiors. Who could have foreseen that such a handsome youth could consume 2 servings of food meant for much larger individuals? Oh dear, my bonus for this year. The children at the orphanage rely on my bonus to survive. That wretched Uchiha brat. I even covered for you with Danzo. And yet you've left me with such a gaping hole to explain. After dismissing her subordinate, she paced back and forth, unable to devise a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Lady Tsunade is currently active in the village. She knows my character. Perhaps I could seek her assistance. As the highest authority among medical ninjas, Tsunade's involvement could undoubtedly resolve the hospital's predicament. With this thought, Nanoyu swiftly exited her office, realizing there were no urgent matters demanding her attention, and immediately set out to find Tsunade. Walking home, Yuqing contentedly patted his belly. These past few days had afforded him a delightful culinary experience, leaving him invigorated. Thanks to the superior food quality and his exceptional mastery of chakra refining gained through wishes, within just 3 days, Yuqing's chakra volume had reached the standard level of a genin. Disregarding the conditions for casting jutsu, this amount was sufficient to perform 2 C-rank techniques. Although the figures appeared lackluster, the reality was indeed subpar. In the world of Naruto, even a peak-level ninja like Kakashi could only execute around 10 effective techniques with a single unit of chakra. Presently, excluding in-release chakra, he possessed at most 0.1 units. The in-release chakra was utilized by Yuqing to sustain his Sharingan, condensed through its activation. In the Naruto universe, aside from a select few with monstrous physiques or Jinchuriki, only the Uzumaki and Senju clans had the privilege to freely expend chakra. Other ninjas could only regard ninjutsu as a trump card in battle rather than a conventional means. Naturally, Yuqing did not belong to that elite category. Thus, his first wish was dedicated to enhancing his chakra refining technique. If the hardware was lacking, he would compensate with superior software. Returning home, the name Evil Martial World invoked an absurd sensation within him. A modified version of the ninja realm? Grasping a branch, Yuqing felt an exhilarating sense of power as if wielding a blade. Observing the fluttering willow leaves in his courtyard, he could not suppress his eagerness. With a swift motion, the branch pierced through the dancing leaves with precision, stringing them together. With a flick, he cast aside the branch laden with leaves, feeling a rush of excitement. Accomplishing this feat required no use of his Sharingan. It was merely a demonstration of pure swordsmanship. Such remarkable skill would undoubtedly enhance his overall prowess significantly. With the chakra volume of a genin, mastery of advanced swordsmanship, and the newly awakened Sharingan, even without practical combat experience, Yuqing recognized that he had attained the strength of an elite chunin. He was now stronger than the version of himself in the evil martial world, who boasted superior physical attributes. It was noteworthy that he had not even graduated from the ninja academy yet and had already acquired such power. This was merely the result of 2 wishes. Casting a glance at the wishing tree, which indicated 2 days until the next outcome. Yuqing's heart raced with anticipation. With this wishing tree, by the time of his graduation in a few months, his strength could very well reach that of a Jonin, or even an elite Jonin. By then, the Third Great Ninja War would not pose a threat to his life. Rather, it would become a trial ground for him to accumulate achievements. With strength and accomplishments, figures like Danzo and Root would become as inconsequential as mere passerby. Yuqing discarded the branch and returned indoors. With the chakra level of a genin, it was time to prioritize the training of ninjutsu. While awaiting the wishing tree's next harvest, he planned to utilize this time to practice ninjutsu, aiming to grasp the basics within these 2 days. After rummaging through his belongings, 6 scrolls appeared before Yuqing. B-rank ninjutsu, shadow clone. B-rank fire release ninjutsu, great dragon fire technique. C-rank jinjutsu, illusionary butterfly enchantment. C-rank fire release ninjutsu, great fireball technique. C-rank fire release ninjutsu, phoenix fire technique. C-rank fire release ninjutsu, dragon fire technique. Not many, but all were classic techniques. This represented the greatest inheritance left to him by his deceased parents. With these scrolls, he would no longer need to rely on completing minor tasks in Konoha to accumulate merit for learning ninjutsu. This would save him a significant amount of time and enhance his strength for future missions. Such privileges were unattainable for ordinary civilian ninjas, who toil their entire lives without acquiring even a fraction of this number of techniques. Yuqing's eyes sparkled as he picked up the scrolls representing the shadow clone and great fireball techniques. These are the ones I'll choose. Let's see which one I can master first. As a descendant of the Uchiha clan, Yuqing possessed an innate affinity for fire and in-release chakra. As for other elemental affinities, being financially constrained, he could not acquire chakra paper to explore whether he possessed potential in other elements. Since he could not ascertain other affinities for the time being, Yuqing gazed at the fire release ninjutsu scroll in his palm and softly murmured, "Then let me set a modest goal, to thoroughly master the nature transformation of fire release." Chapter 22. Ninja Arts Training, the Cloud Hidden Ninja. Since the awakening of his past life memories and the complete integration of his soul, Yuqing's affinity for and mastery of chakra have reached an unparalleled level. If Yuqing's talent in physical arts is rated at 3, then his talent in ninjutsu undoubtedly exceeds 8. In the second training ground of Konoha, Yuqing swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. With no obstructions, as soon as he completed the seals, a fireball, measuring 2 to 3 cubic meters, erupted from his mouth. Propelled by the flow of chakra within him, the immense power obliterated several wooden posts ahead, shattering them into splinters. Panting lightly, Yuqing wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a satisfied smile. Remarkably, he successfully executed this C-rank ninjutsu on his 4th attempt, having taken 2 brief rests in between. Of course, he could not compare to the future prodigy Uchiha Itachi, who would later become infamous for his clan's massacre. Yet, this level of talent certainly qualifies him as a genius of the Uchiha clan. Glancing at the darkening sky, Yuqing decided to return to the village. With the ongoing tentative skirmishes between the various ninja villages, the situation in the ninja world had grown increasingly tense. Konoha had issued a warning days prior, mandating that villagers travel in teams at night. The Third Great Ninja War was drawing near. Yuqing sighed, reluctant to linger any longer in this precarious environment. Only seasoned nin dare act as spies in Konoha. He was better off avoiding unnecessary risks with his modest capabilities. Sensing his mental fatigue, Yuqing abandoned further training, gathered his equipment, and prepared to head home. However, as he walked back, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and halted, tossing aside some debris to listen intently to the sounds he had detected. Crackle, crackle. Faint noises echoed from the woods, reminiscent of someone moving stealthily. Could it be that I have truly encountered someone? Yuqing felt a twinge of apprehension, given that most people were at home enjoying their evening. It was hard to fathom that any genuine individual would be wandering the woods. Becoming alert, Yuqing furrowed his brow as the sound of movement drew nearer, an unsettling feeling creeping over him. Sigh. Assessing the intruder's trajectory, he chose a distant rock and concealed himself behind it. This angle should suffice for concealment, he thought, though he felt uncertain. With his chakra not fully restored, he was reluctant to confront any unknown risks. As he stifled his presence, the footsteps gradually receded into the distance, fading away towards Konoha, seemingly unaware of his presence. Yet, just as Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief, several streaks of silver suddenly pierced the moonlit sky. With a whoosh, 7 or 8 shurikens accurately descended towards his hiding spot, creating a web that blocked his every possible escape route. Damn it! Yuqing cursed under his breath, abandoning any notion of conserving chakra. Sharingan, activate. Buzz. Everything around him slowed, and the trajectory of the shurikens became vividly clear. Noticing that the shurikens were not affixed with explosive tags, he exhaled in relief. Otherwise, even with the Sharingan, he would have suffered severe injuries from an explosive barrage. Thankfully, the assailant seemed mindful of his mission and the nearby Konoha. Gripping a kunai, Yuqing deftly deflected the incoming shurikens with precise and efficient movements. Then he leaped forward, charging towards the source of the thrown weapons. In his current state of depleted chakra, Engaging in close combat presented a greater chance of victory. After all, with the Sharingan's advantage, he believed he could hold his own against any non-specialized taijutsu ninja. Ahead, he spotted a figure illuminated by the moonlight, the forehead protector on the opponent's brow unmistakably marked with a symbol Yuqing recognized all too well, Cloud-Hidden. This ninja hailed from the land of lightning, so it was merely a kid. As Abui, the Cloud-Hidden ninja, faced the charging Yuqing, he suddenly sensed something amiss. No, that is, the Uchiha Sharingan. The boy rushing towards him bore eyes of ominous crimson, sending a shiver down Abui's spine. The boy's earlier disdainful demeanor vanished, replaced by a palpable fear of meeting Yuqing's gaze. In that moment, Abui recalled the warnings from his seniors who had participated in the Second Great Ninja War. When facing an Uchiha with the Sharingan, never meet their eyes in one-on-one combat. As anxiety gripped him, a flicker of excitement ignited in Abui's gaze. The Sharingan. If he could obtain those eyes, it would be a monumental achievement. Even if he failed to complete his mission, he could return to the village in glory. Capturing Yuqing alive and bringing him back to serve as a breeding stock for Uchiha blood would undoubtedly earn him a prestigious legacy, perhaps even a comfortable retirement. He had no choice. Since Yuqing had already spotted him, there was no more consideration than to prioritize the Sharingan above all else. Abui's eyes narrowed, focusing solely on Yuqing's lower body movements as he drew his sword, slashing towards him. The Cloud-Hidden village prided itself on ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and lightning techniques. And as a nin, Abui's close combat skills were formidable. Damn it, a Cloud-Hidden ninja, this is troublesome, Yuqing thought to himself. From now on, I should train exclusively in the Uchiha training grounds. Revealing my abilities might just secure additional resources. The Uchiha clan is quite supportive of geniuses. I am no longer the underachiever Yuqing, but an Uchiha prodigy who has awakened. As Yuqing faced the oncoming attack from Abui, who showed no intention of conversing, a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Clang, clang. The kunai in Yuqing's hand clashed briefly with Abui's sword amidst the night, sparks flying from the collision. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that neither combatant's attacks were landing solid hits. Most were merely counterattacks. This was due to Yuqing's relative weakness. He preferred to seek out weaknesses rather than engage in a direct confrontation with the burly foe before him. With the Sharingan enhancing his attacks, Yuqing's strikes were sharp and lethal, forcing Abui to remain on the defensive. However, as a seasoned warrior known for his valor from the Cloud-Hidden village, Abui quickly adapted to their strengths and weaknesses, shifting his strategy to a reckless exchange of blows. Even so, he bore several wounds, blood seeping from his injuries. In an instant, they had exchanged over a dozen blows. Abui transitioned from fervent enthusiasm to astonishment and then to a serious demeanor. The Uchiha boy before him was not only remarkably observant due to the Sharingan, but also possessed considerable close combat experience, defying his initial expectations of a swift resolution. Haha. Is this what an Uchiha is like? Kid, you've managed to excite me. In the face of this unexpected challenge, Abui displayed no signs of irritation or disappointment. Instead, he appeared invigorated by the encounter. Tell me your name, little one. You have earned the right to pride yourself by pushing me this far. Yuqing remained silent. Typical of the Cloud-Hidden ninjas, who seemed to possess a peculiar lack of awareness, even in such a situation, Abui still had the audacity to inquire about his name. Perhaps this was why he, a mere young student, managed to uncover the tracks of a seasoned village spy? As Urbai observed the impudent youth before him, he felt an overwhelming surge of irritation. How dare this insolent child underestimate the esteemed Urbai? Just wait until I capture you. Let us see how tightly you can keep your lips sealed. With a thunderous roar, Urbai unleashed a crackle of electricity from his body, propelling himself forward with an astonishing burst of speed, sword poised to strike at Yuqing. This was the lightning-released chakra mode from Yunin village. Even in its most rudimentary form, it was sufficient to enhance his velocity by 30 to 50%. Does this little brat truly believe that the great Urbai is merely engaging in idle chatter? Come along quietly, haha. His movements were ghostly swift, closing the distance to Yuqing in the blink of an eye, and with a speed so rapid it was nearly imperceptible, he aimed a fierce slash at the youth's legs. Whoosh! A blue line appeared across Yuqing's lower body, as if that single strike had cleaved him in twain. Chapter 23. Triumph. The predicament of Sarutobi Hiruzen no. That's not right. Abui suddenly felt a sense of alarm. Something was amiss. Considering the augmented lethality of lightning-release chakra, it shouldn't he feel as effortless as popping a balloon. At that moment, a colossal fireball materialized above Abui's head, descending upon him with great force. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a resounding bang, the feathered figure beneath Abui's sword dissipated into smoke, and the fireball collided with him. Shadow clone technique. Observing the mist-hidden village ninja being hurled away, charred and unconscious, Yuqing couldn't help but smirk. What a fool. As if my Sharingan couldn't discern your little tricks. Long before Abui attempted to stall for time by gathering lightning-release chakra, Yuqing had already gleaned the chakra's flow through his Sharingan. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a one-handed seal to escape using the shadow clone technique, unleashing the fire release to secure his victory. After incapacitating Abui, Yuching severed his tendons and hoisted him onto his shoulder, hastening towards the heart of Konohagakure. Patting the large fool on his shoulder, Yuching secretly reveled in his fortune. Thank you, dear ally from Kumogakure, for this splendid gift. Just as I lamented my dwindling stamina, you presented me with this delightful surprise. You are truly considerate. Yuching had no intention of handing this individual over to Konoha. The ability to master lightning release chakra mode indicated that Abui was a pivotal figure from Kumogakure. Should he fall into the hands of Konohagakure, Yuching would never be able to extract the secrets of lightning release techniques from him. Moreover, finding someone capable of enhancing physical prowess so effectively, given his background, was a futile endeavor aside from this very individual. Observing the lingering lightning release chakra coursing through the skin of the Kumogakure ninja on his shoulder, Yuching felt a surge of excitement. After withstanding such a formidable technique as the Great Fireball, he was merely heavily injured and unconscious, revealing the might of lightning release chakra. This was a ninja from Kumogakure, adept in the lightning release chakra mode, possessing unparalleled physical resilience, lightning-fast speed, and extraordinary stamina, a veritable anomaly among conventional ninjas. Before the power balance of the Hokage faltered, the Raikage of Kumogakure stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. The opportunity to ascend to such heights lay before Yuching, igniting his fervor. As for the potential ceiling technique swirling in Abui's mind, with Abui slung over his shoulder, Yuching hurriedly departed, disregarding any discarded belongings. While physical confrontations were manageable, he had previously unleashed fire release techniques to vanquish his opponent. Such commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of Konoha's ninjas, and he needed to vacate the premises swiftly, ensuring he did not deliver this prize into their hands. Handing this individual over to Konoha might yield a modicum of acclaim, but exposing his own strength could lead to missing the golden opportunity to acquire lightning release chakra mode. In comparison, any accolades were trivial and hardly worth mentioning. This minor calculation of benefits and losses was clear to Yuching. Barely had Yuching departed when several ninjas arrived at the site of their battle, donning various animal masks. Had Yuching been present, he would have recognized them as members of the Umbu, directly under the third Hokage. Clearly, in this increasingly tense ninja world, Konoha had become jumpy, scrutinizing any disturbances with utmost seriousness. Here, a sensory-type ninja's gaze flickered as he detected the blood left behind by Abui. Some was from close combat, while other traces were from the blood expelled during Yuching's Great Fireball technique. The Umbu swiftly collected the evidence, summoning a scroll to preserve it. The other Umbu dispersed, searching for any injured parties. Although there were techniques to track using blood, it required a specialist, and none among them possessed such abilities. Minutes later, the Umbu regrouped. Exchanging glances, a ninja with a fox mask stepped forward, presenting some miscellaneous items. This is all that remains, nothing else was found. The sensory-type ninja's eyes narrowed slightly. Turning to his comrades, the residual chakra at the scene is weak. How could you have missed it? The battle ended less than 100 seconds ago. The pursuing ninja frowned. The victor, or perhaps both combatants, cleverly concealed their traces, leaving no discernible clues. However, judging by the evidence, it appears a ninja from our village emerged victorious. Yet, such tactics are unfamiliar to me, and it seems the assailant departed without wishing to engage us. The sensory-type ninja appeared contemplative. Let us depart. This individual is either from the Uchiha clan or Root. This matter is beyond our purview. We must report to the Hokage. Fire release ninjutsu, coupled with exceptional evasion techniques, makes this target exceedingly difficult to pinpoint. Agreed. Following their preliminary assessment, the Umbu swiftly returned to the Hokage's office to make their report. At this juncture, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had long since concluded his workday, returning home to his family, leaving the diligent Umbu without the chance to consult him. Nonetheless, as the incident had not resulted in significant losses and was merely a matter involving sensitive personnel, it was not deemed serious enough to disrupt the Hokage's evening. Thus, it wasn't until the following morning that Sarutobi Hiruzen encountered the report upon arriving for work. An infiltrator from another village, suspected to have been captured by the Uchiha clan or Root. Upon reading the Umbu's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself with a headache. This was not a simple issue to resolve. Root, under Danzo's command, had overlapping responsibilities with the Umbu, while the Uchiha clan was tasked with maintaining order and security within Konoha, including the apprehension of criminals. It was a tangled mess. Having navigated the complexities of politics for much of his life, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though he was lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Root was his scapegoat, while the Konoha police force was meant to placate the influential Uchiha clan and draw fire away from the villagers, granting them considerable autonomy. If it was Root's doing, unless Danzo himself couldn't contain the fallout, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare intervene. If it was the Uchiha clan, the current clan leader was quite assertive. He would be equally hesitant to meddle. With a heavy sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately decided to set the report aside without resolution. He felt a twinge of appreciation for the Umbu ninja who had submitted the report without pressing it directly into his hands, sparing him the dilemma of being caught between a rock and a hard place. Thus, a potential source of considerable trouble dissipated into nothingness, unbeknownst to Yuching. As Yuching beheld the lights of Konoha, he removed Abui's forehead protector and conveniently found a cloth bag to stow it away. With no risk in sight, Yuching entered Uchiha Street without any concealment. The nighttime tranquility of Konoha meant few were out and about, and his Uchiha attire provided an aura of authority. Villagers promptly dispersed upon seeing the Uchiha clan emblem. The reputation of the Uchiha clan was palpable within Konoha. Furthermore, the members of the police force, upon spotting his insignia and direction, paid him no mind. What? A clan junior carrying suspicious items? Perhaps it was merely game caught by a young member. As for the destination, there was no cause for concern. It was the Uchiha stronghold, where no one dared to act recklessly. Yuching couldn't help but marvel at the formidable presence of the Uchiha clan before Fugaku assumed leadership. Once he opened his door, he felt a profound sense of relief. Here, he no longer needed to worry about the fate of his spoils. The Uchiha clan, as a prestigious lineage within the ninja world, is surrounded by a formidable array of defensive barriers and boasts a plethora of skilled warriors. Moreover, the Uchiha family has always held their status in high regard, placing immense importance on their honor. It is inconceivable that they would willingly surrender any spoils of battle, especially in the interest of preserving their family's dignity. As for an original character, Uchiha Luyun, the current head of the Uchiha clan, possesses a strong-willed personality and wields the three-tomo Sharingan. His mastery of ninjutsu is exceptional, marking him as a shadow-level powerhouse. He fills the void left by Fugaku before his rise to prominence. Chapter 24. Interrogation. Heartbroken Asuma in the basement of the Yuching family. A voice thundered, Uchiha brat, what do you intend to do? If you have the guts, let go of me, and let us engage in combat once more. Yuching had just settled the Cloud Village ninja when he was met with this uproar. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the basement was excellent. Otherwise, he would have been accused of disturbing the peace. Yuching gazed at the obstinate athletic youth, who remained unfazed even in captivity, and a vein pulsed on his forehead. Why shout? Does he not realize he is already a prisoner? After a brief but cordial exchange, the ninja finally quieted down. Name: Abui. Age: 20. Mission objective. Abui's sullen expression shifted, for this concerned the secrets of his village. Hurry up. Yuching brandished a whip soaked in salt water, feigning an impending strike. Recalling the torment he had previously endured, Abui begrudgingly grasped the reality of being under another's roof. Investigate Konoha's movements and seek opportunities to sow discord between Rain Village and Konoha. As anticipated. However, with your meager abilities, what gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? To dare venture deep into Konoha? At this remark, Abui's temper flared, his neck stiffening. He considered himself among the stronger Chunin, wielding the power of lightning release chakra. Under normal circumstances, even if he failed his mission, his endurance and physique should have facilitated an escape. Yet, who could have foreseen that upon arriving at the outskirts of Konoha, he would encounter Yuching? The Sharingan Genjutsu was a bane for ninjas of his ilk. Bound and powerless, he had become a mere shadow of his former self. Alas, life is not easy. Abui sighed. Yuching found amusement in the situation and, after inquiring about a few more details, decided to temporarily release the fellow, returning to his quarters. Abui was not only a Chunin from Cloud Village but also hailing from the Yue clan of the Reikage lineage, which elucidated his qualification to learn the lightning release chakra mode. Despite his soft demeanor, extracting crucial information from him remained an arduous task. However, time was on Yuching's side. As long as Abui remained in his grasp, acquiring the desired information was merely a matter of time. After carefully storing Abui's weaponry, Yuching tidied up briefly before reclining on his bed to sleep. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, a rejuvenated Yuching rose early to train. Abui's weaponry perfectly compensated for Yuching's lack of weapon training, providing him with a means to hone his physical combat skills. Following his acquisition of memories from the evil martial realm, Yuching no longer experienced any hindrances in practicing Konoha's fluid techniques. Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Gale. Each technique flowed seamlessly as if water coursing through his being. Should Kakashi have witnessed this scene, he would likely be left astounded. Even he had taken a week to grasp the basics of the leaf fluid techniques, let alone train to such fluidity. Despite his body not fully complying with his will, Yuching adeptly translated the achievements of the evil martial realm's techniques, aided by his familiarity with his own neuromuscular responses, alongside the physical enhancements granted by his mastery of the wishful sword technique. As sweat soaked his clothing and the sun ascended high in the sky, Yuching finally relinquished his weary limbs. Counting the time in his mind, he leisurely exited after a quick rinse. 3-2. Haha, Yuching. I heard you've been discharged from the hospital. Your friend Itachi specifically reminded you to attend school. Are you excited? Just as Yuching counted down to 1, Obito's exuberant voice echoed from outside. His timing was almost eerie. Before Obito could revel in his triumph, Yuching swung open the door, effectively silencing him. What? You're up this early? Is this really you, Yuching? Struggling to suppress his amusement, Obito reluctantly trailed behind Yuching as they made their way to school. By the way, Yuching, tell me, when did you and Yugao get together? You didn't even give me a hint. How ungrateful. Remembering the flirtatious encounter between Yugao and Yuqing at Konoha Hospital, Obito couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. He had yet to hold Rin's hand. How could Yuqing have already embraced her? Why was it that, despite both being Uchiha, Yuqing was so much more audacious? Faced with Obito's query, Yuqing found himself at a loss for words. Should he simply state that his charm surpassed Obito's, who was too naive to comprehend? I don't know. Perhaps it has to do with my less reckless demeanor compared to yours? Yuqing feigned ignorance, elevating his own image while belittling Obito, which only served to amuse him. How infuriating. I challenge you to a duel. Thus, Yuqing and Obito exchanged playful jibes, entering the classroom just a second before the bell rang. Fortunately, they did not encounter any elderly women needing Obito's assistance, or he would have had to endure a reprimand. Meeting the gaze of their teacher, Asuma Saratobi, who was a blend of exasperation and concern, Yuqing thought whimsically. Rubbing his stomach, which had gone unfed that morning, Yuqing turned to smile amicably at Yugao, who was wide-eyed in her seat. Soon, as Yuqing discreetly munched on snacks and refined his chakra, the morning's theoretical class came to a swift conclusion. Stretching with a yawn, Yuqing finally followed the flow of students, his demeanor relaxed. For him, armed with the memories from the evil martial realm and the Sharingan, practical lessons felt trivial. Hey, Yuqing. Are you still unwell? Why are you so sluggish today? Yugao inquired with concern. Yuqing's lethargy was noticeable, causing her to worry. I'm perfectly fine. See for yourself. He rolled up his sleeve and struck a pose reminiscent of a heroic figure. His playful antics swiftly dispelled Yugao's worries, eliciting a smile from her. It was evident that Yuqing's arms bore distinct muscle definition, complemented by his lively movements, affirming his claims. Without further probing into Yuqing's apparent fatigue, Yugao soon shifted the conversation to the flavor of his lunch. The two quickly engaged in a delightful discussion about culinary pairings, a topic they both relished. Before long, their conversation attracted the attention of another classmate, Anko Mitarashi, who was known for her fondness for snacks. Anko, a girl with whom Yuqing enjoyed camaraderie, was destined to become a disciple of Orochimaru, eventually transforming into a plump kunoichi in the sequel series. In Yuqing's eyes, Anko was more of a fellow foodie than anything else. Her somewhat rotund appearance left him with a sense of reverence, despite her current adorable demeanor failing to dispel the shadows in his mind. At the Konoha playground, Asuma Saratobi leaned against a tree, standing on one leg, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, lost in thought. This pose was one he had meticulously crafted to exude an air of nonchalance. Surely, such a striking and captivating figure would draw the attention of the goddess of red, he mused, with a slight droop at the corners of his eyes. Asuma suppressed a triumphant grin as he observed his classmates. At that moment, Yugao, having lost an argument to Yuqing, was comically chasing after him, her tiny fists raised in mock fury. Meanwhile, Yuqing was playfully circling Anko, engaging her in a game reminiscent of a king weaving through pillars. Asuma, standing beneath the tree, discreetly retrieved a cigarette, the flickering flame of his lighter dancing in the twilight. He took a deep drag, but tasted nothing. Suddenly, a sound of shattering echoed in his ears. What had broken? Asuma tilted his head back, allowing the evening breeze to dry the moisture gradually pooling in his eyes. He suddenly realized that the gentle spring wind possessed an unexpectedly chilling aspect that penetrated to the bone. Chapter 25. Asuma, I apologize for not bringing Lord Yuki to unleash his full potential. Uchiha Yuki, I challenge you. Asuma Saratobi, driven by fervent determination, successfully positioned himself as Yuki's opponent in the practical combat class. Uchiha Obito, albeit a moment too late, lowered his raised hand, overwhelmed by unexpressed frustration. The humiliation from the last encounter, where he was engulfed in flames and smoke, lingered in his mind. With a resolute intent to redeem himself, he had already resolved to duel Yuki on their way to school. The spectators turned their attention to the dueling arena, eager for the unfolding drama. Would the son of the Hokage redeem himself, or would the underdog Uchiha continue his comeback? The anticipation ignited the gossip among their classmates. Yuki this time will not fall prey to the same illusions as before. Observing Asuma's unwavering confidence, Yuki discerned the situation but could only smile wryly. Did you consult your family about countering genjutsu? I would feel remiss to unleash my Sharingan upon you. Completing the necessary hand signs, Yuki cast his gaze upon Asuma, awaiting his move. On the opposite side, Asuma, feeling the weight of Yuki's stare, quickly diverted his gaze to the ground beneath him, attempting to employ genjutsu. Do you yearn for a swift demise? Alas, I have already stated that such illusions will not work against me. With a self-satisfied smile, Asuma awaited Yuki's attack, prepared to remain passive. Most genjutsu target the visual senses. As long as he avoided looking into Yuki's eyes, he believed he would remain invulnerable. Over the past few days, he had honed his ability to perceive with peripheral vision and discern sound. Come at me, Yuki. Not as a comrade, but with the awareness of a weaker opponent. The sound of slicing wind pierced the air. Shuriken. Asuma swiftly pivoted, evading the incoming projectiles. 3 shuriken landed in a triangular formation upon the wooden post behind him. Glancing at this scene, Asuma felt a surge of pride. His recent exertions were not in vain. Today marks my moment of redemption. However, before he could revel in his triumph, Yuki had already closed the distance between them with several strides. The fluid movements of the Leaf Village technique cascaded from his limbs like water. The fierce onslaught silenced Asuma, who had intended to mock Yuki's audacity. Asuma reacted swiftly, blocking Yuki's assault. Amidst the flurry of movements, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Yuki's relentless offensive enveloped him in a suffocating grip, akin to a constricting serpent. Though Yuki's martial prowess astonished him, he believed his own skills, honed by a private instructor, surpassed Yuki's by a narrow margin and were not to be underestimated. With a physical constitution superior to Yuki's, this contest of martial arts should have been evenly matched. Yet, Asuma soon found himself on the defensive. Ah, how infuriating. Only able to perceive the battle from his lower vantage point, Asuma felt an indescribable frustration, the sensation of powerlessness nearly driving him to madness. Bracing himself against Yuki's leaf whirlwind, Asuma pushed off Yuki's arm, creating distance between them. Coughing lightly, Asuma, momentarily unsettled, hastily formed hand seals. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, wind arrow break. Unleashing 2 consecutive C-rank ninjutsu, even Asuma felt a pallor wash over him. He sought not victory, but merely wished to disrupt Yuki's rhythm and seize the advantage. The ferocious wind pressure, accompanied by invisible arrows of air, swept across the dueling arena like a tempest, stirring up clouds of dust. The onlookers, unable to discern the specifics of the clash, erupted in applause for the captivating duel. With a serious expression, Asuma ignored the cheers surrounding him, fixated solely on the residual waves of Yuki's ninjutsu, intent on locating his opponent's figure. This confrontation had obliterated any underestimation he had harbored towards Yuki, now viewing him as a formidable ninja rival, rivaling even Kakashi. As the dust began to settle, a silhouette emerged from the center of the ninjutsu's aftermath. Swish. With his heart racing, Asuma projected his prepared shuriken, propelling them forward. In a bid to evade the shuriken, Yuki would have to divert his path, allowing Asuma the opportunity to exploit his physical advantage and secure a decisive victory. With strategy solidified in his mind, Asuma cast aside any lingering doubts. Boom. As the shuriken transformed into smoke, alarms blared within Asuma's mind. In the next instant, he heard the sound of wind being compressed beside him, air displaced by Yuki's rapid speed. Caught off guard, Asuma felt Yuki's kick strike his neck with tremendous force, sending him careening through the air, tumbling twice before landing unconscious on the ground. This time, he truly succumbed to the void of unconsciousness. Yet, in that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he glimpsed something, a pair of eyes adorned with blood-red tomo. Huff, huff. Yuki adjusted his breath, acknowledging the risks of this confrontation. Had he not activated the Sharingan, even he would have suffered significantly beneath the onslaught of those 2 wind ninjutsu. To mitigate injuries and complications, Yuki resolved to utilize the Sharingan, opting for overwhelming dominance. After all, the existence of his eyes had already been exposed to the village's higher-ups. He might as well seize this opportunity to unveil his power openly. Yuki triumphs. Yuma Yudo's tone was somewhat strained. The performances of these 2 students had transcended the capabilities of ordinary genin and warranted serious acknowledgement, even from him as their instructor. It is crucial to note that the collective strength of the teachers at this school was not merely that of Chunin. Is the slacker who sleeps through class truly this formidable? And what of the other mischievous Uchiha underachiever? Moreover, could that be the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Under Yuma Yudo's astonished tone, Yuki exited the dueling arena. Not a trace of sorrow lingered for Asuma's defeat. For the next challenger arriving on the battlefield was Uchiha Obito. Roaring with enthusiasm, Yuki, I never expected you to awaken the Sharingan, but I, Obito, will demonstrate the superiority of the Uchiha clan's fire release. Witnessing Yuki's victory over Asuma, Obito leaped with exuberance, his joy palpable. Oblivious to the true implications of activating the Sharingan, he remained undeterred, boldly challenging Yuki once more. In his heart, he believed that comrades should always possess such strength, just as he, Obito, harbored the potential to defeat Kakashi. Observing Obito's exuberance, Yuki felt a pang of embarrassment on his behalf. Nonetheless, seeing his spirited demeanor, Yuki accepted Obito's challenge, allowing the potential future antagonist a glimpse into the allure of the Sharingan. Many in the ninja world recognized the formidable power of the Sharingan. However, within the Uchiha clan, few openly discussed it. The awakening and advancement of the Sharingan require innate talent, the loss of a loved one, and intense emotional turmoil. Thus, the seemingly aloof yet deeply emotional Uchiha clan refrained from widely promoting such truths. While ordinary Uchiha clan members revered the powerful wielders of the awakened eyes, they were often only superficially aware of the true depths of the Sharingan's capabilities. Chapter 26. The fire release of Obito, soft rice. Under the gaze of Yuching's scarlet eyes, adorned with a tomo, Obito felt an inexplicable twinge of insecurity. Yet, with Lin watching from a distance, his confidence surged, and he dismissed his doubts. Observing Yuching exchanging glances with the onlooker, Kurenai Yuhi, Obito shouted, "Don't underestimate me. Foolish Yuching. You could get hurt." After warning Yuching, Obito swiftly intertwined his hands, forming a series of seals. Sighing at Obito's reckless demeanor, Yuching lamented, "How can you dare to perform ninjutsu without any form of defense?" Had Yuching wished, he could have interrupted Obito's technique with a shuriken, decisively defeating him. However, seeing Lin's earnest concern for Obito, Yuching ultimately abandoned that thought. "Fine, considering we're all friends, I shall grant you this opportunity to shine." Yuching mirrored Obito's movements, his fingers weaving intricate patterns before him, generating a myriad of afterimages. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the sequence. "See, Wei Shin. Hi, Wu." It was identical to his own. Fire release, great fireball technique. Though Obito initiated the seals first, their execution was perfectly synchronized. With a simultaneous exhalation, they unleashed colossal fireballs that collided, dissipating each other as power. The ferocious flames surged around them, creating waves of heat that compelled the spectators to squint against the scorching air. Obito is remarkably strong. Such a technique must be immensely powerful. Is this the prowess of the Uchiha clan? Even though they are all at the bottom, they possess such capabilities. Hearing the praises from their classmates, Lin beamed with pride. Obito. Meanwhile, Kurenai and Akamichi Ino were far less restrained, loudly cheering, "Go, Yuching." Their chants echoed, a testament to Yuching's rising popularity after his victories over Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the Hokage, and his impressive display of skill. However, amidst the fervor outside the arena, Yuching felt a weight of concern. While they appeared evenly matched, he sensed his disadvantage. The spectators were oblivious, but both combatants knew that Yuching's fireball was smaller than Obito's. This was somewhat expected, as Obito had practiced the great fireball technique for several years. It was reasonable that Yuching could not match him in this particular ninjutsu contest. Nevertheless, "Obito, is your chakra level normal? I'm nearly breaking a sweat, and yet you wield your techniques as if it were a walk in the park." Yuching decisively withdrew his chakra support for the great fireball technique and swiftly sought refuge, leaving behind a shadow clone. With a resounding explosion of smoke, several streaks of icy light shot towards the bewildered Obito. Recognizing the urgency, Obito halted his technique and retaliated with shuriken. His response was swift and decisive, reflecting the demeanor of a seasoned ninja. However, "Obito, where are you throwing your shuriken?" Yamada Yudo, the teacher overseeing the match, broke into a cold sweat. Obito had aimed his shuriken at the incoming projectiles, yet they were headed straight for him. Watching the battle intently, Yamada barely had time to react, letting out a furious shout. Meanwhile, Obito's erratic defense led the shuriken directly to him, while Yuching's shuriken remained unaffected, swiftly closing the distance to Obito. In this manner, the master of shuriken, Uchiha Obito, was utterly defeated without a fight. "Damn it, I was so close." Obito, with a flushed forehead, lay on the ground in frustration. The shuriken used in their school competition were wooden and posed no real threat. Thus, the several strikes he endured only left him with sore muscles, not even a scratch. Yuching approached Obito, bemused, and helped him up. "You really need to be more aware." "Obito, I didn't even use Genjutsu, and you fell." To his surprise, Obito did not retort but instead murmured a quiet thank you, his gaze shifting to Lin, who was approaching with concern. Realizing this, he felt a surge of gratitude towards Yuching for his leniency. Isn't it natural for a father to care for his son? Such is the essence of paternal love. Yuching replied casually, ruffling Obito's spiky hair. Soul-dazed. "Yuching, who are you calling a son? You're even more clueless than Kakashi." With a flash of anger, Obito sprang to his feet, intent on pursuing Yuching. Lin, noticing, hurriedly intervened. Yuching was clearly holding back. "How could you be like this, Obito?" Though seething, Obito restrained himself, mindful of his image in Lin's eyes, and helplessly watched as Yuching joined Kurenai in playful banter, choosing not to retaliate. After school, Yuching and Kurenai strolled home, sharing laughter along the way. Obito intended to join them, but was casually dismissed by Yuching, who found him bothersome. With a delightful and charming girl by his side, who would want to walk with the boisterous Obito? As they reached a bustling street in Konoha, Kurenai glanced around, her cheeks slightly flushed. "With so much activity today, you must be hungry, Yuching. Would you like me to buy you something to eat?" Yuching paused, captivated by her bashful gaze. It was evident that children in the ninja world matured early. Naturally, he would not refuse Kurenai's kind offer. Kurenai's father, being a Jainin specializing in Genjutsu, undoubtedly had a comfortable income, so spending a little of his daughter's money surely wouldn't be an issue, would it? Upon hearing Yuching's agreement, Kurenai's enchanting eyes sparkled with delight. She carefully retrieved a pink wallet adorned with a cute kitten design. "Here, you can spend this today." With utmost care, Kurenai produced a stack of bills, clearly no less than 1,000 ryo. Yuching was nearly moved to tears by the generosity of his adorable deskmate. Is this the taste of living off someone else's kindness? In no time, Kurenai happily guided Yuching to various shops, while ostensibly buying items for him. Most were her personal favorites: dango, dorayaki, chips, lollipops. The assortment of snacks piled up until Yuching could hardly carry them all. In Konoha, aside from meat, many goods were quite affordable, such as these treats. Otherwise, Naruto, the son of the Nine Tails, wouldn't he be able to hoard instant noodles in his home? After a day of activity, Kurenai's stomach grumbled, prompting her to sample the snacks whenever she spotted something new. Yet, Perhaps it was a trait common among girls, regardless of the type of snack. Karina would take only a few bites to taste, leaving the rest for Yuqing to devour. If there was one snack that captured Yuqing's heart, it was the dango. This delicacy would eventually contribute to Akamichi Ino's transformation into a plump woman, and Yuqing had long craved to try it. Today he finally tasted it, and it was indeed exceptional. The three colors of the dango represented cherry blossom, milk, and matcha flavors. Aside from the overly sweet cherry blossom variant, the others were delectable. Unbeknownst to them, as Yuqing's belly gradually swelled, the two suddenly realized that night had fallen, and the streets of Konoha were aglow with clusters of lights. Lanterns and electric lights, a juxtaposition of the antiquated and the modern, shimmered in harmony. On this rare evening outing, Shiri couldn't help but feel entranced. A subtle smile curling upon her lips as she remarked, "Time passes so swiftly when I'm out having fun with you, Yuqing, though. It feels wonderfully delightful." Yuqing reached out, gently stroking her head. Chapter 27. The Transformation of Chakra. The Patriarch summons as Yuqing pushed open the door to his home. His gaze instinctively fell upon the wish tree. The value of the wish fruit was self-evident. Even the most rudimentary variety, lacking in nourishment, could save him years of arduous effort, effortlessly propelling him to heights that others might struggle to attain despite their diligent training, gradually calming the fervor within. Yuqing grasped the long sword resting in the courtyard, adopting a stance for practice. The use of weapons by ninjas diverges significantly from that of ordinary warriors. As the most illustrious and formidable profession on this planet, ninjas undoubtedly require specific qualifications. Attributes such as the ability to refine chakra and control it are all thresholds for becoming a ninja. Among these, chakra itself stands as the most crucial element. While chakra can be refined by anyone within the ninja realm, the limits of refinement vary based on individual talent, thereby categorizing a ninja's qualifications. Warriors, on the other hand, represent a group struggling with the refinement of chakra. Due to their limited chakra reserves, they tend to conserve it during combat, often focusing inward. Ninjas, possessing the ability to wield ninjutsu and relatively abundant chakra, naturally gravitate towards external manifestations of chakra. Thus, the transformation of chakra and weaponry emerges, encompassing both form and nature. The transformation of form involves infusing chakra into the weapon, thereby augmenting its lethality. This transformation is divided into two stages. The first stage, a fundamental criterion for the art of ninja swordsmanship, is the flow of chakra. This refers to the ability to attach flowing chakra to a weapon, enhancing its sharpness and attack power. Once mastered, a ninja's proficiency with a weapon significantly escalates. The second stage pertains to the transformation of chakra, a more advanced version of chakra flow. This involves solidifying flowing chakra to align it with the weapon, endowing it with a sharp form, thus extending the weapon's reach and potency. Following this is the entry-level technique for elite masters, the transformation of chakra's properties. Figures such as Kakashi Hatake, the future Sasuke Uchiha, and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, have all reached this pinnacle of ninja swordsmanship, attaining the status of shadows, regardless of a practitioner's initial strength. Mastering chakra flow guarantees the prowess of a chunin. Mastering chakra transformation elevates one to the rank of jonin, while mastering the transformation of chakra's properties signifies a shadow-level powerhouse. The transformation of chakra's properties represents a ninja's profound understanding and ultimate mastery of chakra's essence. When a ninja truly comprehends the quintessence of a specific chakra type, they can exploit its characteristics to their fullest potential, rendering even the simplest strikes invincible. For instance, the cutting force of wind release chakra, the constricting nature of lightning release chakra, and the explosive power of fire release. Moreover, the properties of chakra are not singular. The more types a ninja can comprehend and wield, the greater their power. Simultaneously, a ninja who can grasp the transformation of chakra properties will see their ninjutsu skills rise correspondingly. The wind release, Rasengan, pioneered by Naruto in the future, exemplifies this application of chakra property transformation. Thus, even though Yuqing had achieved a profound mastery of swordsmanship, he dared not grow complacent. Rather, he devoted himself more fervently to his training. After all, there was still the perilous realm of evil warriors to contend with. A past experience with an enigmatic area of effect attack had imparted a crucial lesson. Without the infusion of magic into swordplay, one could end up with nothing. Chakra. This extraordinary energy is the magic. Swish. Swish. As Yuqing continuously swung his sword, he could faintly perceive blue light coursing along the blade, shimmering and occasionally flickering out as he moved. Thanks to his exceptional chakra control, Yuqing encountered no obstacles during the chakra flow stage and had nearly grasped its essence. Half an hour, 2 hours. As time slipped away, he gradually lost himself, persistently executing sword movements while striving to integrate the elusive chakra flow into his practice. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Is Yuqing here? The Patriarch requests your presence. Yuqing snapped back to reality, wiping the sweat from his brow, and replied, Please wait a moment. I was just training and need to bathe and change. As he spoke, Yuqing mused, Has it finally arrived? If the Uchiha do not come to engage with my Sharingan today, I will indeed be disappointed. The summons from the clan's higher-ups had long been anticipated. though he did not expect it to come so close to bedtime. Nonetheless, he urged, "Please be swift. The patriarch has many matters to attend to." After hastily washing up and donning fresh garments, Yuching stepped outside. The messenger was a familiar face, Uchiha Chi-Shui, the captain of the security forces. Chi-Shui was responsible for distributing Yuching's allowances and benefits. "Why don't you come in and wait for me?" Yuching felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, Chi-Shui was his benefactor. This older brother, a decade his senior, had already attained the rank of special jonin in the village. However, due to academic performance issues, Chi-Shui had never looked favorably upon him. In his eyes, Yuching was merely a squanderer of ninja potential, tarnishing the Uchiha name. Yet, despite the Uchiha clan's somewhat extreme nature, there was a hidden warmth within. Had Yuching been part of the Hyuga clan, his performance would have relegated him to the status of a servant or a caged bird under a curse seal. Nevertheless, today he exhibited an unusually good temperament, showing no signs of irritation at the time Yuching had taken, instead greeting him with warmth. "Waiting outside sharpens my sense of duty. I misjudged you before, thinking you were like a Beto, a child lacking ambition. I apologize for that." As he spoke, Uchiha Chi-Shui bowed his head in apology. However, Yuching dared not accept his apology outright. After all, he had indeed been slacking off in the past. His 9 years in the realm of evil warriors had been far from impressive. The Uchiha clan generally maintained harmonious and affectionate relationships with ordinary clan members. However, if one were found to possess ninja potential, they could expect little mercy. While they might not directly reprimand, the cold shoulder was inevitable. Just like the young Sasuke Uchiha. A lack of excellence, even if one were a direct descendant, would result in a disapproving gaze. Fully aware of the Uchiha clan's tendencies, Yuching held no genuine resentment towards them. As for Obito, he was uncertain of his thoughts, but from his cheerful demeanor, it seemed unlikely that it affected him much. After Yuching prevented Chi-Shui from bowing further, his older brother ceased the pleasantries and, with a taciturn demeanor, led Yuching towards the patriarch's residence. "Oh, I seem to have forgotten something," Yuching thought, scratching his head as he followed behind Chi-Shui. Chapter 28. Patriarch, Shursui. Fugaku. The Uchiha clan's territory is rather modest, significantly smaller than that of another prominent ninja family, the Hyuga clan. The fierce conflicts during the Warring States period with the Senju clan led to a considerable decline in their numbers, and even after years of recovery, they cannot compare to the Hyuga clan in sheer population. Additionally, Uchiha ninjas are known for their combativeness. During each ninja world war, they exert the most effort and suffer the most casualties. As a result, the total number of Uchiha families in Konoha has dwindled to merely 100 households, with most being ordinary civilians. Conversely, the Hyuga clan, blessed with the innate ability to awaken their Byakugan, possesses a greater number of ninja, allowing their territory to expand steadily. Nonetheless, despite their decline, the Uchiha clan remains unmatched in elite ninja prowess, consistently boasting shadow-level experts across generations. However, given that this is a period when the Hokage's strength has yet to falter, numerical superiority remains crucial. It is therefore understandable why the Hyuga clan frequently refers to themselves as Konoha's strongest family. Soon, Yuching arrived at the residence of the clan leader. The 3-story villa spanned less than 200 square meters. "Patriarch, I have brought Yuching," he announced. "Good, please come in." Upon entering the wooden house, Yuching discovered that the patriarch was not alone in the living room. 2 individuals were engaged in discussion around a small table, while another 2 were responsible for serving tea and water. Among them was a steady youth with a prominent nose, a young man with deep-set furrows between his brows, and a gracious and amiable young woman. Seated in the main position was the authoritative middle-aged ninja, Uchiha Ryuen. With a quick glance, Yuching discerned their identities: the future possessor of the legendary Kodo Amatsukami, Uchiha Shursui, the promising Uchiha Fugaku, often referred to as the young clan leader, and his wife, Uchiha Makoto, daughter of Ryuen. Having a modicum of knowledge about the ninja clans, Yuching did not linger long and approached the patriarch to pay his respects. "Patriarch Ryuen, you summoned me?" Yuching held a deep respect for this patriarch, who diligently protected the Uchiha clan's interests amid the pressures from Konoha's higher echelons. Come, let me have a good look at our Uchiha clan's recently renowned genius." Uchiha Ryuen regarded Yuching with a gentle gaze and raised his right hand, gesturing for him to sit. "Yuching, there is no need for formalities. Let us converse comfortably." Upon hearing this, Makoto promptly stood to offer her seat to Yuching, casting a friendly smile his way before turning to prepare tea. After Yuching took his seat, Ryuen waved to the attendant beside him, Aoshui, saying, "You may leave now." Ryuen then warmly grasped Yuching's hand and smiled. "Allow me to introduce you. This is your elder brother Fugaku, a young and accomplished jonin within the clan." He then turned his gaze to the other side, his smile deepening. "As for this person, I believe no introduction is necessary. You are classmates, after all." "Ha." Yuching felt a bit overwhelmed as Ryuen held his hand. He had never experienced such treatment before and did not expect this patriarch, who had never appeared in the narrative of Hokage, to value him so highly. Perhaps this was the recognition of the Uchiha clan. However, he quickly suppressed his inner emotions, smiling more sincerely as he responded, How could I not know the renowned genius of the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Shursui? It was a jest, for Shursui was a time traveler. A being endowed with extraordinary abilities. Expressing excessive excitement would indeed be a disgrace to his home world. Senior Yuqing overestimates me. I have merely achieved a few accomplishments, far from matching your prowess, let alone that of my esteemed classmate Kakashi. I still have much to strive for. Shursui, having just begun his first year at the academy, cast curious glances at Yuqing, humbly acknowledging the latter's reputation. Yuqing's reputation as the sleeping star of the Uchiha clan had reached Shursui's ears, and he was aware that many clan members intended to reprimand Yuqing and his companion. However, the typically composed and peaceful Shursui had intervened. Otherwise, while the elders might overlook the matter, the younger generation would not hold back their punches. As he observed Yuqing's graceful display of taijutsu during their recent duel, Shursui felt a deep admiration. The fluidity and execution of Yuqing's techniques could not have been achieved without extensive practice and dedication. Shursui recalled wanting to tell those who had mocked Yuqing how foolish it was to follow the crowd. The true mark of a mature ninja lies in their ability to conceal their talents and remain steadfast in the face of criticism. He, bearing the name of Uchiha Genius, still had much to learn from Yuqing. Noticing Shursui's increasingly fervent gaze, Yuqing felt puzzled. Why was he looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Unbeknownst to him, Shursui had unconsciously set his sights upon him as a role model, prompting Yuqing to divert his attention back to Ryuan. Observing their interaction, Ryuan burst into laughter. You are all geniuses of our Uchiha clan, the future hope of Konoha. As for Kakashi, perhaps it is a legacy from the late Hitaki Tsukumo that allows him to shine even brighter than you. When Ryuan mentioned Tsukumo, his tone slightly darkened. Yet he continued to praise the two with fervor. He held great respect for Tsukumo, a hero of Konoha from a generation above him and the legendary Sannin, and felt a poignant sorrow at his demise. Ryuan's emotional intelligence was commendable. While elevating the two, he also placed Kakashi's accomplishments on a different pedestal, showcasing his maturity as a clan leader. Yuqing silently admired this, though he maintained an expression of modest pride upon receiving the elder's praise. I have heard you have awakened your Sharingan and spent some time in Konoha Hospital. Have you encountered any issues? Do not hesitate to speak. If there are any problems I can assist you with, I shall do my utmost to resolve them. After exchanging pleasantries, Ryuan swiftly redirected the conversation to the core matter at hand. He had received news of Yuqing's Sharingan awakening earlier in the day following Yuqing's remarkable display at the Ninja Academy, and thus decided to meet this promising descendant. Upholding the glory of the Uchiha clan, he disdained the idea of placing spies within the village. Yet he had just learned that this orphan, often marginalized, had awakened his bloodline and had recently been hospitalized. However, with the Konoha security department overwhelmed with tasks, it was only now that he could spare time to meet Yuqing. Prior to this encounter, he had perused Yuqing's records, filled with trepidation. Upon meeting Yuqing, he was relieved to find the youth exhibited excellent decorum and a calm disposition. Not at all the type to be easily swayed. Well-versed in the history of the ninja world and the Uchiha clan, Ryuan understood the formidable power of the Sharingan and recognized that those who awakened it often experienced significant turmoil, leading to extreme behavioral shifts. Yuqing, being so young and yet having awakened his Sharingan without any apparent trauma, left Ryuan unsettled. On the surface, he engaged Yuqing in pleasant conversation, maintaining a radiant smile. Yet internally, his vigilance escalated to its peak. The annals of Uchiha history are replete with instances of mere youths awakening the taboo eyes, the Manjiki Sharingan. For instance, the legendary nameless weapon from the Warring States period. Thus, despite Yuqing's seemingly impeccable demeanor, Ryuan was determined to probe further. Even if not for the sake of Konoha, it was imperative to consider the Uchiha clan's future. The Manjiki Sharingan was simply too outrageous. The patriarch, who had spent a lifetime in the realm of the three-tomo Sharingan, sighed inwardly. Chapter 29, The Patriarch's Persuasion and Fugaku's Rebuke. Under the cover of night, the Uchiha clan leader's residence is bathed in a warm, orange-red glow. The light filtering through the paper doors of the traditional Japanese room cast a cozy ambience. Yuki sits kneeling on a soft cushion, his fingertips gently tracing the rim of the teacup, from which steam rises. Opposite him, Shursui smiles shyly, while Fugaku, to the side, maintains an icy demeanor. In the main seat, Rian exudes a robust charm, seemingly imbued with concern for the younger members of the clan. Trouble? It feels somewhat embarrassing to say this, esteemed leader. But for some reason, my appetite has surged recently, and I often find myself unsatisfied after meals. If we are to speak of troubles, that is the only one I currently face. As for my stay in the Konoha hospital, how could I be so careless as to suddenly end up in the hospital? Even living alone, one must learn to take care of oneself. There is no need for embarrassment, since the clan leader's residence is less crowded, and I often spend time at the security department. I cannot help but think of how much food my sister Makoto must have wasted. If you don't mind, you are welcome to join us for dinner after school. Noticing Yuki's hesitant tone, Rian's heart raced, believing the moment of revelation had arrived, ready to take charge of Yuki's meals. After pondering for a while, Yuki struggled to come up with a valid reason. feeling that to remain silent would be unacceptable, given Ryuyen's demeanor. It was clear he would not rest easy without some insight. He had only nibbled on a fruit, and upon closing his eyes, the Sharingan of the demonic realm suddenly activated within him. What could he do? Ah, I have it. I might as well test the waters. As for my hospitalization, that night I had a terrifying dream, where I found myself in a world under a blood-red moon, being hunted and tormented, reduced to a mere experiment, collaborating with many nefarious individuals in human trials. As he spoke, Yuki's breath became increasingly rapid, reminiscent of the lingering effects of past terror. Upon hearing Yuki's account, Ryuyen pondered deeply while still attending to Yuki's needs. All right, do not dwell on it. Both the clan leader and your elder brother Fugaku are here. No one can harm you. Blood moon, slaughter. I feel as though I have a vague recollection of this. For some inexplicable reason, Ryuyen felt a strange familiarity with Yuki's description, yet he could not pinpoint its source. While comforting Yuki, his mind raced with thoughts. On the other side, Shursui and Fugaku reacted differently to the scene. Shursui wore a worried expression, while Fugaku frowned, looking down upon this young prodigy of the clan who had awakened his Sharingan at such a tender age. How could one with such psychological frailty bear the weight of the Uchiha name? Was it truly only through the Sharingan that he managed to best the Hokage's son? Under Ryuyen's soothing presence, Yuki quickly regained his composure. Yet, he was simultaneously scrutinizing the clan leader's expression, hoping to glean some useful information from him. Ryuyen's brow furrowed, his rough, scarred fingers unconsciously tapping the table. His contemplative demeanor suggested he was not only concerned about Yuki's condition, but was also weighing some deeper matters, obscuring his true thoughts. While Ryuyen's exterior remained calm, his inner turmoil surged like a tempest. With each moment of reflection, the sense of familiarity with that vision intensified, as if he too had dreamed of such a scenario. In a corner invisible to Yuki, beads of sweat began to form on Ryuyen's palms. Perhaps it was the formidable mental blockade from the demonic realm or the profound impact of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan that prevented him from realizing the reality of the world Yuki spoke of, leading him instead to an obscure technique recorded within the clan, Tsukuyami. This technique, belonging to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, had appeared multiple times throughout Uchiha history, with records extending into the later Warring States period. Tsukuyami could draw an opponent's mind into an illusionary world crafted by the user, where every factor, time, place, geography, was under the user's control, delivering a devastating psychological blow to the adversary. Yuki's experiences undoubtedly aligned with this characteristic, and the hyper-realistic illusions generated within the Tsukuyami could have triggered Yuki's awakening, lending ample theoretical support to this notion. At this moment, Ryuyen had lowered his guard against Yuki, yet his heart remained in a state of alarm. Initially, he had merely harbored suspicions, but unexpectedly, something tangible had surfaced. Yuki's doubts had dissipated, yet in turn, he had inadvertently revealed another genuine clue regarding the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. With his uncertainties set aside, Ryuyen regarded Yuki with a newfound gentleness, appreciating his talent. To awaken the Sharingan amidst the mental turmoil of Tsukuyami was undoubtedly indicative of a genius in the art of awakening. Today, the patriarch realized he had overstepped by prying into such private matters. Makoto, please bring forth the warm dishes still simmering in the kitchen. Today, your uncle, the clan leader, wishes to make amends and properly compensate you. Ryuyen clapped Yuki on the shoulder and instructed Makoto. If it is not too much trouble, you may call me Uncle Ryuyen, just like Shursui does. Yuki, eager to oblige, could hardly refuse the clan leader's request. After all, this was the most formidable ally he could cling to. How could he possibly object? Of course, I shall dare to address you as Uncle Ryuyen, Yuki replied, emboldened. Today is a day of celebration. Let us drink. Tea. I almost forgot you two are still minors. Old Ryuyen is getting forgetful. I nearly broke the ninja code. It's all Jiraiya's fault for putting me in this position. As he spoke, Ryuyen seemed to realize he had misspoken, abruptly halting his words, leaving an awkward silence. Yuki and Shursui exchanged glances, both struggling to suppress their amusement. Yuki had not anticipated the clan leader of the Uchiha to possess such a boisterous spirit, which starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions of the Uchiha clan. On the other hand, Ryuyen, not wishing to malign one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, in front of the younger generation, swiftly changed the subject. I heard you defeated the third Hokage's son at school, Yuki. Did that not feel exhilarating? I have long harbored a distaste for the Sarutobi clan, and hearing you bested that old man's son brings me great joy. The Sarutobi clan boasted of an army of 3,000 shinobi. Whether or not this number held any truth, their encroachment upon the rights of other clans was undeniable. Positions of key importance within the Umbu were predominantly held by members of the Sarutobi clan. Naturally, it was not surprising for the third Hokage to place his own people in such roles. Yet the preferential treatment afforded to the Sarutobi shinobi over the Uchiha clan was intolerable to Ryuyen. Similarly, the families behind the members of the Konoha advisory group exhibited a similar trend. As the patriarch of one of Konoha's noble clans, Ryuyen felt compelled to advocate for the interests of the veteran shinobi clans, and coupled with the oppressive attitudes of certain individuals, He found himself at odds with the core four of Konoha's power. After all, the Uchiha clan had borne the brunt of these encroachments. Thus, Rien's praise for Yuki's triumph over the third Hokage's son came as no surprise. The reactions of those present varied upon hearing Rien's words. Fugaku's expression shifted slightly, while Shirsui's eyes dimmed. Yuki saw little merit in the matter, aside from the previous encounter that had been fraught with peril. Today's victory over Asuma had been merely a matter of skill. There was little to celebrate, it was simply a friendly spar among classmates. Upon hearing Yuqing's response to the clan leader, Shirsui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As a diligent student who genuinely revered the will of fire, Shirsui found it difficult to reconcile the clan leader's confrontational stance against the Hokage. However, due to his youth and the lack of influence that accompanied it, he refrained from offering counsel. At that moment, the usually taciturn Fugaku, observing Mikoto ascend the stairs in her wooden sandals, finally spoke. If this is merely a spar, why not show some consideration for the dignity of the Hokage's son? Is it not shameful for our Uchiha clan to have defeated him twice and yet disregarded? Yuqing? With these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Chapter 30. The disappointment of Lu Yun towards Fuyu. The gathering where the patriarch of the Lu Yun clan met with the outstanding juniors unexpectedly ended in discord. Yuqing had never been one to endure unfair treatment. Faced with Fuyu's baseless accusations, he unleashed a torrent of scathing rebuke, chastising him for lacking the dignity of the Uchiha clan and shamelessly fawning over the third Hokage like a sycophantic dog. Yuqing's audacity to speak so harshly stemmed from the earlier discord between the clan leader and the third Hokage, allowing him to vent his frustrations about Fuyu's foolishness, reminiscent of his grievances from watching anime in his past life. If it weren't for Fuyu's inaction, how could the once mighty Uchiha clan have faded into obscurity? However, this piercing criticism caused Fuyu's Sharingan to flare with anger. Had it not been for the consideration of Lu Yun's dignity and the potential negative impact of bullying a child, Fuyu might have been tempted to retaliate. Bang! The heavy wooden door swung shut violently, causing the wind chimes at the eaves of the small building to jingle. Upon hearing Yuqing's departure, Fuyu's temple throbbed, his face twitching uncontrollably, even the distinctive scar on his jaw contorting with rage. Scoundrel! Rogue! Shirsui, you may return home now. Observing Fuyu's demeanor, Lu Yun suppressed his anger and urged the visibly uneasy Shirsui to leave. Once Shirsui was gone, Uchiha Lu Yun could no longer contain his fury. He slammed his palm onto the coffee table, shattering it, and trembled with rage. Fuyu, what nonsense are you spouting? What did you just say? And what have you done? Despite Fuyu being his son-in-law and family, Lu Yun had refrained from speaking earlier to save face in front of outsiders, not wanting to tarnish his reputation as the future clan leader. Fuyu's sudden confrontation with Yuqing was beyond his expectations. Yet he could neither comprehend nor accept Fuyu's actions and words on both a personal level and as the leader of the Uchiha clan. Smack! He struck Fuyu with a resounding slap. Just then, Mekin, who had hurried downstairs, witnessed this scene, causing the cookware she carried to clatter to the floor. Having recently married and pregnant, Mekin could hardly fathom that the laughter that had filled the room moments ago had transformed into suffocating tension. She had merely gone upstairs to fetch a Haori, and upon returning, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The remnants of tea still emanated steam on the wooden floor, with spilled snacks scattered everywhere, while her husband's forehead pulsed with veins under the candlelight, displaying an unusually menacing demeanor, mirroring her father's expression. The tea and snacks lay in disarray, yet the occupants of the room remained indifferent. Mekin's almond-shaped eyes, usually filled with warmth, widened in shock, her thick lashes quivering as if her curvaceous figure trembled in unison. Her once flushed cheeks turned pale in the face of such upheaval, and her full lips instinctively bit down, murmuring, "What is this?" Before Mekin could inquire, her husband, Fuyu, chose to selectively ignore her concern, bowing sincerely in apology. "I'm sorry, father. I just..." "Don't say anything," Lu Yun interrupted, furious. "You have disappointed me greatly. Yuqing is an exceptional junior of our clan. How dare you scold him for the sake of that third Hokage's son?" Lu Yun's voice was filled with heartache at his son-in-law's behavior. "Father, please, remain calm." Fuyu knelt, pressing his forehead against the floorboards, his voice trembling with urgency. The ninja world is fraught with hidden currents. The third Hokage is aging and about to step down. If a conflict arises between Yuqing and the Hokage's son, it could sow discord between the third and our clan. He inhaled deeply and met Lu Yun's gaze. "This could jeopardize your standing in the selection for the fourth Hokage." Upon hearing Fuyu's reasoning, Lu Yun's disappointment remained unmitigated, his temples throbbing. Yet he leaned closer to Fuyu, whispering sharply, "What do you understand? The third Hokage is aging? Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, his disciples are all renowned in the ninja world and Konoha. How could you possibly compete for the fourth Hokage? I've told you countless times. We support Lord Jiraiya for the fourth Hokage position, and as for me, don't even think about it." He dismissed any thoughts of competing against the legendary Sannin, knowing full well that he was not part of the Hokage's inner circle. The idea of him contending against three formidable figures was laughable. How could he possibly win the election for the fourth Hokage? The potential of Shirsui, Luyan's grandson. Succeeding as Hokage far surpassed his own. Can't you see this, Fuyu? Your political awareness is severely lacking. As he gazed into Fuyu's furious crimson Sharingan and felt the surge of chakra emanating from him, Luyan ultimately swallowed back his words, letting out a long, helpless sigh. On the other side, having left the clan leader's residence, Yu Qing was still seething with indignation. Bastard, fool, he muttered, kicking stones along the path, sending them flying in sharp arcs, as if to launch Fuyu's insufferable face into the air. What was supposed to be a pleasant meal and an opportunity to curry favor had been ruined by Fuyu's meddling, and his resentment towards Fuyu was mounting. He had hoped to seize the chance to acquire a few ninjutsu scrolls from the clan leader's home, but Fuyu had ruined that. Upon returning to his own dwelling, Yu Qing lay on his small bed, resting his head on his arm, unable to comprehend how Fuyu, the future clan leader, could be so foolish. The more he pondered, the more absurd it seemed. It was merely an ordinary contest among classmates at the Ninja Academy, even if there were hints of rivalry involved. Someone like Asuma wouldn't have made a fuss over it. The playful banter between the two had not elicited any reaction from Asuma himself, yet Fuyu, an outsider to the matter, had taken it upon himself to adopt a superior attitude, acting as if he were the clan leader. Not fighting at the Ninja Academy is like playing house. This mindset, as if facing the upper echelons of Konoha with trepidation, made Yu Qing chuckle. No wonder the Uchiha clan perished under his leadership. In time, Danzo would realize that Fuyu, the leader of the Uchiha clan, was a soft target, easily manipulated. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded him. The thought of tonight's events gnawed at him, the potential ninjutsu scrolls and future prospects slipping through his fingers due to Fuyu's interference. As an outsider, Yu Qing knew Lu Yun would hardly disregard his son-in-law's reputation and invite him back. This thought only further unsettled him. Realizing he had lost a small opportunity today. Wishing tree, beginner stage 1 day, 10 hours, 5 minutes, and 27 seconds until the next result. In a daze. Yu Qing's mind unwittingly conjured the image of Meccan's graceful and dignified face as he gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 31. My lady, you wouldn't want. As the morning dew glimmered and the dawn light pierced through the mist, the sound of a sword echoed clearly. Yu Qing's long sword sliced through the morning breeze, leaving behind fleeting shadows, the momentum of his strikes intensifying. Chakra flowed like a stream, seamlessly adhering to the blade. Throughout this process, the flowing chakra, though turbulent, remained firmly anchored upon the weapon. The wind pressure created by the sword's tip shattered the dewdrops on the grass into tiny, iridescent fragments, each droplet bursting into a spectrum of colors under the rising sun. Chakra flowed, and success was achieved. Yu Qing squinted at the gradually ascending sun. The sweat on his brow could not conceal the joy swelling within him. Once again, he had attained a commendable achievement through his own efforts. A skill honed without external interference, granting him the satisfaction akin to harvesting ripe crops. While the wish tree was indeed part of his potential, was not the fruit nurtured by sweat all the more delightful? After tidying himself up, Yu Qing met with Obito to attend their lessons. The theoretical and practical classes passed swiftly. Throughout the day's studies, Yu Qing encountered no challenges to refine his skills, peacefully gliding through the process of chakra refinement. Perhaps due to his exceptionally high performance the previous day, his typically boisterous classmates suddenly adopted a remarkably subdued demeanor, resembling model students during practical lessons. After school, Yu Qing finally remembered the ninja from the hidden cloud village locked in his basement, just as he intended to check on Abui, who had been starving for 2 days. A gentle and delicate voice called out from outside. Is Yu Qing in there? It's Makoto. Yu Qing paused, recalling the chaos he had caused at her house the night prior. It felt inappropriate for her to seek him out so soon. Yu Qing thought to himself. As he stood behind the door, Makoto stifled a giggle, reached out, and pulled him outside. What's wrong? Why do you look like that when you see your big sister Makoto? Who has upset you? Tell me, and I shall teach them a lesson. Waving her delicate fists, Makoto exuded a playful fierceness. Having lost her parents on the battlefield and being a descendant of the illustrious Uchiha clan, Yu Qing's orphan status had led Makoto, the clan leader's daughter, to interact with him frequently, whether out of genuine concern or mere pretense. The clan's family often offered comfort and care for the emotional well-being of orphans like him and Obito. Since he could remember, their relationship had grown quite familiar. In any case, Yu Qing felt it inappropriate to display displeasure in front of this kind-hearted older sister who held affection for him. Humph, Makoto-ne. You should know best who has wronged me. Casting a glance at Makoto's prominent belly, Yu Qing remarked playfully, is this the soon-to-be-born son of Kishimoto, the dutiful Hokage, and the ultimate brother complex Itachi? All right, let me make it up to you, Yu Qing-kun. The bad guy hasn't returned home yet, and I've prepared a grand feast for you. The warmth in Makoto's expressive eyes stirred something within Yu Qing, compelling him to nod in agreement unexpectedly. As Yu Qing left the embrace of tenderness, he found himself alongside Makoto at the small building that had been a source of his frustrations. Upon arrival, he felt a sense of ease wash over him, his eyes curiously observing Makoto. Her graceful and elegant gait complemented her enchanting figure. Today, she wore a creamy white dress, the soft fabric delicately hugging her form, accentuating her curves. Even in her state of pregnancy, she radiated an air of poise and grace. The loose-fitting dress artfully concealed her shape, enhancing her allure, while her slender waist appeared even more enchanting against the flowing fabric. Tap, tap, tap. Before Yuqing could scrutinize her further, Makoto glanced back, sensing something amiss. Yet, aside from Yuqing's youthful, innocent face and his wide, expressive eyes, there was nothing to be seen. Was it merely an illusion? Quickly regaining her composure, Makoto shook her head, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she led Yuqing into the kitchen. Inside, warm mist swirled around them, and a clay pot bubbled on the stove, releasing a rich aroma of miso. Makoto rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate wrists, and retrieved several exquisite lacquered food boxes from the pantry, placing them upon the recently cleaned little table by the kitchen entrance. Today, I have specially prepared your favorite dishes, Yuqing-kun. Tada. As she lifted the lid, the sweet fragrance of red beans wafted through the air. A variety of sushi was neatly arranged atop bamboo leaves, accompanied by golden, crispy tempura and a small dish of perfectly pickled plums. Makoto spread her arms wide, her voice light and cheerful, pointing at the array of delicacies. In an effort to mend the rift between the young man and her husband and to bolster his standing, Makoto had pondered through the night to devise this plan. Both Shirzue and Yuqing were exceptional talents within the clan. By winning them over, Fugaku, the young clan leader, would be able to secure his position more firmly. Having been influenced by her father, Makoto's foresight extended beyond Fugaku's ambitions. Setting aside the competition for the position of Hokage, within the clan, Fugaku's position was precarious. The long-standing rivalry between the Hawk and Dove factions posed a significant challenge. Their influence within the clan was so profound that even the clouds themselves required careful navigation. Without a solid foundation of support, even with her father, Rhea, designating Fugaku as the future leader, neither faction would necessarily heed his commands. In an effort to alleviate Yuqing's animosity towards Fugaku, at the very least, to prevent any conflict with her husband, Makoto had devoted considerable effort to prepare these exquisite dishes to win Yuqing's favor. In her eyes, Yuqing was still a child. Just yesterday, he had expressed concerns about his appetite in front of her father. Today, as his caring older sister, she believed that her personal efforts would easily resolve any misunderstandings or help him forget them altogether. Little did she know, this seemingly innocent and charming young boy had already undergone a transformation. He was no longer the same. Yuqing obediently knelt beside Makoto, displaying an eager anticipation, his fingers twitching in excitement. What a little rascal, easily manipulated by me, Makoto mused, observing Yuqing's restless demeanor, feeling a sense of pride in her future parenting prowess. Not disappointing Yuqing's expectations, Makoto ladled a steaming bowl of miso soup, its base enriched with tender green onions and soft tofu. She gently pushed the bowl toward Yuqing, pausing for a moment at the rim, then knelt gracefully before him. Yuqing-kun, are you satisfied with the apology gift I prepared for you today? Her graceful figure presented before him. Yuqing maintained his gaze, his expression composed, yet inwardly he applauded her. What a thoughtful older sister she was. As Makoto turned her attention back to him, Yuqing could not help but exclaim, it looks absolutely delicious, Makoto-ne. Now, I shall dig in. Chapter 32, Detection of Chakra Attributes in a cozy little nook. Warm vapors filled the air, enveloping the entire space in a comforting embrace. Yuqing held a ladle, gently stirring the bubbling tender tofu in the earthen pot, as a rich, aromatic fragrance wafted through the atmosphere. Ah, the soup is delightful. Makoto's culinary skills are truly commendable. Haha, as long as you're satisfied, Yuqing, then, please do not dwell on yesterday's events, or else Makoto will surely be saddened. Makoto's lustrous, starry eyes curved into crescent moons, her lips curling into a gentle smile as she added a pinch of seasoning to his bowl. With graceful hands, she stirred the mixture before bringing a spoonful closer to her lips, blowing gently before savoring the broth. The simmered liquid instantly adorned her crimson lips, making her delicate, petal-like mouth appear even more luscious. While she tasted the soup's saltiness for Yuqing, he admired her serene and graceful demeanor. This dinner was undoubtedly the most exquisite feast Yuqing had experienced since arriving in this world. Makoto's culinary prowess was undeniable. The soup's color was warm and layered, creating enticing ripples with each serving. The rich aroma hinted at the ocean's freshness, and the unique fermented fragrance kept Yuqing enchanted. After the meal, a faint blush graced Makoto's cheeks, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring. Beads of fine perspiration glistened on her skin, accentuating her radiant charm. Yuqing, do you need anything else? If not, I feel a bit sticky and uncomfortable. I need to wash up. At this moment, Makoto sat across from Yuqing, her arms wrapped around herself, gazing at him with wide, startled eyes, like a frightened rabbit. Makoto, if you could, please fetch me a chakra test paper. Upon hearing Yuqing's request, Makoto, unable to remain seated, nearly fled in haste, her footsteps echoing as she descended the stairs. All right. We have a few at home. Just wait there and don't move. I'll get it for you. Watching Makoto's retreating figure, Yuqing absent-mindedly rubbed his fingers, recalling the warmth she had radiated earlier, akin to a furnace. Soon, a gentle breeze accompanied by the flutter of yellow test papers reached him from Makoto's return. Here. Take these. I will tidy up the house first. Yuqing chose to ignore her statement, his gaze fixated on the softly drifting test papers. Astonished by their effortless manipulation of chakra, such mastery of chakra control, executed with such grace, could hardly be matched even by seasoned jonin specializing in wind release. Yuqing had never anticipated that this seemingly traditional housewife, a character with no significant presence in the original narrative, possessed such awe-inspiring ninja skills. Given her remarkable talent displayed in this single technique, Makoto should undoubtedly achieve substantial accomplishments in both medical ninjutsu and the intricate study of wind attribute chakra transformations. As Yuqing pondered this, he felt a pang of regret for this conventional woman, constrained by domesticity, unable to showcase her talents in a world where power dictated all. A complex expression flickered in his eyes as he accepted the chakra test paper, gently rubbing it between his fingers. This special material, unique in its purpose, felt slightly thicker than ordinary paper, its surface exuding a cool, silk-like texture accompanied by a faint herbal aroma. Despite the special treatment it had undergone, it still retained such fragrance. Yuqing had long been fascinated by this precious, uniquely functional testing paper, and now, upon contact, he discerned its extraordinary properties. Calming himself, he focused on channeling chakra into the paper. As he tentatively infused chakra into the test paper, it suddenly writhed in his palm as if alive first. It blushed a fiery red, then shriveled into charred remnants amidst flashes of light, and finally, the remnants revealed a watery pattern, transforming from brittle hardness to a soft, gel-like consistency. With a squelch, Yuqing discarded the dark remnants to the side. Fire, lightning, water, and with the inevitable inclusion of Yin release associated with the Sharingan, only wind, earth, and the undecided Yang release remained to complete the ultimate ninja template. How intriguing, compared to Naruto's overt wind release and latent Yang release. This innate quality was far from subpar, yet it could hardly be deemed extraordinary, without external assistance. The arduous journey of cultivating chakra to ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja realm, ultimately mastering the 7 chakra attributes for that ultimate leap, was a path fraught with peril for him. The bloodline limit, the highest achievement within the chakra system, was currently possessed only by Kaguya, who had consumed the chakra fruit. This power transcended that of the Sage of 6 Paths. There was no need to combine the 9-tailed beast into the 10 tails and become its Jinchuriki, nor to possess the Rinnegan, which represented the zenith of Yin-Yang release. Simply mastering the 7 attributes would grant Yuqing the key to this world, allowing him to pursue his desires freely, even compelling Kaguya to bow before him. After all, Kaguya only understood the principles without grasping the underlying reasons, making her incomparable to someone who independently ascended to the level of bloodline limit. The disparity between the two was as vast as that between a counterfeit immortal who achieved instant success through elixirs and a true immortal who attained enlightenment through countless tribulations. However, the fusion of the 7 attributes, while seemingly straightforward in concept, proved exceedingly challenging in practice. Throughout the annals of ninja history, there had been no recorded successes, nor even near successes in this endeavor. This highlights the considerable difficulty of this process compared to the collection and development model, at least in the latter. Figures like Obito and Madara had successfully practiced and temporarily ascended to the level of Sage of 6 Paths, albeit ultimately becoming mere jesters. In terms of attribute fusion, the highest achievement reached was merely the dust release mastered by several generations of Tsuchikichi, which was a mere amalgamation of 3 chakra attributes. A far cry from the 7 required for the bloodline limit. The distinction between 3 chakra attributes and the 7 needed for bloodline limit was undeniably vast. Disposing of the remaining ashes into the wastebasket, Yuqing wiped his hands and glanced at the wish tree in his mind. Thank goodness for you. Wish tree, initial stage 0 days, 13 hours, 22 minutes, and 7 seconds remain until the next result. The wish fruit offered the greatest benefits in skill and technique enhancement. Given such assistance, it would be a shame not to pursue the path of chakra fusion. While others may falter, he was resolute in his confidence. With my unparalleled wisdom and my extraordinary talent, wish fruit, reveal your potential to me, and grant me strength. Chapter 33, Musings of a Cloud Ninja on the brink of collapse. The gentle sound of water trickling and dripping creates a refreshing ambience, washing away the sweat and gradually extinguishing the flames of turmoil within Mei-Chin's heart. Her delicate fingers glide over her porcelain-like skin, while her raven-black hair cascades like an inkwash painting, obscuring the complexities in her eyes. Bathed in the soothing flow of water, Mei-Chin is beset by a tumult of unarticulated thoughts. During dinner, Yuqing had mentioned wanting a hug as a reward for the delightful meal she had prepared for him, and without much contemplation, she had acquiesced. In her mind, this boy, who had yet to surpass her in height and whom she had once cared for during his childhood, was now making unexpected demands. The memory abruptly ceased, and Mei-Chin, feeling a vague discomfort, shook her head in mild frustration. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes, dispelling the confounding thoughts that had overwhelmed her. She rose, tidied her attire, and exited the bathroom. Since their marriage and her pregnancy, Fuyue had mostly remained by her father's side, receiving guidance and preparation for assuming the position of clan leader, coupled with the care for the child growing within her. The newlywed couple had not shared intimacy for several months. The imbalance in their relationship left Mei-Chin feeling unsettled, further compounded by inexplicable emotions and sensations that arose since she became pregnant. Previously, her interactions with Yuqing had been merely casual, Yet they stirred in her an unusual sense of longing. She vigorously shook her head once more, attempting to banish these distracting thoughts from her mind. Wrapped in a towel, Mei Qin entered the wardrobe, confronted by a dazzling array of garments, momentarily at a loss. This piece is far too formal. She bit her lower lip and returned the dark green kimono to its place. Her fingers brushed over a yellow furisode, worn during last summer's festival, which had captivated her husband's gaze on numerous occasions. Yet today, this cherished garment failed to pique her interest. This one is too gaudy. Glancing at a deep purple qipao hidden in the depths of the wardrobe, Mei Qin instinctively dismissed it. However, for reasons unknown, her ears flushed with a faint red, and she inexplicably reached for it. A small portion of soup and ingredients remained at the bottom of the pot. Yuqing, unwilling to waste food, meticulously cleaned it until the pot was spotless, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Following this, he swiftly washed the used utensils, ensuring they were spotless before returning them to their rightful places. Once he completed these tasks, he turned and descended the stairs. As he was about to leave, Yuqing's breathing suddenly grew labored, and his steps faltered. In the living room, the cheerful laughter of a renowned comedic actor from the ninja world filled the air. Perhaps it was the extraordinary power-suppressing technological advancements. The technological landscape of the ninja world was lopsided. On one hand, communication and supply transport remained at a rudimentary level. Yet the couriers were exceptional, capable of outpacing even Jiraiya and Naruto on water. Conversely, biological technology flourished, with cloning techniques already developed. The village of Konoha utilized electricity extensively, with power poles densely populated. Many notable figures in this village had even been spotted perched atop these poles. However, these matters were not the focus of Yuqing's attention at the moment. Mei Qin rested her head against the armrest of the sofa, her eyes half closed and a smile gracing her lips, seemingly moved by the actress' performance. The elegant, deep purple qipao enveloped her form, accentuating her curves as she reclined gracefully on the sofa. The high collar artfully concealed her neck, adding an air of dignity. Above the chest area of the qipao, a palm-sized opening was adorned with exquisite knots, exuding its own charm. The smooth satin clung to her figure, the lines flowing effortlessly. The qipao elegantly split at the thigh, and Mei Qin's long legs were gently crossed, with her right leg atop, her fair toes swaying slightly in the air, revealing undeniable grace. As the esteemed writer Lucen aptly noted, purple indeed possesses a certain allure. Mei Qinjia, Yuqing's voice, tinged with nervousness, broke the moment. The meal was slightly salty, leaving his throat dry, a natural consequence of his efforts. Have you finished your tasks, Yuqing? Mei Qin replied lazily, her voice enticing. Mei Qinjia, are you tired? Then I shall not disturb you further. I've tidied up upstairs. I will visit you again soon. Yuqing, acutely aware of the shift in their dynamic, hastily excused himself. Leaving so soon? Well, that is fine. Considering the time, my father will be wrapping up his duties with the security team, and when he arrives, I shall mention it to him. Perhaps he will formally invite you over next time. Mei Qin sat up, her eyes shimmering with a soft glow as she gazed at Yuqing. Ah, what a daunting prospect. Yuqing inhaled sharply, reluctant to linger any longer, his hands tucked into his pockets as he departed briskly. Which official could withstand such scrutiny? Behind him, Mei Qin suppressed a giggle, her demeanor lively. This was more like it, although the youth developed rapidly. It was unlikely for any boy to harbor inappropriate thoughts under normal circumstances. She had overthought it. Yuqing had merely expressed a desire for closeness, nothing more. Hey, Yuqing, have you tested your chakra attributes with the test paper? If you need assistance, feel free to ask your sister Mei Qin. As Yuqing receded into the distance, Mei Qin suddenly recalled his earlier request for chakra paper and called out before he exited. No need, Mei Qinjia. I've already tested it, and it's lightning and fire. Goodbye. Yuqing did not turn back, merely waving his hand in farewell. Upon returning home, Yuqing immediately descended into the basement. As he opened the door, he was met with a barrage of curses. The audacious Uchiha brat, daring to leave me, Obui, waiting here for several days. How infuriating. If I ever get the chance. Gulp. How hungry am I? Hasn't he forgotten me, has he? With the sound of the door closing, Obui quickly masked his dejection, puffing out his chest to display the dignity befitting a ninja of the Cloud Village. His disheveled appearance was a disgrace to his clan, a stark contrast to his earlier submission before Yuqing. A ninja might endure personal humiliation, but never the dishonor of their village. Since the Warring States period, ninjas across the 5 great villages have regarded their villages as their spiritual sanctuaries. The ninja village system, which ended a millennium of chaos, holds an unparalleled significance in the hearts of ninjas. Yet Yuqing, having lived in a harmonious and prosperous land, found it difficult to comprehend this mentality. He could only see a disheveled figure, lips cracked, bloodshot eyes, and hollow cheeks. His once lustrous muscles now lacked their former fullness and sheen, and his robust physique appeared somewhat hunched. While Yuqing anticipated that the long-forgotten Cloud Village ninja had suffered some hardship, he had not expected it to be this dire. He failed to consider that, given the time spent traveling for missions, Obui had likely gone without food or water for at least 3 days, a situation that was unsustainable. While a person might endure 3 days without food and merely appear gaunt, 3 days without water could lead to death. The fact that Abui had held out this long was a testament to the resilience of ninja, augmented by his own formidable strength. Chapter 34. The coming storm. The clouds were gathering ominously, and Yuqing, having discarded several military rations and a flask of water, chose to overlook the previous insolence of the man behind him and turned to leave, until his ability to master the shadow clone technique improved. He resolved to limit his interactions with this individual. Prolonged contact might lead to the man discovering his interest in the secret techniques of the Yue clan. And even if Abui doubted his ability to break the sealing technique, he would likely resort to extreme measures, as long as he maintained a vague demeanor. A ninja like him would not relinquish the hope of survival. The military rations he had fed him were obtained from Abui, and in this instance, he felt justified in saying that they were sourced from the people for the people. Despite their small size, the rations were rich in nutrients, providing enough sustenance for an entire day, akin to a survival pill in the ninja world. For the past few days, Yuqing had relied on them for sustenance. Hey, Uchiha brat. How long do you intend to keep me locked up? Hey, don't go. Watching Yuqing walk away without a glance, completely ignoring his protests, Abui spat in frustration. Unfortunately, with his parched throat, all he could manage was a few dry coughs. His attempts to voice complaints went unheard in the empty space around him. Ultimately, he could only sulk on the ground, sipping from the questionable water. 3 days later, at the Ninja Academy, Yuqing stared blankly ahead, his expression vacant, as if his spirit had drifted far away. Wish Tree, beginner stage 21 days, 9 hours, 45 minutes, and 33 seconds until the next result. A fruit had already formed on the wish tree, with new ones developing. After the fruit had formed, Yuqing did not hastily consume it. The lengthening time until the next result filled him with doubt, fearing a careless use would squander a precious opportunity for strength enhancement. The last time he had used a fruit to refine chakra, his experiences in the illusory realm had allowed him to thoroughly study and improve the chakra refining method. Today, his chakra capacity had reached 0. 2 cards, doubling within less than a week, a remarkable speed indeed. Given a little more time, he would reach 0. 3 cards, bringing his chakra up to the level of a chunin. Alas, I have consumed all the rations. Henceforth, my bodily energy extraction might lag behind. Yuqing. A sweet voice jolted him back to reality. It was Hinata. Turning to face the charming girl beside him, he noticed her cheeks puffed up like a bun. Her lips pressed tightly together, a clear sign of dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Who upset you? Tell me, and I will help you deal with them. Seeing her adorable expression, Yuqing couldn't resist poking her plump, youthful cheek. It felt like jelly, soft and bouncy, a delight to the touch. He couldn't help but tug at it. The person he was infatuated with was both distant and close. He was unaware of his own feelings. Hinata swatted his hand away, her voice laced with grievance. Fine. The theory classes are one thing, but this is practical training. You're just staring blankly, not paying me any attention. Are you? Sigh as she spoke, her voice began to quaver with emotion. Noticing Hinata's troubled expression, Yuqing gently turned her to face him, adopting a serious tone. I was just lost in thought. How could I not want to play with you? Please don't overthink it, all right, Hinata? Since his encounter with Makoto, Yuqing had grown somewhat indifferent towards Hinata, losing much of the joy he once found in nurturing their relationship. Yet, he was surprised by how perceptive Hinata was. Sensing the subtle shift in his demeanor, as she stood before him, her ears flushed, Hinata shyly lowered her gaze. Her delicate fingers twisting nervously at the hem of her clothing, whispering a barely audible, lost in her thoughts. She momentarily forgot to be upset about Yuqing's earlier neglect, her shyness shining through. What were you thinking about just now? Observing her bashful demeanor, Yuqing couldn't help but reflect. No technique could surpass the simplicity of genuine charm. While it is said that beautiful appearances are commonplace, intriguing souls are rare. However, without a captivating exterior, who would possess the patience to explore one's inner depths? Much like a Suma, who lingered in the shadows, silently mourning, gently ruffling Hinata's hair. Yuqing spoke with clarity, half a reminder, I was contemplating the village's stringent resource management lately, severely limiting the purchasing capacities of the villagers. The specter of war seems imminent. Yesterday, when he received his allocation, his family no longer provided him with currency, only fixed supplies. Brother Chishui remarked that he had struck a good deal, suggesting that, based on previous allocations, the currency would hardly suffice until mid-month. War? Hinata echoed, taken aback. Yes. Father hasn't been home lately. He has been away on missions. Yuqing realized that his thoughts had struck a chord with her. Hinata, a sheltered girl under Konoha's protection, had never encountered bloodshed. Her understanding of war was merely hearsay from the elders. She lacked a true grasp of its meaning. It represented the mobilization of all available forces from the ninja village, where anyone capable of refining chakra and performing jutsu would be thrust into battle, often as fodder. Don't speak so lightly. You've been shielded too well, Hinata. You have no idea what war entails. Only the top graduates from the ninja school, like us, might be led by a jonin, while others are left to navigate the battlefield blindly. Without delving further, Hinata, having a jonin father, could only advise, once war breaks out, we will undoubtedly be called to the front lines. Let us not indulge in play for now. We must hone our jutsu and enhance our chakra capacity. Only then can we contribute more significantly to Konoha on the battlefield, and I don't want to be unable to see you again after the war is over, or stop. Don't say that. I'll listen to you, all right? Tomorrow. No, today, when I get home, I'll practice diligently. Hinata, being an emotional soul, quickly covered his mouth with her small hand, making a promise even her father, Asati, had never dared to make. Chapter 35, Illusion Accelerate. Upon witnessing the earnest attitude of Hinata, Yuching finally felt that he had accomplished something worthwhile at school. He corrected the notion of his classmates' frivolity and guided them onto the right path, embodying the essence of the will of fire. Playfulness is one thing. But Yuching harbored a genuine concern that his small butterfly-like actions, coupled with the chain reactions triggered by the malevolent realm, might impact Hinata's chances of surviving until Boruto's era. War is no trifling matter. No one can guarantee their survival. Encouraged and motivated by Yuching, Hinata swiftly joined him at the training ground to exchange insights on illusions. The Hinata clan had made significant strides in conventional genjutsu. Her father, Hinata Masahiro, along with her future self, had risen to the rank of Jonin through the mastery of illusions. This showcases the formidable illusionary prowess of the Hinata family. Yuching, intent on enhancing his in-release chakra levels, seized the opportunity. As a considerable part of his reason for remaining at school was to learn the Hinata clan's techniques, not merely for the sake of enjoyment. Hinata held no biases against him. During their exchanges, she willingly shared all that she knew. In-release, the creation from nothingness, is the most peculiar and enigmatic among the 7 chakra natures. In this world, in-release chakra represents spiritual energy. Techniques such as the Nara clan's shadow manipulation and the Yamashiro clan's heart-turning technique fall under the domain of in-release. Even the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the higher-tier Manjikyu Sharingan belong to this realm. Illusion, binding trees. As Hinata swiftly formed hand seals, the trees surrounding Yuching seemed to come alive. Thick branches coiled toward him like giant serpents. Yet, he remained calm, quietly admiring this illusionary world. The authenticity and allure of the illusory realm largely depend on the caster's mental strength, though the caster's imagination plays an indispensable role as well. Hinata's illusion, binding trees appeared manageable up close, but upon closer inspection, a void lay in the distance. Just as the thorny branches were about to touch his body, Yuching's form suddenly became ethereal, allowing the branches to pass through him unimpeded. The world shifted silently, trees morphed into walls, grass into sofas, and the entire environment transformed into a cozy and ambiguous room. Reclining on the couch was a sultry and mature beauty, unmistakably the future form of Hinata. She exuded elegance and languor, calling out, "Yuching, hurry and bring me the fruit platter." "Yuching, where are the fruit candies I asked you to buy?" In response to her commands, a diminutive figure scurried about the room. Yuching recognized it as his younger self during his initial days at school. Bustling around for the reclining Hinata, seemingly overjoyed. A hint of indignation welled up within him. Was his own illusionary world so riddled with flaws, only to be met with a backlash that resulted in such a vivid mental landscape? Yuching, unable to continue observing Hinata's spirit world revealed through his backlash, snorted, Hinata, what are you thinking?" His voice shattered the stability of the illusion, causing the walls to become mottled and ephemeral. "Huh? Yuching, little brother, what are you doing here? You aren't supposed to." Hinata's expression shifted from naive curiosity to shock, confusion, clarity, embarrassment, and finally, chagrin. A true display of dramatic transformation that would have been worthy of inclusion in cinematic studies in a past life. As the illusion dissipated, the real world emerged. Hinata's gaze darted away, her delicate hands fidgeting, unable to find comfort. "Oh dear. It's all your fault for being so skilled at illusion. I only acted that way because I was enchanted by your genjutsu. How could I?" After a flurry of explanations, Hinata grew more emboldened. "Yes, it's your fault. How can a mere C-rank ninjutsu be so formidable in your hands? Speak. Did you use the Sharingan?" Gathering her courage, Hinata locked her gaze onto Yuching's eyes, attempting to twist the narrative against him. They had agreed not to use the Sharingan during their practice. However, faced with Yuching's righteous demeanor, she lacked the courage to continue her argument. In that moment, she understood the true essence of integrity. In the days prior, she had underestimated Yuching's words. In constructing her illusion, she had indeed been somewhat careless, having merely set up the essential trees while neglecting other crucial aspects. The ease with which Yuching saw through her illusion, exposing its flaws, led to such an embarrassing predicament. Thankfully, apart from Yuching, who had engaged in the illusion exchange, no one else was privy to her mortifying mental world. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster, a moment leading to eternal shame, rendering her socially dead. In the confrontation of gazes, having lost, Hinata averted her eyes, but recalling Yuching's admonishments, she could not suppress her discontent. "You say my illusion is poorly constructed? Then show me how to create one. But mind you, no Sharingan cheating." "Very well, let me demonstrate my own. Illusion, binding trees." Before she could finish her sentence, time accelerated abruptly. In her obliviousness, nightfall descended. The trees in the vicinity seemed to awaken, moving subtly, creeping with a hidden life. Shadows intertwined, branches twisted like withered fingers, creating a whispering sound as they brushed against one another. The eerie atmosphere sent shivers down Hinata's spine, nearly prompting her to concede. Yet her pride compelled her to confront her fears, steadfastly gazing into the forest. Just then, a pale beam of light illuminated the ground, revealing a decaying animal skeleton. Its hollow eye sockets fixed on her approaching figure. As before the true essence of this ninjutsu could unfold, Hinata's legs weakened from fright, and she screamed, releasing her inner terror. Thoughts of dispelling the illusion or disrupting the chakra flow fled her mind entirely. But it was not over. The dim light revealed 3 hollow spaces on the tree, and accompanied by the distant hoot of an owl, a tree with a human face suddenly opened its crimson eyes. Creak, crack, Hinata's jaw trembled. Just before the tree's branch-like arms ensnared her, she could no longer contain her fear and whimpered, Yuching, please let me out. I don't want to be here. You're bullying me. Without making her wait long, in an instant, she felt the space around her shift. The branches that had ensnared her transformed into Yuching's warm, broad embrace, radiating warmth akin to the sun in winter, instantly melting away her apprehension and grievances. Why? Why is your illusion so different? Despite both being illusion, binding trees, yours feels so real. So adept at evoking my fears, and wasn't he this technique one I taught you last week? After escaping Yuching's illusion, Hinata quickly regained her composure, her voice tinged with disbelief. This exchange of illusions showcased Yuching's dominance, as if he had pressed her down and rubbed her face in the ground. Moreover, she distinctly remembered that just a few days prior, Yuching was only capable of performing the spell-enchanting butterfly, while she had imparted the knowledge of other ninjutsu techniques to him. Now, witnessing the dejected expression of Hinata, who appeared like a weeping pear blossom in his arms, Yuching, who had always cherished her like a treasure, felt a profound ache in his heart. Yet, contemplating the impending war, he steeled himself. This time, he shifted from their previous playful sparring to a serious engagement, driven by such considerations. Furthermore, it is said that only a woman who has wept will leave a lasting impression, and though Hinata was not yet a woman, the principle remained the same. While he thought this, his words inevitably conveyed a tone of indulgence. You have done remarkably well. I have combined the techniques of Naruto's vision with the enchanting butterfly, creating a super-enhanced version of the tree-binding technique. The fact that you were able to endure for so long is commendable. However, he silently added that this was merely a fundamental version that had performed adequately. His fusion of illusions encompassed not only fear-inducing manifestations but also gentle illusions, endless imprisonment, and dreams within dreams. It could be said that he had reconstructed and experimented with various strategies he had encountered in his previous life on the internet. Such a technique should certainly be rated as A-level, one would think. Logically, given Yuching's disposition of preferring to sit rather than stand and lying down instead of sitting, he would not delve deeply into any particular field. Instead, he would cast a wide net, acquiring introductory knowledge of various arts and techniques, and then, relying on his unparalleled wish-granting abilities, he would bulldoze through, leaving diligent ninjas questioning their own existence. Alas, his prowess in shadow manipulation and chakra, as well as his capabilities in illusion techniques, were exceptionally formidable. He had scarcely exerted himself, yet his illusionary skills continued to ascend with remarkable speed. The situation resembled an ardent admirer eagerly approaching their goddess, making it nearly impossible for him not to improve. At this juncture, it is conservatively estimated that Yuching could even assume the role of a special J-nin in illusion techniques. Regrettably, the knowledge within Hinata was nearly depleted, and her mother, Kurenai, was not at home. Otherwise, Yuching would have wished to accompany her home, exclaiming, "Quickly, let us gather some gold coins." The fusion of illusions. His words did not offer consolation to Hinata. Instead, they prompted a gasp of surprise. Hinata never anticipated such an answer. Yuching, are you human? Is this something a student who hasn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy can accomplish? This is akin to creating your own ninjutsu. It is worth noting that her father still lamented not having left behind a unique technique bearing his own mark. Meanwhile, after several years at the Ninja Academy, she had only managed to learn 2 or 3 ninjutsu techniques, and now she found herself receiving a flawed evaluation from Yuching. Chapter 36, Ninjutsu After School. Surprisingly, after school, Hinata did not insist on accompanying Yuching to the snack street. Instead, she exhibited a remarkable sense of discipline and returned home promptly to study. Before departing, she mentioned to Yuching that she would rummage through her house to see if she could uncover their family's treasured ninjutsu scrolls. While she did not elaborate on the purpose of this search, Yuching chose not to inquire further, silently cherishing the warmth of their friendship in his heart. Although the knowledge blockade in Konoha is not an absolute barrier, it is certainly stringent. C-rank ninjutsu and low-power B-rank ninjutsu are relatively accessible. However, more significant threats require assessments of merit and background before they can be granted. Of course, internal family transmissions are excluded from this rule, but such knowledge can only circulate within the family. For instance, in the original story, the son of the 4th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, who is also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, could only receive teachings from the 3rd Hokage through the indirect means of using Yamato as a pawn to acquire the first enhancement from the sealing book, the Shadow Clone technique. Similarly, Naruto's close friend, the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, Sasuke Uchiha, after the destruction of the Uchiha clan, was unable to obtain resources from other channels in Konoha, including the ninjutsu scrolls previously collected by his family. It was only through Kakashi, the team leader, after receiving permission from the higher-ups in Konoha, that he was able to receive the A-rank ninjutsu, lightning release, Chidori. This illustrates the strict control Konoha maintains over the dissemination of high-level ninjutsu. If it is so challenging for a master-disciple pair to learn ninjutsu, one can only imagine the plight of a junior school student like Yuching. It is precisely for this reason that Yuching deeply appreciates Hinata's assistance with Jinjutsu. After returning home, Yuching practiced swordsmanship to loosen his muscles and strengthen his physique. But his thoughts began to wander. Just a couple of days ago, Makoto visited him and mentioned that she had a gift waiting for him, the timing of which remained uncertain, leaving him feeling rather anxious. The gift Makoto referred to could hardly be anything inappropriate. It was likely something related to ninjutsu. During his last visit to Makoto's home, he had informed her of his lightning affinity chakra, which sparked an idea about mastering the clan leader's secret techniques. Although his first visit to the clan leader's residence ended on a sour note due to Fugaku's unfounded accusations, the clan leader Liu Yun's admiration for him was genuine. Yuching believed that the well-regarded Liu Yun clan leader would not hold a grudge against him for that abrupt departure. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's inherent admiration for talent and strength might even enhance his standing in the clan. As a newly emerging prodigy within the clan, it was only fitting for the clan leader to bestow upon him a noteworthy ninjutsu. He did not expect forbidden techniques or A-rank lightning ninjutsu. Even a technique involving chakra nature transformation would suffice, as he still awaited the use of his wish fruit. Yuching gazed longingly at the courtyard gate, his posture shifting with the rhythm of his swordplay, but a part of his attention remained focused on the outside. However, disappointment awaited him. As the night fell and the stars twinkled overhead, there was still no sign from beyond the gate. Realizing that it was too late to visit, Yuching reluctantly turned back to the house. He hastily washed the pots and bowls left unclean since his last meal. After rinsing them, he filled a third of a pot with water and placed it on the stove to boil. Only then did he open the refrigerator to retrieve some vegetables, such as cabbage, that the local elders had given him during his weekend stroll. Being an orphan, he managed to maintain a healthy appearance, much thanks to the kindness of the village elders, with the most significant contributions coming from Obito's grandmother. After chopping the ingredients, the pot began to steam. Yuching added cooking oil, salt, and sugar. At this point, he tossed in the chopped vegetables along with scallions, ginger, garlic, chili, star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, all at once, then covered the pot. Having completed this, he left the dish unattended and headed to the bathroom for a shower. As spring deepened, the weather felt almost summery, and in no time, he was sweating lightly. When Yuching emerged, the pot was bubbling with a hearty stew, the only dish he remembered from his past life that was easy to replicate. Convenient and delicious, he devoured it without concern for the washing up, leaving the cleanup for later as he returned to his bed to cultivate chakra. The next day dawned bright and clear. Yuching went to school with Obito as usual. On the way, Obito boasted several times about wanting to awaken his Sharingan, glancing at Yuching with envy. Since the last time Yuching had showcased his Sharingan, their teacher, Irika, had treated him with newfound respect, overlooking the minor mistakes he made in class. This change in demeanor made Obito, who often either dozed off or played pranks on Inuzuka's dog, feel envious. Yuching merely smiled gently, reassuring him that awakening the Sharingan was not a swift process. He had merely been fortunate in his timing. Upon hearing this, Obito's face lit up with a broad grin, and he patted Yuching on the shoulder, saying, "Yuching, you're amazing. Awakening it so quickly, no wonder we are the twin stars of our generation. One day, when I become Hokage, you will be the Uchiha clan leader, and together we will continue the legacy of the first Hokage and the Uchiha." Yuching thought to himself how naive it was to aspire to such roles. He was merely serving the villagers. He shot Obito a sidelong glance, hoping he wouldn't embarrass himself when he finally awakened his Sharingan. Oblivious to Yuching's thoughts, Obito continued, "When that day comes, I'll make Kakashi stand guard at the gate and greet us every day, telling everyone that I'm the one holding him back, and that I don't follow the rules." Finally arriving at school, Obito managed to wipe the perpetual grin off his face, displaying a serious demeanor for once. As he conversed with Yuching, he discreetly glanced at his reflection in the polished glass, adjusting his goggles and ruffling his wind-tousled hair, clearly aware of how silly he looked, especially in front of Rin. Yuching quickened his pace, entering the classroom ahead of Obito, feeling that being seen with him diminished his own stature. When Hinata noticed him walk in, her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. However, almost instantly, her expression shifted to one of disappointment as if recalling something. As Yuching approached, puzzled by her sudden change in mood, he wondered what she was up to. Once seated, he soon understood the situation, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. It turned out that Hinata had scoured her home the previous evening, only to find a few ninjutsu scrolls and felt guilty for not being able to present him with something more substantial. She was caught between joy and disappointment upon seeing him. In truth, Hinata had not fully conveyed the reality of her findings. During their conversation yesterday, though she had acknowledged her limited experience, she recognized that Yuching's aptitude for Jinjutsu was extraordinary. In fact, according to the history books taught at their school, such genjutsu talent was typically only found in legendary ninjas. In reality, neither the renowned Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Orochimaru, who was said to appear once in decades, could compare to Yuching in this regard. With her ruby-like eyes wide open, she gazed at Yuching, who was absent-mindedly stroking his head, as the thoughts that had troubled her the previous day resurfaced once more. Such a ninja, who might become legendary, seems to be beyond her own assistance. She appears to be of no use. Yuching, having made significant progress in the art of in-release chakra, could faintly sense her thoughts upon close contact. His hand, still resting on her head, continued to savor the fragrant silkiness of Yugao's hair, and disregarding any awkwardness. He cleverly alleviated her worries. Have you not found the scrolls? It's all right. Just seeing you brings me immense joy. Much like school, if you weren't here. I would wish to graduate early and relish my life as a ninja, just like Kakashi. Upon hearing these words, Yugao's previously awkward emotions swiftly dissipated within Yuching's perception. In an era of ninjas where mere flirtation could be likened to a nuclear weapon, Yugao's face instantly flushed crimson, and her words became shy and disjointed. Well, it's not that. I mean, I did find a few ninjutsu scrolls, but they seem rather insignificant. After school, you can come to my house, and I'll show you. Hearing this, the hand that had been gently stroking her head softened considerably, setting aside the merits of the ninjutsu. The mere invitation from Yugao to visit her home was a delightful prospect, especially knowing that her father, Yuji Akihiko, was out on a mission. The beautiful day quickly slipped away. After school, however, Yugao changed her tone and firmly barred Yuching from entering her home to retrieve the scrolls. It's not appropriate for a girl to invite a boy inside. What if the neighbors start gossiping? Once her emotions had settled, Yugao insisted that Yuching wait outside. Thus, he found himself lingering at the entrance. He gazed up at the sky, painted with the hues of sunset. The Hokage rock appeared particularly dignified under the evening light. The statues of past Hokages seemingly bathed in a golden glow. The statue of the third Hokage stood solemnly, as if bearing witness to Konoha's most glorious era. With the emergence of the Akatsuki and his own variables, would the fourth Hokage still be Minato Namikaze? A gentle breeze swept through the streets of Konoha, and Yuching suddenly noticed Yugao, who had gone upstairs to retrieve the scrolls, now standing beside him. Here, they're all in my bag. Although they are merely basic genjutsu, I hope they can be of some assistance to you. Yuching accepted the bag, and after a brief moment with Yugao, he made his way home. At that moment, another cherished gift he had longed for arrived at his doorstep. Chapter 37. The ninjutsu scroll brought by Makoto. As Yuching walked along the streets of Konoha, bathed in the golden glow of dusk, he observed the villagers' behaviors in the pre-war atmosphere, pondering the impending conflict. He was aware that the full-scale war erupted after the assassination of the third Kazekage by the Scorpion, yet the precise timeline eluded him. The wars among the great ninja villages were far from trivial, judging by the four fronts of Konoha's war preparations. It seemed that the Third Great Ninja War had long been foreshadowed, with minor skirmishes likely occurring even earlier. However, the chaotic timeline of the animations he had watched in his previous life left him bewildered, as many events contradicted one another, making it difficult for him to grasp the situation. Thus, he could only infer the potential timing of the war from the daily lives of Konoha's residents. On his way, Yuching noticed that once quiet ninja tool shops now had long lines outside. The customers were newly appointed ninjas, engaging in heated debates with the shopkeepers. These explosive tags were always of inferior quality. Why are they so overpriced now? You know that's how it was before. And what is overpriced? The market dictates these prices. If you don't want to buy, don't block my other customers. Sometimes, it would do well to reflect on one's own circumstances. Has your income increased over the years? Have you diligently completed your missions? Just think about it. Such a scene filled with complaints made Yuching hesitate in his thoughts. However, the sight of a middle-aged ninja begrudgingly purchasing the explosive tags tightened his chest, prompting him to quicken his pace home. These ninjas, capable of undertaking missions and earning rewards, undoubtedly had the most reliable sources of information. Seeing them in such a state indicated that Konoha's situation had reached a critical juncture. As Yuching turned the corner, he inadvertently came to a halt in front of his home. A curvaceous figure stood gracefully, clad in a light purple kimono, her long black hair gently swaying in the evening breeze. Uchiha Makoto stood with her hands elegantly folded before her, exuding an air of composure. Momentarily entranced, Yuching shook off his reverie and approached her with a gentle smile. On her part, Makoto had noticed his return. Their eyes met, and her lips curled into a subtle, perfectly timed smile. You're back. Her soft voice washed over Yuching like a spring breeze, stirring something within him. Makoto-ne, he elongated the syllables, infusing his tone with a hint of grievance and a dash of childish charm. You haven't forgotten the promise you made to me, have you? It's been days. And I've been thinking about the gift you mentioned, making it hard for me to sleep. He exaggerated a sigh, as if exhaling all his pent-up frustration. Makoto chuckled at his adorably exaggerated demeanor and leaned forward to ruffle his hair in comfort. What are you thinking? I want to ruffle your hair, but you want to ruffle mine? After dodging her playful gesture, Makoto, true to her nature, let it go and instead bent down, resting one hand on her well-defined thigh. playfully pinching his cheek. It's my fault for not planning better, but I've brought the gift this time. Can you forgive me, Yuching-kun? With that, she swiftly performed hand seals, summoning forth a large ninjutsu scroll. Here, the gift is all inside. Shall we go inside and take a look? Yuching's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the enormous scroll, brimming with the potential of countless ninjutsu. Unable to contain himself, he eagerly pushed Makoto's shoulder. His eyes gleaming with anticipation, and turned to hasten toward the courtyard door, with Makoto hurrying to keep up. Makoto-ne, let us open it quickly and see what treasures lie within. His voice was laced with uncontainable joy. On the other hand, Makoto felt her breath quicken. The warmth radiating from Yuching's palm seemed to possess a strange allure, sending ripples of unfamiliar sensations through her heart. Once inside, perhaps due to the sudden rush of emotions and the fatigue from standing, she felt her legs weaken and swayed slightly, hastily stabilizing herself against the doorframe. Wait. She bit her lip, her voice tinged with an inexplicable tension. The strange anxiety spread from where they had touched, causing her knees to tremble involuntarily. How utterly embarrassing. Instinctively, she pushed Yuching's arm off her shoulder, attempting to regain her composure, yet the sensation only intensified. Were it not for the need to maintain her image at that moment, she would have sought a quiet corner to calm her tumultuous emotions. What is wrong with me? Why am I so nervous around Yuching? It's not like I haven't worn casual clothing at home with Fugaka before. Yuching, please let go. Makoto's voice softened, carrying a hint of unwittingly playful reproach. The neckline of her light purple kimono rose and fell with her quickened breaths, revealing a small glimpse of her slightly sweaty collarbone. Reluctantly, Yuching released his grip on her. What's the matter, Makoto-ne? He genuinely wondered, confused by her sudden change in demeanor, as if she had transformed on this short journey. Could it be that she was experiencing her monthly cycle? Regardless, he could not allow anything to hinder his pursuit of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu brings me joy. Ninjutsu makes me strong. Thus, he disregarded everything else and wore a simple, earnest smile. Makoto-ne, please open the scroll so I can see. Unable to withstand his enthusiasm, Makoto braced herself and unfurled the scroll. Yet, deep down, she felt a sense of relief. The unusual sensations in her body led her to suspect that Yuching had been merely pretending to be innocent, hiding a more mature side beneath, a thought that made her feel embarrassed. However, Yuching was oblivious to Makoto's inner turmoil, his attention solely fixated on the scroll's contents. He beheld B-rank ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, fire release, peony red claws, fire release, fire dragon tornado, fire release, flame walking technique, fire release, scarlet dance, lightning release, thunder binding, lightning release, thousand needles of lightning, lightning release, lightning pillar, lightning release, thunder sound explosion. Yet it was the last two techniques that made Yuching's heart race even faster. A-rank ninjutsu, lightning release, electromagnetic star explosion, fire release, great flame flower. Wow, Makoto-ne, are these real? He was astonished to see several techniques from the Cloud Village listed, especially that A-rank lightning release technique, electromagnetic star explosion. Surely that was on par with forbidden techniques. How could such a treasure be possessed by the Uchiha clan? Makoto couldn't help but chuckle at Yuching's incredulous expression. Do children nowadays not know about the illustrious history of the Uchiha clan? Are you referring to the electromagnetic star explosion? Hee. Yuching-kun, do you know of the Uchiha clan's fearsome reputation during the Warring States period? Chapter 38. The intimate exposition by Makoto Uchiha spoke with an air of pride, her delicate nose slightly wrinkling, and her chin gently raised as she began to recount the illustrious history of the Uchiha clan to the attentive Yuching. Our Uchiha clan was renowned during the Warring States period, standing alongside the Senju clan, founded by the first Hokage, as the dual titans of the ninja world. Throughout our long history, we have governed numerous ninja clans within the Land of Lightning, including the Yuyue clan, which established the hidden Cloud Village. Even now, the legacy of the Uchiha clan reverberates among the various ninja clans of the Land of Lightning. Were it not for the harsh environment there, less hospitable than that of the Land of Fire, we might have. In any case, Yuching, remember that we, the Uchiha, are the true sovereign ninja clan of the Warring States period, unlike the Hyuga clan, which has only briefly held power. Seemingly anxious that Yuching might doubt her, she added. Our current status, merely parallel to the Hyuga clan, is a result of our significant contributions during the previous two great ninja wars, and the defection of our ancestor, Uchiha Madara, from Konoha remains a sensitive topic that I cannot elaborate on. Yuching was profoundly struck by the historical insights Makoto shared about the Uchiha clan. Indeed, how could the clan descended from Indra, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, not leave an indelible mark on the annals of the ninja world? However, such history was destined to reside only in the memories of a select few within the Uchiha upper echelons, unable to be widely disseminated in the harmonious backdrop of Konoha. Yuching had no doubts regarding the ninjutsu recorded in the scroll and eagerly wished to see the methods of cultivation. However, after much effort, aside from the brief introduction to the ninjutsu on the cover, he found nothing. Were it not for Makoto's dignified demeanor, he might have suspected she was playing a prank on him. Haha, Yuching, don't be so anxious. To access the specific content of the ninjutsu, You need the sealing technique's release hand signs, Makoto said, gazing at the boy whose face flushed with desire, a gentle smile unconsciously brightening her eyes. She tenderly caressed her increasingly prominent belly, her thoughts wandering. I truly hope that after Itachi is born, he will be as adorable as you, Yuching. Finally, at Yuching's impatient urging, Makoto revealed the conditions for unsealing. Father said he felt remorse for the last time. It was your brother Fugaku's fault. He couldn't come to apologize in person, as he is the clan leader, so he entrusted me to bring you this belated gift of apology. However, she continued, though father has faith in you, it would be impossible to master so many ninjutsu in a short time, so this time, I will give you 1 A-rank ninjutsu and 2 B-rank ninjutsu. How does that sound, Yuching? Indeed, it seemed that good fortune rarely fell from the sky. Nevertheless, receiving 3 commendable ninjutsu was a testament to the generosity of clan leader Liu Yan, which Yuching must wholeheartedly appreciate. Rest assured, clan leader, I shall never forget this kindness and will remain loyal to you. If Liu Yan were present, Yuching would certainly express his gratitude akin to a Ninja World rendition of the classic tale of recognition. If you wish to choose, I have a splendid recommendation, Makoto said, extending her delicate fingers to point at a B-rank fire-release ninjutsu, Crimson Dance. This ninjutsu was famously wielded by Lord Izuna, Uchiha Madara's brother, who triumphed over formidable foes numerous times with it. Regrettably, he succumbed to illness before the establishment of Konoha and could not document the subsequent developments of the ninjutsu, which is indeed a loss for our Uchiha clan. Illness, you say? Surely you just about how Uchiha Izuna met his end, Yuching thought. Makoto continued. Unaware of Yuching's inner musings, I heard you have been practicing swordsmanship lately. This ninjutsu would be quite fitting for you. If you wish to delve deeper into the art of ninja swordsmanship, I recommend you choose this one. Makoto's recommendation was sound and well-founded, and given her stature, he had no qualms about following her advice. Yuching retracted his earlier gaze and said earnestly, very well, I shall add this B-rank ninjutsu. As for the other 2, I see no need for further deliberation. The shadow clone technique is a must-have, and I cannot miss out on the lightning release ninjutsu. I shall select the most powerful one, the electromagnetic starburst. If Sasuke can learn the A-rank lightning release technique, Chidori, then surely I, with superior innate talent, can master it. As soon as Yuching made his decisions, Makoto's slender fingers danced like butterflies. With a series of fluid hand signs, dark, tadpole-shaped runes flowed from her palms, intertwining on the ground to form an intricate pattern. With a puff of smoke, 3 ancient scrolls shot forth from the unfurling larger scroll, which Makoto deftly caught. All right. These are the 3 scrolls. Just sign your handprint here, and you may begin to learn the ninjutsu within. Regardless of how many times he had seen summoning techniques in both animation and reality, Yuching was always captivated by their mystery. The ability to condense vast knowledge into such a compact form was, in every sense, profoundly astonishing. Makoto lightly tapped the sealing section of the scroll, raising her gaze to Yuching, her eyes crinkling into a gentle smile. You only need to leave your chakra imprint here to unseal the scroll and study the ninjutsu. Indeed, the memory sealing technique was omnipresent. At this level of technique, every faction would take extreme precautions to prevent leaks. Yuching, undeterred, decisively pressed his handprint at the designated spot. Even if he had the ability to counteract it like a caged bird, it was merely a matter of overcoming a single obstacle. As he infused his chakra, the entangled chains of incantations gradually unraveled as if obeying a command. The characters began to emerge on the blank scroll, while Yuching silently recited the contents to memorize them. A peculiar technique entwined around the area where his in-release chakra was gathering. So this is the principle behind the memory sealing technique? Yuching thought, his focus divided. From Makoto's perspective, he appeared to quickly memorize the scroll's content while silently chanting. Yet within Yuching, he fervently tested and contemplated the workings and principles of the sealing technique. Thus, the technique rooted itself in the in-release chakra he had gathered, exhibiting high tolerance to his non-external chakra explorations. As long as Yuching did not intend to directly dismantle its basic structure, it showed no inclination to retaliate. This technique did not merely affect his mind. Rather, it generated effects surrounding the content of his memories, resonating in harmony with the grand ninjutsu scroll. This was akin to the relationship between a child and its parent. As time passed, Yuching concluded his probing just before Makoto could harbor any doubt. Phew, Makoto, I have memorized it all. As his fingers withdrew from the scroll, the memory content was entirely intact, and the technique surrounding his in-release chakra dissipated. Had he not known beforehand, even with Yuching's proficiency in chakra, he would have been incapable of detecting its concealed location. Indeed, the Uchiha clan, renowned for their Sharingan, possessed extraordinary achievements in the realm of in-release chakra. Chapter 39, The Thoughts of Liu Yan. After imparting the techniques of ninjutsu to Yuching, Uchiha Makoto felt it prudent to excuse herself. Recognizing the potential for scandal that could arise from a man and a woman alone together, even if Yuching was still quite young. Immersed in the joy of acquiring formidable ninjutsu, Yuching showed no inclination to detain her. Upon returning home, Makoto removed her shoes and socks, only to overhear 2 men seated in the living room engaged in conversation. Recently, Yunin has been provoking us. claiming the detention of important members from their village as justification for their actions, leading to instability at the borders. That old fool, the third Hokage, even suggested that this might be related to our Konoha's police force. Bah, I think he has truly lost his wits. And that sneaky old man Danzo, proposing to send me to the front lines of Yunin, what is he really thinking? Wouldn't it be better for a ninja skilled in wind techniques to be dispatched to the land of lightning instead? Before Makoto could step fully inside, the sharp sound of a teacup crashing onto the table, accompanied by her father Lu Yun and Appo's characteristic booming voice, reached her ears. It seemed that today's high-level meeting in Konoha had left her father, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, brimming with pent-up frustration. At least he could vent his anger at home. Her heart, which had been anxious upon hearing of her father's potential reassignment, began to settle, as she gently smoothed the lock that had trembled at her chest. If her father still had the leisure to throw cups and curse, it meant that those old geezers had ultimately failed in their attempts to undermine him. Makoto took a deep breath and donned a gentle smile as she pushed open the door. Upon entering, she saw her father roughly tugging at the collar of his clan robe, strands of gray hair still damp with sweat. Clearly, his agitation had forced the perspiration to the surface. She obediently knelt and expertly took the kettle from her father's hands, refilling the nearly empty teacups for both of them. Since childhood, she had been well protected by her father. Lu Yun shielded her from all storms. Even during the tumultuous Second Shinobi World War, she had never experienced the heart-wrenching pain of her clan's members awakening their Sharingan. Her once promising ninja career had been cut short due to an early marriage and motherhood, arranged by Lu Yun. This had rendered her kind-hearted and innocent, yet also accustomed to relying on the pillars of her family, her father, and soon her husband, Fugaku, followed by her future child. Perhaps she would lead a tranquil and happy life in this manner. As Lu Yun finished venting his frustrations to Fugaku, his demeanor gradually softened. When his gaze fell upon his daughter, a tender smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Makoto, his daughter, was the source of his peace of mind, obedient, understanding, and capable of managing issues he preferred to avoid. The beloved little daughter had grown up, yet she still warmed her father's heart. "Have you calmed Yuching down?" Lu Yun inquired, accepting the tea his daughter offered and drinking it down in one gulp. He smacked his lips and grinned mischievously. "I misspoke. How could it be otherwise? Those youngsters in the clan have always listened to you, the future matriarch. What could Yuching possibly be dissatisfied with?" Makoto couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Oh, come on. Father, the last time I invited him over for dinner, he was already over his anger. Today's delivery of ninjutsu was merely a reward for the clan's outstanding youth. Yes, it's all my fault for being too utilitarian in speech and hurting your feelings with those boys. I shall drink a few more cups today to apologize." Lu Yun exclaimed, slapping his thigh in apparent regret. "Fugaku, go, bring me those treasured barrels of wine." Before he could finish, Makoto raised her hand to stop him and gently pulled Fugaku back down as he stood up. "Father is getting older. Let us not talk of drinking to make amends. You always criticize Lord Jiraiya, yet here you are, drinking yourself." Liu Yun's expression froze momentarily, and he hastily raised his teacup to mask his embarrassment. The hot tea caused him to cough a few times, and he quickly shifted the conversation. "Cough. Speaking of which, how have you been getting along with that fiery girl from the Uzumaki clan, the one married to the Golden Flash?" Makoto smiled proudly, choosing not to expose her father's last shred of modesty. "Kushina, she is quite easy to get along with. Father, please don't take after Lord Jiraiya, otherwise." Makoto clenched her delicate fist, confident that her father understood her implication. All right, I won't refer to her as that fiery girl Kushina it is," Lu Yun replied, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor as he leaned forward earnestly towards Makoto. "Makoto, we don't know how the fourth Hokage election will unfold, but it is imperative that a member of the Uchiha clan is part of the Hokage's inner circle. This is not merely a selfish desire of mine or a quest for power for our clan. It is essential for the peace of Konoha. Can you understand this, Makoto?" Fugaku, initially engrossed in his tea, Fugaku jolted at the mention of his name, instinctively responding. Lu Yun dismissed him, considering him a political lightweight. As long as Fugaku maintained his combat prowess, Lu Yun was satisfied. After all, when it came to the struggle for power, the truth would ultimately reveal itself in the heat of battle. Though I share a good rapport with Jiraiya, friendship and politics are two different matters. Since the passing of Elder Zijing, the Uchiha clan has maintained a powerful grip on the police force, which is quite impressive. But is it truly so? Ever since the second Hokage, the position of Hokage has only been passed down through the Senju lineage. The core of power has always been generated through that web of connections. Did any Uchiha ninja ever serve as the frontline commander during the last two Shinobi World Wars? Observing the contemplative expressions on the couple's faces, Lu Yun let out a deep sigh. Either he had protected them too well, or they were deceptively simple-minded. They might serve well as tools, but leading without the capability or spirit was not the role for Uchiha. Perhaps he needed to strive to support them for a few more years until new outstanding members of the clan emerged. Shursui, Yuching. These two showed great promise. He would keep a watchful eye on them. A fierce flame seemed to burn in the depths of Lu Yun's eyes. Were it not for the sake of the Uchiha clan, he would not have tolerated the oppression from that old coot Danzo during his youth. In any case, Makoto, The Third Shinobi World War will erupt within a year at most, perhaps in as little as 2 months. And your duty is to leverage your connection with Kushina to bridge ties with Minato, selecting 1 or 2 from this year and Appos, as graduates, Kakashi and Yuching, to become their guiding jonin. Do you understand? I believe both are exceptional children of the clan. They lack the arrogance of other Uchihas. And Minato will undoubtedly appreciate them. With such connections, even if Jiraiya insists on leaving Konoha, our Uchiha clan will not be entirely severed from the core of Konoha. This is the very reason I imparted A-rank ninjutsu to Yuching. Once war breaks out, Jiraiya's only disciple, Minato Namikaze, will have no time to mentor newcomers. It is time for him to ignite the Uchiha flame one last time before the impending conflict. It is a pity for Shursui, however. Chapter 40. A duel in swordsmanship with Kakashi. The air was thick with a crimson glow in Kakashi's eyes. Even before the blade reached him, the heat surged forth. Yuching, wielding his sword with a reverse grip, danced amidst the flames, akin to a sprite of fire, charging towards Kakashi with fervor. This was the Crimson Dance. As the weekend arrived, Obito, having just finished lunch, hurried over to find him. Yuching, teach Kakashi a lesson and let him know the might of our Uchiha clan now that he has activated his Sharingan. Make sure the scoundrel, who dared to hurt Rin, understands the prowess of Lord Obito. Initially, Yuching paid him no heed, as he found the reason utterly ludicrous. After all, Kakashi had once imparted the Leaf-S fluid technique to him. He was currently engrossed in the training of ninjutsu, unable to extricate himself from its depths. For the past few days, he had even let his shadow clone attend school in his stead. Obito's arrival signaled a fortuitous encounter. Behind Obito, a white-haired companion with lifeless eyes gripped a white fang, exuding an intimidating aura. Just one glance sent shivers down Yuching's spine, igniting a sense of rivalry. Shall we? With that, the two faced each other, blades drawn. Kakashi observed Yuching, who appeared both imposing and agile, his heart resonating with astonishment. During their last mission, this once naive youth had seemed easily conquerable. As the exhilarating sensation surged within him, he had thought it merely an illusion. However, through their exchanged glances, he recognized the gravity of their encounter. In that moment, Kakashi regarded Yuching as a worthy adversary. The strike they exchanged, whether in chakra control or transformation, had reached the standard of A.J. Nin, equally matched to his own. Both of them had surpassed the pinnacle of C.H. Nin, aside from their chakra reserves. With a sharp sound, the white fang was drawn, and as Kakashi defended against Yuching's assault, a thunderous crack reverberated. The art of the Hataki swordsmanship also required the mastery of chakra transformation and nature manipulation. As their blades met amidst the intertwining flames and lightning, a delicate chime echoed. The clash of their swords, though crisp, resonated in Obito's ears as a thunderous bell tolling. In an instant, the two youths transformed into fleeting shadows. They unleashed their full strength, their swords striking in rapid succession, the cacophony of metal ringing out before it could disperse into silence. Regrettably, the unawakened Uchiha could only lament missing this extraordinary spectacle, witnessing only the blurred shapes gliding through the gust of wind, alongside the untamed grass of the courtyard, untouched by Yuching's neglect. Yet, the gradually wilting blades of grass and the rising temperature of the courtyard signified that the duel between Yuching and Kakashi persisted, remaining ever present before him. Finally, amidst a resounding vibration that pierced the air, Yuching sheathed his sword and staggered back, breathless. Opposite him, Kakashi returned the white fang to its sheath, unwavering and composed in his breathing. Obito's face fell in disbelief, thinking Yuching had still lost despite his impressive performance. What? You lost, Yuching? Kakashi is that strong, although it was somewhat anticipated. Given Kakashi's years as a J-nin, the intensity of their earlier clash had been overwhelming. Obito had genuinely believed Yuching was on the verge of a comeback. Just as he was about to criticize Yuching for his lack of prowess, his eyes widened in astonishment. He witnessed Kakashi's right sleeve gently fluttering down with the calming winds, revealing a clear line where the fabric had been severed. Yet, Kakashi's arm remained unscathed. Yuching had won. I lost due to my lack of observation. Kakashi spoke with a strained voice, struggling to accept the reality. Just half a month prior, Yuching had still needed his guidance with the Leaf-S fluid technique, and now it's my defeat. Had I not activated the Sharingan, I would have been utterly defenseless. Yuching shook his head, equally disheartened. Initially, both had refrained from employing any other techniques, engaging purely in a contest of swordsmanship, occasionally illuminated by the flickering flow of chakra. However, as the battle progressed, Yuching's physical limitations began to surface, causing his assault to falter, gradually yielding to Kakashi's dominance, in accordance with their unspoken agreement. Since Kakashi had not used ninjutsu, Yuching too had refrained from activating his Sharingan. Yet, their swordsmanship was evenly matched, with Kakashi excelling in other aspects. For Yuching, encountering an opponent of Kakashi's caliber was a rare opportunity. He was still immersed in studying chakra transformation, making such a practical engagement invaluable. Reluctant to forfeit this exceptional chance, Yuching activated his Sharingan when he began to falter, hoping to prolong the duel. Yet, once caught up in the fervor of battle, it is often challenging to restrain oneself. With the Sharingan's activation, Yuching's learning capacity surged, and in a moment of instinct, he seized upon a gap in Kakashi's defense, claiming victory. Defeat is merely defeat. There is no shame in it. The Sharingan is a power inherent to the Uchiha clan. Kakashi quickly set aside his sense of defeat, his expression returning to its usual calm. He ignored Obito, who was making faces behind Yuching as a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. Yuching, why not apply for graduation and become a ninja? We could form a team and surely accomplish many missions together. Ever since his father, Tsukumo Hatake, had perished due to a failed mission while saving a comrade, leading to malicious gossip within the village, Kakashi had come to view missions and rules as paramount in life. This mindset had driven him to be stringent with his companions, obsessively pursuing mission efficiency, which often resulted in unstable team dynamics and diminished task efficacy. Thus, seeking exceptional partners to enhance mission success became an urgent priority. Undoubtedly, Yuching's performance had captured Kakashi's attention, who had long sought reliable companions without success. Upon receiving Kakashi's invitation, Yuching pretended to contemplate before declining. Why take on missions when survival guarantees victory? The meager rewards, likely already diminished, hardly justified the risks. Nor did he seek the combat training or ninja experience that might arise during the tasks. With graduation imminent, he could afford to wait for future opportunities. Kakashi, upon hearing his refusal, displayed no notable reaction, maintaining his usual demeanor, embodying an air of solitude and detachment. Perhaps his coldness was the best embodiment of his philosophy. Yet, if Kakashi were truly that kind of person, he wouldn't be here now. Why are you two just standing around? Haven't you noticed I'm trying to talk to you? Obito interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. Kakashi, what are you sulking about? You've been defeated by Yuching. Stop pretending to be a master here. And you, Yuching, you've merely defeated that jerk Kakashi. If I had awakened my eyes, I could do the same. As Obito hopped around them, desperate for attention, he forcefully disrupted the atmosphere of solitude between the two. What is this? I was the first one here. Yuching stumbled as Obito's exuberance pushed him off balance. As Yuching delivered a powerful blow to Obito, he could sense a shift in Kakashi's state of mind with Obito's words. The flames of their bond, indeed, were omnipresent. Wait, if they're a couple, then what am I? P.S. Regarding the nature and transformation of chakra, 1. A slightly elevated level of elemental ninjutsu will encompass both of these aspects. 2. Unlike ninjutsu, to harness the capability of chakra nature transformation in sword techniques, one must cultivate the lightning release to the level of the Chidori lance. Chapter 41. The initial formation of the combat power system, utilizing the wish fruit since that day of exchanging swordsmanship with Kakashi, even though their conversations were typically sparse. They shared an unspoken understanding, finding moments and places to engage in their swordplay. Hatake Tsukumo, renowned for his Konoha white fang style, possessed a profound mastery that surpassed the Crimson Dance currently being cultivated by Yuching. Both the Hatake swordsmanship and the Crimson Dance transcend conventional ninjutsu. They should be classified among secret techniques. In terms of philosophy, the Hatake style is remarkably inclusive, adaptable to various chakra affinities. In contrast, the Crimson Dance is exclusively suited for fire-type chakra. However, this does not diminish the brilliance of the Crimson Dance. A ninja of such renown as Azuna, who carved out a formidable reputation during the Warring States period, could not possibly wield a weak sword technique. The exceptional aspect of the Crimson Dance lies in its perfect compatibility with the Uchiha clan's physique. It was crafted specifically for them, allowing their graceful forms and the subtle insights of the Sharingan to be fully realized within this technique. This is also why Yuching was able to best Kakashi in their swordplay. Through their exchanges, both swordsmanship skills advanced remarkably, each hinting at a breakthrough in the transformation of chakra. Even with minimal verbal communication, the prolonged training fostered a tacit understanding between them. Of course, Yuching would never acknowledge this as a sign of burgeoning affection. Chakra, as a blend of spiritual energy, naturally resonates when battles reach a stalemate, causing their innate mental signatures to harmonize. Yet, at this juncture, they would instinctively cease their sparring, aware that delving deeper might lead to an ambiguous situation. Wish Tree, beginner stage 10 days, 45 minutes, 33 seconds until the next result. Clang, clang. After a few final exchanges, Yuching and Kakashi separated following a powerful downward slash. The moonlight glimmered, revealing the subtle emotions in Kakashi's eyes. Yuching sheathed his sword, standing steady and breathing evenly. He observed Kakashi, whose face glistened with sweat, yet he showed no intention of removing his mask, prompting a flicker of curiosity in Yuching's mind. Did he not find it uncomfortable to wear that mask? It seemed Kakashi sensed Yuching's gaze, as he noticed a slight twitch in his facial muscles. Those deadpan eyes appeared to harbor some emotion, yet he merely stated, "I'll be leaving tomorrow. The village has been busy with missions lately, and I won't have much time to rest. You'll need to practice on your own from now on." Though Yuching was puzzled by Kakashi's reluctance to graduate, he respected his silence. Nevertheless, Kakashi felt compelled to impart a crucial lesson. In battle, mastering only sword techniques is insufficient. Survival relies on ninjutsu. Sword techniques serve solely to defeat enemies. Without lingering further, Kakashi turned and vanished into the shadows. After several days of interaction, Kakashi could subtly sense Yuching's apprehension, yet he refrained from probing deeper. He discerned that Yuqing's progress in swordsmanship was slightly ahead of his own, aided by the Sharingan. Although it did not align with their previous pace, Kakashi, who valued rules, chose not to investigate further. He merely offered Yuqing a portion of the essence of Hatake swordsmanship, hoping to assist his old classmate in overcoming the barriers of ninjutsu techniques. At this point, he could not delineate whether this was for the sake of better teamwork or simply the bonds of camaraderie. Yuqing returned his gaze and departed from Konoha's second training ground. With Kakashi as a companion, they could truly afford to disregard the village's warnings, venturing out freely, provided they avoided encounters with shadow-level experts. While Kakashi transmitted his sword techniques, Yuqing reciprocated by sharing insights into the Crimson Dance. Were it not for the family sealing techniques, he would have freely imparted everything. In Konoha, sharing experiences of ninjutsu among comrades is permissible, yet direct transmission of training methods is prohibited. I wonder when Kakashi will develop Chidori, revealing the properties of lightning chakra. What am I thinking? By the time he masters that technique, I might have already integrated my bloodline limit. Yuqing shook his head with a smile, dismissing the thought of relying on Kakashi's lightning techniques to comprehend chakra transformations. Kakashi's departure was timely. Yuqing's chakra level had reached 0. 3 cards, entering the Chunin realm. It was time to further hone his abilities. With Kakashi present, Yuqing was reluctant to push his limits too far, fearing it might undermine his training partner's confidence. Upon returning to his abode, Yuqing followed his usual routine, entering the sealed washroom. Given the insufficient conditions, he refrained from setting up additional sealing, sensing, or defensive techniques. Reflecting on his current abilities, Yuqing realized that his chakra refining method had reached its limit, and he had developed a secret technique for nutritional supplementation. His rapid chakra growth was significantly aided by this method. With the assistance of Asuma's ninjutsu scrolls, his jinjutsu capabilities had also risen to the level of a jonin, allowing him to confidently create A-rank ninjutsu. At this stage, Yuqing had begun to grasp the transformation of In chakra, and he even felt an impending evolution of his Sharingan. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. The sensation of expansion he felt while using the Sharingan was undeniable. Next, he focused on his swordsmanship, mastering it while achieving proficiency in chakra flow, on the verge of a breakthrough in transformation. Lastly, there were the 3 techniques imparted by Mikoto, the shadow clone technique, which Yuqing initially spent 3 days learning. During the days without Kakashi's training, Yuqing had relied on dueling with his shadow clones to practice the Crimson Dance. However, while the shadow clone technique was beneficial for accumulating experience in conventional ninjutsu, its utility in swordsmanship was limited. Firstly, the sword techniques require significant physical engagement, while shadow clones, being mere constructs of chakra, possess considerable shortcomings in this regard. Secondly, shadow clones dissipate easily upon taking damage, especially from cuts. Thus, the shadow clone technique offered scant progress in accelerating the training of swordsmanship. Consequently, many of the clones Yuqing created were dispatched to school to attend classes in his stead, certainly a boon for the lazy. Without relying on shadow clones, Yuqing dedicated another 3 days, building upon his mastery of swordsmanship and foundational chakra flow, successfully learning the Crimson Dance. However, lightning release, electromagnetic starburst, this technique, which transforms lightning chakra into a high-voltage electromagnetic pulse to incapacitate machinery and scorch nerves, presented a significant challenge for Yuqing. True to its reputation as the pinnacle of technological prowess in the ninja world, originating from the land of lightning, this ninjutsu left Yuqing, a former undergraduate slacker, in a predicament of indecision. He yearned to leverage his knowledge of physics from a previous life to grasp its intricacies, yet his understanding remained tenuous. Simultaneously, he sought to rely purely on mental discipline, attempting to practice through sheer imagination, yet found himself ensnared in the quagmire of scientific knowledge. The mere thought of this technique compelled him to delve deeper. Control-type skills, aside from sealing techniques and the secret arts of In chakra, were unknown to him. Truly rare treasures. With a flicker of intent, the wish fruit quietly fell into his palm. Alas, he had yet to fully grasp its essence. Yuqing resolved firmly, having identified a clear goal for improvement. Chapter 42, The Wish, Enhance. As Yuqing set his sights on a goal, he swallowed the wish fruit with determination. A familiar sensation of shattering engulfed him, accompanied by a surreal, ethereal feeling. Before he could ponder his surroundings, his body slipped into a state of cultivation, his mind plunging into focus. Here, he relied on the technique of Scarlet Dance, a fire-style swordsmanship, striving day after day to infuse the transformation of fire chakra into his blade. At long last, after a year of relentless practice, Yuqing's proficiency in the swordsmanship officially transcended into the realm of transformation. As he wielded his sword, the blazing edge cleaved through the air, causing the blue stones to crack and split, their surfaces as smooth as satin, the heated breath of his blade melting the cut into a glass-like sheen. As anticipated, after mastering this technique, his chakra consumption diminished to a mere 10%. With no apprehension, Yuqing continued his fervent pursuit towards the transformation of chakra properties in his swordsmanship. However, upon reaching this stage, the challenges escalated significantly. Unlike ninjutsu, which is guided by hand seals, the swordsmanship involved a direct imposition of chakra property alterations onto the blade. This method imposed a tremendous burden, both on the practitioner and the weapon itself. The ferocity of fire chakra exceeded Yuqing's wildest expectations. He dedicated 3 years to unceasing practice, during which he faced death twice due to chakra backlash and saw his weapons shatter multiple times. This cycle of repeated endeavors drained Yuqing's chakra reserves like a dam bursting under relentless floodwaters. Thus, this approach of defying current limitations to forcibly advance my wishes accelerates energy depletion, does it? As Yuqing grappled with the intricacies of chakra transformation, such thoughts occasionally surfaced. In this simulated world, he engaged in first-hand experience while maintaining an independent stream of consciousness, allowing him to remain aware throughout the process and prevent excessive energy drain from overly ambitious desires. Entering the realm of chakra properties is proving quite challenging. Should I forcibly terminate this wish? Yuqing felt a twinge of reluctance, for this was the ambition that aspired to reach the level of shadows. Once he mastered chakra properties, his swordsmanship could transcend ninjutsu, showcasing to those artillery-style ninjas the true meaning of a single sword shattering myriad techniques. Just as he found himself in a quandary, another year elapsed within the simulated world. Yuqing had achieved a profound mastery over the Scarlet Dance. This fire-style swordsmanship, which could previously only be executed with proficiency, now flowed through him as naturally as breathing. The chakra, transformed into crimson flames, danced at his command, each movement resonating with a harmonious rhythm. He had genuinely surpassed the confines of this technique, attaining the status of a master. At this juncture, he could reshape and elevate the technique according to his own volition. However, sensing the dwindling chakra and waning stamina, Yuqing resolutely decided to terminate this wish. The world fractured and halted, reflecting myriad intertwining illusions. With a hint of weakness, Yuqing pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the rapid thumping of his heart, a testament to the exertion he had just endured. Just as abruptly halting the wish led to energy waste, so too did forcibly terminating it during its manifestation. Yet, Yuqing felt no regret. Instead, he relished the discovery of a loophole. While waste was unfortunate, his greatest concern had been the risk of squandering the wish fruit on aspirations that offered little benefit. With this experience, he could approach future wishes with greater audacity. However, the recent energy expenditure suggested that to halt a wish urgently, one must remain within the bounds of one's capabilities. The surprises did not end there. Years of arduous training and countless repetitions culminated in a sudden enhancement of his physical condition. Thump, thump. His heartbeat did not slow but instead surged with unprecedented vigor. His heart, like a finely tuned machine, pumped blood imbued with newfound vitality, flooding throughout his body like a river breaching its banks. The old blood, invigorated by the new, hastened back to the heart, creating a relentless cycle. His skin underwent a remarkable transformation, shedding the calluses formed from prolonged, intensive training and sun-baked exposure. The calluses faded, replaced by resilient, lustrous new skin, akin to a snake shedding its skin. This rapid metamorphosis brought excruciating pain, causing Yuqing to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, he merely stifled a groan in response to the agony. Soon after, the transformation concluded, and Yuqing's peculiar sensations calmed. Exhaling a deep breath, he felt an unparalleled lightness. The surge of power overwhelmed him, prompting him to suppress a cheer. So strong, so powerful. Clenching his fists, the changes in his body elevated his sense of security to new heights. This was the assurance bestowed by supreme aptitude. Yuqing proceeded to the bathroom to wash away the sticky sweat and dead skin, a pungent odor gradually dissipating. Had he trained at the intensity simulated, his body would not have reacted so violently. Yet, he experienced a momentous transformation, amplifying years of physical growth in an instant. Such a rapid elevation in bodily functions imposed immense stress on his organs and bones. Every enhancement in the human body is not merely superficial but rather a profound, holistic transformation encompassing blood, bones, lungs, muscles, and tendons. Yet, Yuqing could only summarize this drastic change with one phrase. So cool. With a flourish, he intercepted the cascading water from the shower head, manipulating it with precision before evaporating it with the flames dancing between his fingers. Soon, the bathroom filled with a steamy haze. His mastery of chakra transformation after years of honing his swordsmanship endowed him with exquisite chakra control. If Yuqing practiced at this level in conventional training, it would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. During the midterm examination, on site, Obito tossed aside the remaining shuriken in his hand, turning towards Yuqing with a smug expression. 9 points. 1 point deducted for haphazardly throwing weapons. Yumao observed the 3 shuriken embedded in the red heart of the wooden target, his lips twitching as he tallied the scores. Just when he had felt pleased about this potential talent, he turned to deliver a reality check. With such behavior, what difference does it make if you possess hidden talent? Obito's momentary pride faltered, his expression plummeting. Fine, I don't need that point. You all know my strength. His disappointment lasted but 3 seconds before his grin returned. Lin, Yuqing, haha. See, as long as your esteemed Obito puts in a little effort, he can ascend to the heavens. Not uttering the trash talk he had honed alongside Yuqing, Obito felt his grand declaration lose some of its flair. Yet, he couldn't allow his image in Lin's eyes to be tarnished. Yuching yawned. Although Obito's childhood narrative was a complete replica of Naruto's, in reality, one could only find their antics rather tiresome. This had nothing to do with Yuching's personal feelings, such as the nature of human interactions. Chapter 43. The attention on Sarutobi Hizashi, and next, Uchiha Yuching as teacher Yuma Yudo called the roll. The gaze of all the students in the class shifted towards him. If one were to speak of the most renowned and celebrated student in this year's Ninja Academy, it would undoubtedly be Yuching. Having triumphed over Sarutobi Asuma, he had awakened his Sharingan early, further enhancing the illustrious reputation of the Uchiha clan. Additionally, a certain loose-tongued individual inadvertently spread the word that the white-haired genius had suffered defeat at the hands of Yuching, propelling Yuching's fame to unprecedented heights. Who is this white-haired individual? He is none other than Hatake Kakashi, a long-standing nin whose brilliance has echoed throughout the ninja world. Whether from the bloodline families or among common students, everyone must concede in the presence of the dazzling Kakashi, with Kakashi himself bested by Yuching. Who would not take notice of such a remarkable figure? Hence, when Yuching's name was called, all available students were stirred, and the teachers were equally attentive. In the spotlight stood the tall and fair youth, resembling a drawn sword, with a high nose and distinctly sharp facial features that set him apart from his peers. Even in silence, he commanded the center of attention. Damn it, that fool Obito has no sense of discretion. I'll drag him into the woods one day. The corners of Yuching's eyes twitched as he suppressed the urge to give Obito a good beating and stepped out of the crowd. It had been 3 days since he consumed the fruit. Unlike the previous enhancement of his chakra refining technique, the physical augmentation from the swordsmanship had forcibly elevated his height by half a head, making him stand out distinctly among his peers. However, this was not the effect he desired. Lacking the strength to rival Akage, Yuching felt a profound sense of insecurity. What he truly yearned for was to maintain an impressive level to attract investments without drawing too much attention to himself. His plan was to steadily develop for half a year before stepping into the limelight of the regular ninja world. How meticulous and clear this strategy was. Yet, unforeseen events continued to arise, prematurely derailing his plans. If he were not concerned about being mistaken for a spy and dragged into an interrogation room, he might have considered using transformation techniques to enter the academy. Old man Sarutobi, why do you always focus your binoculars on the Ninja Academy? Is that truly your priority? What about your bathhouse? At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hizashi observed as Yuching proficiently threw shuriken, all hitting the wooden posts with precision. Not bad, not bad. A promising new leaf, reminiscent of my own youthful vigor, he mused, running his fingers through his thinning hair with a touch of nostalgia. Hearing rumors of Yuching's victory over Kakashi had prompted him to increase scrutiny on the academy today. The confrontation had taken place in the Uchiha clan grounds, where the formidable sealing techniques deterred even a ninjutsu expert from peering too closely. Moreover, Yuching and Kakashi's exchanges occurred under the cover of night. Sarutobi, who typically concealed his binocular techniques in front of his wife, had no opportunity to observe. Yet, geniuses like Kakashi, who were seeds of Kage-level talent, could not be overlooked. Thus, Sarutobi focused his attention entirely on Yuching within the academy. He noted that Yuching had scored full marks in shuriken technique, body technique, and transformation technique, which was hardly surprising, given the minimal challenge posed to an Uchiha with awakened Sharingan. However, Sarutobi's gaze gradually shifted. Even though Yuching concealed himself well, his deviations from the information he had gathered revealed some truths. Yuching had noticeably reduced interactions with Obito, who often played the part of the jester, and instead exhibited moments of encouragement and comfort towards him. Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe. Does he sense my observation? Such sensitivity from the new Uchiha. He shifted his designation of Yuching from a symbol of hope for Konoha to simply Uchiha. Such cunning. Who is he? He is the third Hokage who has served for 29 years, a stalwart guardian who has traversed through both fire and water, and has long been attuned to the sentiments of the people in the village. What sort of individual could possibly elude his notice? Certainly not Yuching. Yet, in an instant, the third Hokage's expression brightened. Cunning is good. Such a naive Uchiha ought to be swayed by my will of fire. This mindset, rich in thought, posed little threat. This Uchiha was destined not to awaken those eyes, at most reaching the level of a mere flowing cloud. And without awakening those eyes, Yuching would not resort to extremes. And thus he did not qualify as an adversary in Sarutobi's eyes. Flowing cloud? I could still take on a couple of those. With that, Sarutobi donned his Hokage hat and returned to his rightful seat. He dared to claim the title of the strongest Hokage, for he had the prowess to back it up. Yuching's gentle smile vanished in an instant. Once the eerie sensation of being watched dissipated, he no longer felt inclined to feign camaraderie with Obito. Damn it. Why is that fool so bothersome? Seizing the opportunity to climb the ladder, is he? That previous attempt doesn't count. I had poor aim, and oversight. Obito waved at Noera Rin to attract her attention while demanding Yuching to demonstrate shuriken throwing once more. After losing a point due to carelessness during the first shuriken throwing assessment, he had become fixated on Yuching, who had achieved a perfect score. While Yuqing's awakening of the Sharingan and subsequent progress was commendable, overshadowing his older brother and bringing him disgrace was simply unacceptable. Furthermore, Yuqing's recent transformation, from a mild-mannered demeanor to an imposing presence, had drawn far too many eyes. In Obito's mind, Yuqing had begun to emerge as a dark horse capable of replacing Kakashi. This was no ordinary Yuqing. He must strike back with full force. However, the shuriken throwing resulted in 3 consecutive defeats. Even his previously confident fire-style ninjutsu comparison fell short against Yuqing's superior chakra control, leading to yet another loss. The body technique was even less worth mentioning, as he lacked the courage to voice it. Obito, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, realized that given the aftermath of Yuqing's clash with Kakashi, 10 of him might not suffice as a match. Yuqing, unable to shake off this persistent annoyance, noticed the subtly displeased gaze of Yuhi Kurenai and felt a headache coming on. Silly boy, if you want to impress Rin, you need not seek me out. I have already evolved into a phase of companionship and shared memories, while you linger in the shallow waters of male competition. Brother, you are wasting my time. Reluctantly, Yuqing allowed Obito a moment of grace, feigning a failure to dodge Obito's shuriken after its second collision, narrowly avoiding defeat. However, just as Obito burst into triumphant laughter, murmurs of admiration began to surface. Yuqing is so impressive. He even knows how to show consideration for his clan, caring for their dignity. What a loving Uchiha. Oh, I think I'm falling in love. In the Ninja Academy, the admiration for strength was ingrained in the hearts of these students, coupled with Yuqing's increasingly striking appearance. Even minimal contact with Yuhi Kurenai or Akamichi Choji elevated his status among the female students, gradually bestowing upon him the aura of a Prince Charming. Thus, even in defeat against Obito, they found reasons to uphold his honor. Furthermore, this time, he truly let it slide. Obito could no longer hold back. Damn it. The second phase of the defeated dog form has been activated. Chapter 44. The 3 prohibitions of ninjas, broken in a day at a level such as Yuqing's. It is typically quite challenging to encounter life-threatening dangers. With the conclusion of the midterm examinations, the graduating students were granted a delightful 3-day holiday. With ample free time on his hands, Yuqing decided to accompany Hinata to take a stroll. Previously, in his quest to enhance his chakra reserves, Yuqing consumed an astounding 20 to 30 pounds of food daily. Such an enormous appetite rendered the meager provisions at home utterly insufficient. Even with the kind gifts of fruits and vegetables from well-meaning neighbors, it was but a drop in the bucket, far from adequate. Brother Chishui was unable to spare any extra resources, leaving Yuqing to devise his own solutions. As for dining at Makoto's home again, he felt too young to navigate such a situation. Ah, the pursuit of wealth. Yuqing sighed deeply, filled with a yearning for financial freedom. Even traversing another world. One is still ensnared by the troubles of money. How perplexing, Haji-in. Ah, Yuqing, are you in need of money? I have a little here. Nearby, the sweet-faced Hinata, having overheard Yuqing's musings, fumbled to retrieve her wallet. Yuqing quickly halted her, for with her limited funds, he could only manage to dine twice before she would be left with nothing. Her family's situation was somewhat better. Oh, but is it truly safe for us to go to Shortbook Street? Didn't you mention that war is imminent? Hinata inquired. Her bright eyes fixed on Yuqing as they made their way toward Shortbook Street. With me around, you need not worry. Rest assured, everything will be just fine. If this were a past life, it would undoubtedly resemble a classic tale of a naive girl being lured by a mischievous boy. Yet, in this moment, Hinata, filled with trust and admiration for Yuqing, had no doubts. Indeed, Yuqing will surely protect me. You've broken the 3 prohibitions of ninjas more than once. Yuqing thought to himself, rolling his eyes at the innocent girl. The allure of a handsome figure had caused her to abandon her vigilance. Had she forgotten the rules of a ninja? Did she truly understand my strength? How unknowing she is, this naive girl, who could easily fall prey to the charms of a rogue. Yuqing affectionately patted Hinata's head, his heart warmed by the presence of someone who believed in him so deeply. It was hard not to feel a sense of pride. Stop that. What if I don't grow any taller? Hinata swatted away Yuqing's hand, which had tousled her hair. Initially, she had enjoyed his affectionate gesture, but now, at this optimal height difference for head pats, she was no longer pleased. I used to be taller than you. Did you absorb my growth potential by patting my head? Otherwise, how could you have shot up so quickly? The fleeting whims of a teenage girl changed in an instant. But Yuqing was not bothered. Yet, the tradition of head pats must remain. He resolved to pat her again tomorrow. Yuqing weighed the good sword hanging at his waist. A fine blade bestowed upon him by Obui. This sword had become ill-suited to carry his aspirations. It could not navigate the currents of a new era. Although its material included some chakra-infused metal, its conductivity was far too inadequate. This Tier 2 ninja weapon could only boast a few tricks in chakra form transformation. Once it reached the stage of chakra nature transformation, its capacity to support the advancement of ninja sword techniques became painfully evident. His experiences in sword practice following his wish had shown that it could accompany him no further. In the future, Yuqing either had to forge a new sword entirely from chakra metal or seek out renowned Tier 1 swords like the White Fang or the Kusanagi. Or perhaps request a divine blade from the Sage of Six Paths, such as the legendary creation sword, Tama no Yari. Coupled with the need for crafting formidable weapons in the evil realms, Yuqing found himself compelled to venture out earlier than anticipated. Coincidentally, selling this sword would provide him some funds to purchase food and assist with household expenses, thus completing the bond between this sword and Abui. After all, the reclusive Abui still required this financial lifeline. With his own hunger unquenched, how could he expect to treat his captive well? I shall not neglect you. I promise to find you a worthy buyer, ensuring you leave with dignity. Gently caressing the hilt, Yuqing felt a tinge of reluctance. Short Book Street, alongside Kaiki City, stood as one of the most prosperous economic districts surrounding Konohagakure. Their relationship with Konoha mirrored the dynamics of TJ and XA in a past life, serving as centers of economic function. Given Konoha's identity as a military stronghold, internal merchant scrutiny was naturally stringent. However, as the largest ninja village and the world's most formidable organization, the sense of security it provided attracted a multitude of merchants to settle there. Thus, Short Book Street and Kaiki City flourished. The streets teemed with pedestrians, a myriad of distinctive goods on display from exquisite ninja tools to fashionable attire. From delectable delicacies to rare medicinal herbs, everything one could desire. Shopkeepers enthusiastically beckoned to customers, their storefronts bustling with activity. Hinata, overwhelmed by the sights, marveled at the array of offerings. Growing up in the secluded environment of Konoha, her training and status as a reserve ninja meant her opportunities for exploration were exceedingly rare. She flitted about excitedly, her small pink cat wallet visibly thinning at an alarming rate. Yuqing patiently accompanied her, traversing half the street together, bags hanging from their arms. This weight posed no challenge to Yuqing's current physique, yet Hinata's fervor for shopping astonished him. Such was the rebound from her previously stifled desires. Suddenly, Yuqing deftly pressed down on Hinata's hand as she clutched a silver note. Unbeknownst to her, they had wandered into a wine shop, her little nose catching the enticing aroma of fine-aged wine wafting from the establishment. Wait, just as I said, you've broken the ninja prohibition regarding men. Now you're about to breach the alcohol ban? You aren't even of age. Tsunade would surely have the upper hand over you. Realizing her hand had been restrained, Hinata snapped back to her senses. Ah, how did I end up here? Did you cast an illusion on me, Yuqing? She exclaimed, playfully deflecting blame. Yuqing's forehead was lined with dark thoughts as he pulled the now flushed Hinata away. She offered no resistance, merely pouting and murmuring, I didn't do it on purpose. That wine smelled so good, and another girl even stole a bottle. Another girl? Yuqing glanced back, spotting a high ponytail, golden-haired little girl sneaking away around the corner of the wine shop. Another expert. Hey, Hinata suddenly tiptoed, shaking Yuqing's arm. She has already vanished, and you're still staring? You're just going to forget about me when you see a girl with long golden hair? Jealousy flared within her as she tugged Yuqing away. You need to appease me now. Yuqing remained oblivious to Hinata's resentment. He merely smirked, a peculiar chuckle escaping his lips. Hehehe. The plump lamb has arrived. A method to earn money has materialized. Chapter 45, half an hour. Worth 1,000 times the overly villainous laughter momentarily silenced the irritable Yuhi read. Is this the voice of Yuqing? Without lingering too long, Yuqing found a modistan, checked into a room, and placed the snacks and toys bought by Yuhi Red down. Where are you going, Yuqing? Asked Yuhi Red, thinking he was upset with her. I'm going out to earn some money. I'll leave a shadow clone to keep you company, so don't wander off. Yuqing's tone was somewhat serious. Short Book Street was never short of ninja visitors, and it was a bit dangerous for Yuhi Red to be alone. Understood. Yuhi Red replied sullenly, her lips pouting. Seeing this, Yuqing felt a tad embarrassed. After all, she had come here to enjoy the sights, and leaving her alone seemed rather inconsiderate. He was about to reach out to comfort her but recalled her previous resistance, so he reluctantly held back. I'll be back soon. Once I have money, I'll treat you to your favorite grilled meat, alright? She replied, her voice slightly nasal. Yuqing sighed. A good woman is indeed worth cherishing, but the pursuit of power is far more intoxicating. Resolutely, he formed hand seals and activated the shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, Yuqing vanished from the inn. Meanwhile, the clone remained, bobbing its head and chuckling heartily. Yuqing couldn't fathom why his shadow clone always exhibited such a distinct personality, sometimes leading him to wonder if he might be experiencing some form of dissociation, even if he knew the whereabouts of the elusive Big Sheep. Capturing her was no simple feat, especially in Short Book Street where her reputation was well known among gamblers, laden with debts and hopes for fortune. With these burdens, Tsunade had undoubtedly employed every hidden tactic at her disposal. Yuqing suspected that even during the ninja war, her disguise skills would pale in comparison to her prowess here. Fortunately, having read the original story, Yuqing was aware of Tsunade's vulnerabilities, her blonde hair, modest bust, high ponytail, and the black-haired Shizun who was often seen outside. Found her. At the eastern corner of Short Book Street, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Big, big, big. 4 p.m., it must be 4 p.m. Oh, one more time. With an anxious expression, Shizun, clutching a pink pig, scanned the surroundings, fearful of being discovered by her creditors. She was oblivious to the tall young man approaching her. Oi, miners shouldn't block the road here. As the young man stepped through the entrance, he casually brushed past the pink pig. It looked tender and delectable, perfect for roasting. Disguised as a youth, Yuching thought to himself. The pig shivered suddenly, awakening with bleary eyes. Humph, bad guy. Shizun quickly covered the pig's mouth, bending down to apologize. I'm sorry, we'll leave right away. Seeing the polite and remorseful Shizun, Yuching felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she was his classmate. The sight of the pig annoyed him, and he felt as if his luck had vanished for the day. With a flick of his sleeve, he strode into the bustling venue. Upon entering, the large green sleeves emblazoned with the character for Gamble billowed, and the blonde girl exuded an air of dominance. Small. Without needing to scrutinize, Yuching recognized her instantly. Stepping further in, he caught sight of the wine flask at Tsunade's waist, still radiating the aroma of the vineyard. The inherently wicked big sheep. I shall. Big. With a swift motion, Yuching wagered all his remaining 300 taels. All in. Tsunade was startled by this sudden outburst. The faintly deceptive chakra emanating from Yuching causing her brows to arch. Well, a ninja has the gall to confront me. Do they not know the 3 gambling prohibitions? It seemed she would need to have a serious talk with the old man upon her return. The brazen big sheep lamented the current youth's lack of ninja virtue. She patted her modest bosom and placed another bet. 7. With that, she glanced provocatively at Yuching, her phoenix eyes sparkling with challenge. Kid, today I'll show you how it's done. I am a professional at gambling. Yuching, however, was unable to respond, as he was financially constrained. Open. As the dealer raised their hand, all eyes were on the table, breath held in anticipation. The 3 dice revealed 6, 6, and 2. Victory is ours. We won. Seeing the final count, Tsunade angrily slammed her fist on the table. Fortunately, she remembered her station and refrained from using chakra. But her innate strength caused the sturdy table to wobble. Damn it. She glared at Yuching, who was smiling radiantly. 300 turned into 600. How could one not be joyful? Little brat, are you skilled at this? Gambling requires strategy and technique. I, however, am your method. Tsunade's eyes widened, fixated on Yuching. Again, the bets were placed, and the game commenced once more. Small. 5. Big. 16. In the end, the odds were 1-1 for guessing big or small, and 1-18 for guessing the number. Thus, Yuching's assets soared. 300 multiplied by 2, 600 taels. 300 multiplied by 18, 5,400 taels. A tenfold increase in a single round. Can you believe it? While Yuching laughed broadly, Tsunade grimaced in defeat. 300 turned into 600. How could one not be joyful? Yuching chuckled as he subtly cast an illusion while the other gamblers were distracted, utilizing his talent in shadow manipulation. Coming from the Senju clan, Tsunade, known for her proficiency in yang release, was completely unaware of the illusion. Thus, while Yuching pursued Tsunade's point tally, the astute gamblers remained oblivious to the underlying intricacies. After the 3rd round, Yuching chose to withdraw. Though the money came quickly, he detested such methods. He had always been vehemently opposed to gambling and drugs. With 60,000 taels in hand, he waved his sleeve and departed without a care. Left behind was the infuriated Tsunade, gnashing her teeth in frustration. There were no lingering after effects. After all, it was merely a few 100,000 taels. Establishments like this wouldn't pay heed to such trifling sums. As Yuching left, he whistled cheerfully, giving a playful pat to the still grumbling pig. Tsunade's maid, Shizun, stared wide-eyed as he exited. That was too quick. She hadn't yet resolved her inner conflict about whether to take Lady Tsunade with her. From departure to return, it had only been an hour and a half, most of which was spent searching for Tsunade's precise location. But Yuching now had the urgent funds he required. Hopefully. Yui Red hadn't grown too impatient. As he pushed open the inn door, however, the scene before him made his heart sink. There stood his foolish clone, grinning stupidly. Opposite, Yui Red was brandishing her newly purchased exquisite brush, pouting as she moistened the nib. Then she began to draw on the already chaotic face of the clone, muttering, "You want to accompany me, huh? Stinky Yuching, I'll draw you a little turtle." Her complaints coincided almost perfectly with the sound of the door opening. Yuching, please let me explain. Chapter 46. Is the barbecue restaurant blocked? With a furrowed brow, Yuching reprimanded Zai-Hong. As their conversation progressed, Zai-Hong's ruby-like eyes sparkled even more brightly. Could tears really have such an effect? Yuching was taken aback, and then softened by those enchanting eyes. He found it difficult to continue his scolding. He turned to gaze at his foolish shadow clone, feeling a headache coming on. You've come. I find this world mostly illusory, and life utterly meaningless. Would it not be better for us to retreat into the mountains and seek enlightenment together? Bang. Before the shadow clone could continue its nonsensical ramblings, Yuching clasped his hands together, dispelling the clone. The memories of the mad philosopher surged into his mind, causing his expression to darken. This unfortunate being was perpetually fixated on merging with nature, like a tree deeply rooted in the earth, and thus had absorbed Zai-Hong's grievances in a wooden manner. Previously, the clones merely represented the spectrum of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. This time, however, it seemed that the very mode of thought had shifted. Yet, observing Zai-Hong's formerly sullen face, now transformed into a more playful visage, Yuching found some merit in this peculiar ability. At the very least, it could serve as a toy, despite the memories being somewhat unfriendly to him. Red. Crying isn't the behavior of a good girl. If you continue like this, I might just forego treating you to the most extravagant meal on the street. Yuqing waved a handful of bills, causing the tearful Zai to freeze in shock. The tears that had been welling up in her eyes vanished in an instant. And with a joyful cry, she clung to Yuqing's arm. Zai gently tugged at Yuqing's sleeve, her upturned face adorned with a charming smile. Yuqing, I realize my mistake now. Her nose crinkled slightly, and a faint fragrance of gardenias wafted between them. Will you take me for that grand feast? Even in her playful demeanor, she exuded a natural charm that was hard to resist. Her crimson eyes sparkled with mirth. The slight upward curve at the corners infused with an innate allure that made it impossible for Yuqing to refuse. Ah, I want. Yuqing pinched her soft, collagen-rich cheek, softer than a freshly peeled egg. She was far cuter than the likes of Tsunade from his past life, who had once repulsed him. Each time he trained with her, the experience had always left him fuming. This time, he vowed that all the humiliations he had endured would be avenged upon the plump lamb. Accompanied by Zai Yuqing soon located the most popular restaurant on the street, Qiu Dao's Barbecue. Wow, has Qiu Dao's Barbecue reached here too? After some inquiries and comparisons, they ultimately settled on this establishment. Upon entering, the decor of the barbecue restaurant momentarily transported him back to his previous life. The small charcoal grill with an iron mesh filled with ice made the meat slices appear more tantalizing. Alongside juices and pristine porcelain tableware, everything evoked a sense of nostalgia. It truly resembles the past. It smells divine. Zai exclaimed with delight. Yuqing could not resist giving her a playful thump on the head. Hey, what was that for? Zai momentarily forgot Yuqing's intimidating presence in the face of delicious food, flailing her arms in protest. Just focus on grilling your meat. Yuqing's words brought her back to reality. This lavish meal was, after all, Yuqing's treat. By the way, Yuqing, where did you get the money? I haven't seen you selling your sword. While Zai busied herself laying out the meat slices on the grill, she found a moment to ask about Yuqing's sudden wealth. The sizzling of the barbecue filled the air as a drop of hot oil glided down the luscious pork belly. Yuqing was about to concoct an excuse. For such matters were not for her age to ponder. Suddenly, is that the scoundrel who won my money over here? The commotion from outside jostled the juice on Yuqing's table. After losing a borrowed 50,000 taels at the gambling den, Tsunade had made a hasty escape before the casino's thugs could close in. Once outside, she swiftly pulled away the anxious Shizen, who had been pacing back and forth. After successfully evading the goons, Tsunade returned to her temporary lodging and immediately dispelled her transformation jutsu, returning to her true form. Shizen, did anyone recognize you outside? Tsunade yawned, stretching her body, feeling the weight of her bindings, as she pulled out her piglet from Shizen's arms. Not really, but what? Tsunade sensed Shizen's hesitation and grew wary. Could it be that a creditor was indeed after her? But with her fear of blood, she could not perform to repay her debts. Shizen hesitated but eventually divulged her prior encounter under Tsunade's relentless questioning. Meanwhile, the piglet, nearly suffocating in Tsunade's grasp, struggled to poke its head out, recounting the rudeness of a certain individual. Tsunade, already having a strong impression of this individual, instantly recognized him as Yuqing, the one who had dared to challenge her. How infuriating. To win so much money from me and even tease my beloved pet. If I do not show my might, what will become of the reputation of the Sannin? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, disregarding her appearance. With the piglet in her arms, she kicked open the inn door, leaving a despondent Shizen behind. Hey, guided by the piglet, Tsunade quickly found the inn where Yuqing was staying. However, after sniffing around, the piglet soon pointed in a new direction. Qiu Dao's Barbecue. The piglet possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, even more acute than that of ninja dogs, allowing it to track various scent trails. Even amidst the bustling streets, it could accurately pinpoint Yuqing's scent. The one who had toyed with it. Over there. The piglet pointed with its chubby paw, a mischievous grin spreading across its face. Its adorable voice and animated expressions instantly attracted the attention of several young women nearby. So cute. Can I pet it? Such a rosy little piggy. But soon, Tsunade's booming voice silenced the crowd. They scattered like startled sparrows, whispering among themselves. What a fierce master. How pitiful to follow such a master. Yuqing shivered, sensing that misfortune was imminent for him today. Following the gazes of the crowd, he noticed a stunning beauty approaching. With a delicate, fair oval face and flowing, luxurious golden hair, she possessed striking features. Her large amber eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, were framed by elegantly arched eyebrows, exuding both femininity and authority. Dressed in a creamy low-cut top that subtly accentuated her curves and a pair of loose hot shorts, her long, smooth legs were both graceful and alluring. Yet, none of these traits captured attention as much as the ample curves outlined by her top, which left onlookers momentarily entranced. I apologetically admit, I was a bit too forward earlier. The golden-haired lady's commanding presence held Yuqing spellbound. Without needing to look further, he immediately recognized her. The granddaughter of the founder of Konoha, a direct disciple of the third Hokage, the most renowned medical ninja, and the future gambling queen who has taken a fortune from him, Tsunade. Chapter 47. Lunch with the great fat sheep. Tsunade crossed her arms, her expression as frosty as ice, glaring at the handsome boy with dark hair in front of her, whose grip on the chopsticks seemed precarious. The piglet in her embrace mirrored her disdain. Humph. So it's that little brat from Konoha, and he appears to be from the Uchiha clan. The short street is situated around Konoha, and in the current climate, the presence of ninjas from other villages here feels somewhat inappropriate. Tsunade had long suspected that Yuching hailed from Konoha, but the fact that he was from the proud Uchiha family gave her pause. Finally, an Uchiha had emerged as a commendable ninja, thoroughly influenced by his great-uncle. Tsunade's tone faltered. When did the Uchiha start dabbling in gambling? She abruptly halted her thoughts. The renowned Princess Tsunade, one of the legendary three, going to a gambling den. It might tarnish her image, not to mention confronting someone over gambling debts. Well, the reputation of the legendary three is indeed useful for attracting investments. Little brat, I've heard from my subordinate that you dared to tease my pet. At such a tender age, venturing into places like that. Today I shall take on the role of your elder and educate you properly, Tsunade proclaimed. Her face adorned with a smile that was both intimidating and as vibrant as a blooming peony, striding forward with purpose. With each step, an invisible wave of energy surged forth, her tiny fist raised, radiating an aura of fierce determination. In that moment, Yuching forgot the imminent danger of being struck by her fist, his gaze descending into an abyss. Magnificent, words were unnecessary. In the realm of anime, it seemed too insubstantial. Yet, in reality, it was breathtakingly overwhelming. The drastic sway of her fist magnified in his vision, and just as it descended, he exclaimed, "So, I must inform my elders that the esteemed Tsunade has lost money to me, correct?" Tsunade's imposing aura dissipated in an instant, her fist lowering to Yuching's head. She extended her hand, ruffling the hair of the Uchiha boy before her. How infuriating. If Jiraiya or Kyun heard such news, I would be utterly humiliated. Losing money at the gambling den is already embarrassing enough, let alone being outdone by a junior from the village. She exhaled sharply, sitting across from Yuching, glaring at him. Konoha is a village of love. We can't afford to lose on both sides. That also means I must teach him a lesson. Wah, Tsunade, Tsunade-sama. Inazuka Kiba exclaimed, nearly gasping for breath. What did she just see? The legendary Tsunade-sama was alive. She instinctively overlooked their previous conflict, caught up in the excitement of encountering her idol. Who is Tsunade? The greatest female ninja in the ninja world. An idol in the hearts of all the girls in Konoha. The surprise was so sudden that Kurenai's eyes sparkled with admiration for her idol. Yuching found it difficult to comprehend Kurenai's emotions, but sat quietly, saying little. The small hand atop his head was too forceful. Tsunade then noticed the exquisitely cute girl beside her, and instinctively eased her grip. A fan encounter, huh? Sigh, the burden of being a legendary ninja is indeed heavy. Little brat, you even brought your sister along for lunch? I didn't expect you to have a shred of conscience, Tsunade remarked, gathering her hair with elegance as she sat more gracefully. What do you mean? I have a conscience. Moreover, Kurenai is not my sister. She is my classmate. Classmate? Tsunade was genuinely surprised. Have the younger generation become so open-minded? Am I truly getting old? A new generation is replacing the old. Compared to this boy, her perverted teammate who liked to peep at the girls' bathhouse seemed utterly beneath her. However, the Uchiha before her was indeed a strikingly handsome young man, attracting the attention of young girls. Yet, she had to keep a close watch, ensuring the youth did not stray off course. Tsunade still upheld some semblance of elderly decorum and quickly made up her mind. Humph. Regardless, you have offended my pet, and you owe it compensation for emotional distress. Tsunade stated unapologetically, snatching the chopsticks from the table. The piglet, now resting on the table, chimed in with a few grunts of agreement. Why should I? I've only participated a few times. Your funds are hardly enough for me to win my share. Yuching muttered under his breath. You dare speak. Tsunade's temper flared. It's not just about winning a little. You were deliberately opposing me, and you indeed won. This was akin to challenging her directly. The audacity of youth was astonishing. Tsunade remained silent, casting Yuching a look that urged him to reflect on his situation. How about 5,000? Yuching cautiously proposed. And what do you think? Tsunade clenched her fist, her expression fierce. 10,000, no more. 20,000. Deal. The swift exchange of bargaining concluded. Tsunade first offered a sly smile. Then her expression turned dubious. Was she at a loss for agreeing so readily? However, upon further reflection, she realized she had sacrificed nothing and gained 20,000 to offset her losses. If that wasn't a win, what was? As for the little disputes at the gambling den, hey, she had only wagered a few thousand there. Meanwhile, Yuching felt a swell of pride. He lacked skills and wealth, yet he had profited immensely from the unfortunate gambling luck of the great fat sheep. Sharing a few scraps with her would surely satisfy her. Why not benefit from it? Yuching and Tsunade exchanged knowing smiles, both believing they had emerged victorious. By the way, little one, I still don't know your name, Tsunade remarked. Before Yuching could respond, the eager Kurenai interjected, raising her hand. I'm Kurenai Yuhi Tsunade-sama. Tsunade's face brightened with a smile as she nodded toward Kurenai. Kurenai? From the Yuhi clan? Yes. Tsunade-sama. My father often spoke of your great deeds. and he is ever grateful for your life-saving intervention on the battlefield in the land of rain. Ah, no need to be so enthusiastic. We are all comrades from the same village. Tsunade had not anticipated this connection with Kurenai, and her gaze toward the adorable young fan softened even more. She didn't suspect that this might be a tactic for flattery. She had saved countless ninjas on the battlefield, and it was entirely normal for a Jonin to express gratitude. As the atmosphere among the trio grew increasingly harmonious, they soon polished off the meat on the table. The two women, still craving more, frequently shot Yuqing suggestive glances. With both beauties at his side, Yuqing could only helplessly call for more dishes. Tenderloin, sirloin, and marbled beef arrived in succession. Before long, the sizzling sound of fat on the grill filled the air, golden edges curling enticingly. Sprinkling on seasoning, they savored the delectable morsels, the tender juices bursting on their tongues, mingling with the freshness of the lettuce and the sweetness of the sauce, prompting exclamations of delight. Yuqing, I believe I have heard your name before. Last time, you consumed 300,000 Ryo at the Konoha hospital, didn't you? Once they grew familiar. Tsunade recalled hearing about Yuqing, observing him devour food voraciously, more than 6 people combined, as he polished off the majority of the barbecue. Instantly, she thought of the report from her subordinate, Yakushi no Noyu. Such an appetite, no wonder he had grown taller than his peers. Yuqing, however, sensed a sudden unease. Was the scheming great fat sheep dissatisfied with his rapid consumption and plotting to extort money? No matter how much he ate, the Uchiha clan's subsidies were sufficient, and he should not expect to extract more from him. After all, he still needed to purchase military rations. However, the premium pricing of the barbecue restaurant owned by the Akimichi clan is justifiable. The exquisite quality of the meat is one aspect, while its abundant energy and rich nutritional value are another. Yuqing surmised that the source of this meat might be a breed of cattle that has been crossbred with the ninja beasts, allowing for chakra extraction that is significantly more efficient than with ordinary meats. One could only say that this meal, though priced at a premium, was undoubtedly worth every penny. You little brat, what are you thinking? Do I look like someone who would swindle you out of your money? Tsunade exclaimed in fury, nearly unleashing her monstrous strength upon the Uchiha boy before her. Yuqing remained silent, his skeptical gaze conveying everything. Yet, his eyes involuntarily descended into an abyss. Oh no. How did I trigger self-targeting? As his gaze lifted, his bright brown eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Chapter 48. Tsunade's personal examination under the piercing gaze of the hefty lamb. Yuqing inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt and conceded defeat. Humph, you little rascal. This lady initially intended to show her benevolence by examining your health, but, humph. Tsunade reprimanded Yuqing for his narrow-mindedness, dismissing his thoughts with disdain. Her original intention was not to extract some petty profit or to pilfer a few coins from Yuqing, but rather her curiosity was piqued by his performance, genuinely wanting to investigate the peculiarities of his physique. It is well known that the Uchiha clan has always specialized in the study of in-release chakra directions. However, Yuqing's rapid physical development and voracious appetite hinted at something contrary to the Uchiha lineage. In her youth, before the Senju clan fully integrated into Konoha, she had gleaned much information about the Uchiha from her elders. In summary, Yuqing did not resemble a typical Uchiha at all. To be honest, she felt a slight itch of curiosity. This was a discovery even her great-uncle had never encountered. Yuqing looked at Tsunade in surprise, sensing that her words were sincere. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a gambler from the Senju clan to resist the allure of gold. However, Yuqing dared not speak or inquire further, fearing a single punch from the violent woman could send him to the afterlife. Beside them, Yugao observed intently. Initially, she was lost in the excitement of meeting her idol and had overlooked the subtle undertones. Now, however, she became cautious and measured in her demeanor. Yugao subtly tugged at Yuqing's sleeve, her eyes filled with urgency. Yuqing, this is Lady Tsunade, she whispered, leaning closer to his ear, her fingers clenched tightly. Since Lady Tsunade has expressed interest, why not let her examine you first? Turning to Tsunade, her tone softened further, infused with youthful charm. Lady Tsunade, please don't hold it against him. I too wish to witness your legendary medical skills. Yugao's gaze flitted anxiously between the two. In her heart, Tsunade was not only one of the legendary Sannin, but also a princess of the Senju clan, a hero of Konoha. Even though Yuqing possessed extraordinary talent, he was far from being a match for this legendary ninja. Moreover, throughout the history of the ninja world, illusion-type ninjas had never truly reached the pinnacle of power. Even if Yuqing's talent for genjutsu was unparalleled, his future achievements may not surpass Tsunade's. With these thoughts in mind, Yugao became even more anxious. She cast a furtive glance at Tsunade's expression, fearing that Yuqing's earlier hesitation might provoke displeasure in this esteemed lady. Yuqing noticed her concern and couldn't help but smile. Tsunade, having been pampered since childhood and choosing to pursue a career as a medical ninja, was perhaps Konoha's kindest ninja despite her slight propensity for violence. Unbeknownst to Yugao, who was consumed by worry, the whispers in her ears felt like feathers brushing against his heart, both ticklish and soft. Yuqing chuckled softly and patted Yugao's hand, reassuring her not to fret. Indeed, I may have been biased, but who could have predicted that my first encounter with Lady Tsunade would be so dramatic? As he spoke, Yuqing discreetly pointed to the sake flask that Tsunade carried. Tsunade, who had been enjoying the performance of the seemingly perfect pair before her, suddenly realized that the male protagonist was pointing at her lower body. Initially taken aback with irritation, thinking the Uchiha boy harbored some nefarious intentions, she was soon caught off guard as her hand inadvertently brushed against the flask at her waist, leading to an embarrassing revelation. Suddenly, memories flooded back. Earlier that day, in a moment of leisure, Tsunade had witnessed the red-eyed girl lingering when she had no money to purchase sake. At that time, Yuching had been obscured by a gift bag, which explained why she had not connected the dots between the two. Now, with Yuching's pointed observation, Tsunade lamented how this little rascal had caught her off guard once again. Then, her expression softened as she gently pulled Yugao into her embrace. Ah. Let's first showcase your Aunt Tsunade's skills to you, dear. Tsunade understood Yuching's intent, knowing it was meant to comfort Yugao. Before long, Tsunade effortlessly alleviated Yugao's worries with her unique charm. The legendary Kunoichi said something that made Yugao cover her mouth in laughter, and in the blink of an eye, they became as close as sisters who had known each other for years, leaving Yuching somewhat sidelined. Yet, he bore no ill will. After all, there were more than just the two of them present. He began to playfully tease the piglet lying on the table. The little tail wagging in circles caught Yuching's attention, and he playfully tugged at it. Oink! The once jovial little pig suddenly wore a sorrowful expression. It glanced at Yuching before retreating to the other side. Hey, bad person. To his surprise, Yuching understood. He realized that this little pig was Tsunade's pet. However, in his previous life, Yuching had been more focused on battles and less on the creature's abilities. Now, driven by curiosity, he continued to poke and prod at the piglet's belly and rear, even contemplating whether to pull off its pearl necklace for a closer look. With Tsunade in such dire financial straits, it was evident that this little pig's jewelry was a testament to her genuine affection. Yet, this only deepened his curiosity about the piglet's origins, prompting him to interrupt the two women. Humph, who told you to touch my pet? His words caught Tsunade's attention, and upon seeing Yuching tease her beloved pet, her hair stood on end. Yuching showed no signs of fear. When dealing with someone like Tsunade, being overly cautious would only lead to unfavorable outcomes. A bold demeanor often garnered more favor. Hey, I was merely curious about its ability to communicate, Yuching said nonchalantly, which left Tsunade somewhat flustered as she ruffled his hair. You little rascal. Taunton and Appos, that's not exactly a summoning beast, and Appos, that's not even a true ninja beast. But, can you really understand what Taunton is saying? What? Isn't understanding its words part of its ability? Yuching replied, momentarily speechless. It seemed that this was a peculiar trait of his, while it couldn't be said to be wrong. Very few in the ninja world could comprehend Taunton's speech. Most were indeed summoning beasts. Tsunade released the adorable Yugao from her embrace and pulled Yuching closer. Kid, I'm extremely curious about you right now. Why are you so intriguing? Show me. Before Yuching could react, he felt his body lift as he found himself in Tsunade's embrace. A fragrant aroma enveloped him, filling him with a sense of euphoria. Yuching couldn't help but envy Yugao for being able to enjoy such closeness for so long. Although he thought that colliding with someone while they held their position might be a tad inappropriate, Tsunade's status quickly quelled his desires. In Konoha's tradition, he could not defy a senior. Humph. No matter how clever you think you are, you want to escape my grasp here. Stay put. Tsunade's triumphant voice echoed. And Yuching found himself completely enveloped in her formidable presence. What an era it was, where three towering figures had all fallen. How could the populace still be weighed down by such burdens? Yugao. I can't breathe. Suddenly, a wave of warmth surged through his body, and Yuching sighed in utter comfort. Tsunade jumped in surprise, nearly believing that Taunton had become sentient. With a swift motion, she swatted at a certain area, abruptly halting Yuching's antics. A quarter of an hour later, phew. Little rascal, your physique is indeed peculiar. Your cellular vitality aligns perfectly with your age, yet your skeletal and muscular development resembles that of a 16-year-old. How strange. Tsunade wiped non-existent sweat from her brow, feeling as though her brain cells had scattered everywhere. However, your physique is indeed far from healthy, were it not for your classic appearance. I might have mistaken you for a descendant of the Thousand Hands or the Whirlpool clan, Tsunade remarked, her frustration evident as she tousled his hair. Were it not for her consideration of the bloodline, she would have been inclined to collect a sample of Yuching's blood. Chapter 49. The 3 steps to cling to the powerful. It is hardly surprising. With my exceptional talent, it is only natural that I possess many extraordinary traits. Yuching hummed to himself in the abyss, observing Yuching wriggling in her embrace like a maggot and listening to his audacious words. Tsunade could not help but wear a peculiar expression. What is wrong with this person? Yuching continued to prattle on, without such qualifications. How could I fulfill my dream of becoming Hokage? He shouted under the weight of pressure. Tsunade found his statement rather odd. This little rascal does not seem like the type. Those who aspire to become Hokage are typically not the ones who would frolic in such places. However, it is understandable for a child to yearn for that position, given the profound influence left by his granduncle, Shinja Hashirama. Yet, the old man would never allow your Uchiha clan to take on the mantle of Hokage. Tsunade's gaze shifted, and she gently stroked the black hair of the person in her arms, her eyes softening. What a fool. What is so great about being Hokage? Yuching suddenly noticed that the constraints binding him had lessened significantly, as the hand caressing his head was so gentle. Tsunade was indeed concerned about the young boy from the village who harbored dreams of becoming Hokage. This was a pain she carried throughout her life, the deaths of her boyfriend, Dan Kato, and her brother, Nawaki. Along with the loss of those close to her who aimed for the title of Hokage, left her with deep psychological scars. This manifested as a phobia of blood. Moreover, the power struggles among the closest companions and elders in the village compelled the kind-hearted and innocent Tsunade to leave the place that had become a source of sorrow. She despised war, yearned for peace, and cherished life, which drove her to establish a medical ninja team. This also led her, during the invasion of pain in the future, to utter her sardonic remark, "Our great nation has also endured suffering." She had been too well protected by her two companions and mentors. She had never truly witnessed the brutality of the ninja world. Thus, she was not suited to be a good Hokage. But she was an excellent support and a caring elder. Indeed, since Tsunade recognized Yuching, he had been harboring thoughts of clinging to her. The more he shone, the more vigilant some old fogey in the village would become. He was even certain he would encounter some unsavory elements on his way back to the village. Otherwise, how could he, who usually dismissed the Hokage, express that becoming Hokage was his dream? What was wrong with maintaining absolute control like a deity? Why would he want to be the overburdened Hokage? It was merely a tactic to evoke Tsunade's empathy. I believe that Yuching will undoubtedly become an outstanding Hokage. Humph. Little brat, being Hokage is not so easy. The two beauties, one elder and one younger, spoke simultaneously, yet their words were entirely different. Tsunade shot a glare at Hinata. The young girl knew nothing and was unaware of where her confidence stemmed from. Hinata's round, egg-shaped face turned slightly red, yet she stubbornly expressed her support for Yuching. Lady Tsunade, Yuching will definitely become an excellent Hokage. I believe in him. Your belief is of little use. Tsunade ultimately refrained from voicing such a sorrowful remark and simply led the two away from the barbecue restaurant. Naturally, the bill was settled by Yuching, 326,000 Rio. On the way, Tsunade, for reasons unknown, repeatedly offered Yuching insights on the essentials of physical training. From the precise transmission of chakra within muscle fibers to the optimal angles for exerting force when bearing weight on bones, and the recruitment abilities of muscle nerves. Yuching astutely seized this opportunity and inquired about the relationship between the nervous system and the chakra circuit. This aligned perfectly with a portion of his dilemmas. He had hit a bottleneck in illusion development, and studying neurology was one of the breakthrough directions he considered. At that moment, drawing on his fragmented memories of biology from high school and his previous life, intertwined with the radical theories proposed by internet sages on forums, he found himself engaging in a lively discussion with Tsunade. Initially, Tsunade responded casually and succinctly, but as the topic deepened, the emerald glimmer in her eyes gradually brightened with focus. Though the young man's propositions were occasionally absurd, within those fantastical ideas sparkled the brilliance of remarkable thinking. Such potential. Tsunade squinted, tilting her head to observe the boy beside her, whose eyes occasionally flashed with wisdom that made her heart skip a beat. The body's movements are governed by the nervous system, which perceives internal and external stimuli through receptors, transforming them into nerve impulses. These impulses are transmitted through nerve fibers and relayed between neurons via synapses, reaching the central nervous system for integrated processing, thereby enabling precise regulation of bodily movements. The more Yuching spoke, the clearer his thoughts became, and his tone grew increasingly animated. What if we could directly connect chakra to the central nervous system and organ activities? Wuti that allow for rapid actions, like performing hand seals or launching attacks. Though Yuching's thoughts were highly active at that moment, he did not express everything freely. His true intention was to deceive the nervous system with illusions, forcibly commandeering the body movements of the victim, transforming them into true puppets. By circumventing chakra, he aimed to reduce the risk of detection by perceptive ninjas, achieving direct control. However, what he articulated already left Tsunade profoundly shaken. It was a direction she had never envisioned. She understood more than Yuching did. What he spoke of pertained only to humans on Earth in his past life. But this was the ninja world, where humans inherently possessed God tree cells. The nervous systems of ninja world inhabitants were denser, making Yuching's ideas more feasible. Yuching, do not say any more. Tsunade abruptly covered Yuching's mouth, forcefully ending the conversation. They were in the bustling shortbook street, filled with diverse individuals. Should even a whisper of this reach the outside world, this little rascal might become the center of attention among all the ninja villages, forever losing his peace. She swiftly grabbed both Hinata and Yuching, her movements delicate yet urgent, and vanished like an arrow from the street. Ignoring the astonished gazes in the inn, Tsunade swiftly led Yuching into a secluded room. She fixed him with an imposing gaze, enhancing her aura of authority. Little brat, remember this. What you just said cannot be spoken to anyone except me, including that Hokage from the village. Genius is not a fault, but a prodigy is undoubtedly a taboo in the ninja world. Just as it was with my grandfather and Orochimaru, so it is with you today. Even Orochimaru, who was backed by the old man, had faced scrutiny from the village ninjas multiple times. How much more so for this young rascal from the Uchiha clan? The prejudice from the higher-ups regarding the Uchiha would likely deepen due to his remarks. All right, Got it. Why are you so serious, old hag? Yuqing persisted in maintaining his carefree persona. Ah, you little brat, now, in my capacity as one of the legendary three, I command you. My words just now are your absolute prohibition. You must obey, understand? Yuqing appeared somewhat taken aback by her grave tone, his eyes dimming slightly as he met her bright brown gaze. I only said that in front of you. Is that not permissible? For some reason, at that moment, Tsunade recalled the bond between her grandfather and Uchiha Madara, causing her heart to tremble slightly. Cough cough, you little brat, truly. Tsunade found herself at a loss for words as she faced Yuqing's trusting gaze. Her usual bold demeanor faltered, and she suddenly enveloped the boy in her embrace, reminiscent of the affection her younger brother, Nawaki, had shown her. It's, of course, possible. Sister will protect you. Overwhelmed by a thick layer of fat, Yuqing suddenly felt a dampness on her back, causing her body to shudder. It appears that the methods employed are somewhat despicable. He tightened the fullness before him. Today, I treat you with sincerity. In the future, I shall not betray your affections. Chapter 50. Source materials. Upon the emergence of Yuqing and Tsunade, the atmosphere between them had notably transformed, much to the observation of Hinata and Shizen outside. All right, Yuqing, please gather your belongings over here. In the coming days, I will impart some fundamental knowledge about human medicine to you, Tsunade remarked. Before she could finish her sentence, Hinata erupted with excitement, exclaiming, That's wonderful. She leapt joyously on the spot and embraced Shizen, who had been conversing with her just moments ago. Their bond had been strong since their school days, but following Shizen's premature graduation last year, their communication dwindled. Seeing Shizen here filled Hinata with unparalleled joy. Encountering the esteemed Tsunade was a delightful surprise, but reuniting with her long-lost friend was a joy that felt as sweet as honey in her heart. She felt that accompanying Yuqing on this journey was indeed the wisest decision she had ever made. Yuqing maintained a calm demeanor, merely responding with a faint "oh." I have some matters to attend to, Hinata. You can stay here. I will bring over your luggage, he stated, noticing the camaraderie between Hinata and Shizen, thus deciding against inviting her to join him outside. After speaking, he hurriedly exited the inn. Tsunade, observing this, smirked slightly. That little rascal. He seemed shy about the earlier incident, much like a certain Uchiha. A playful thought crossed Tsunade's mind, causing her to chuckle. Suddenly, Shizen's soft voice interrupted. Lady Tsunade, I heard from Hinata that you just enjoyed a lavish meal. Is that true? Tsunade's laughter faded gradually. Ahem. Aha. Well, she stammered, attempting to conjure a suitable excuse to deflect Shizen's inquiry. After all, she had been flustered by that little brat Yuqing earlier, and it was not her intention to overlook Shizen. Meanwhile, after departing, Yuqing swiftly sought one of the objectives of his journey, the raw materials processing center for blades. He entered the establishment and quickly attracted the attention of a round-faced attendant. Welcome, young sir, how may I assist you? She greeted warmly, without beating around the bush. Yuqing replied directly, Do you have the raw materials for chakra test paper? The attendant looked at him quizzically and inquired, Sir, are you sure you need the raw materials for chakra test paper? We do have such items, but they must undergo a specific process to be converted into a useful product. Her skepticism suggested she doubted the youth's actual need for the materials. Suspecting he might have misspoken, we also have finished chakra test paper, available at a much lower price of $19.98. Noticing the attendant's inclination to promote products, Yuqing quickly interrupted, I specifically want the raw materials. Could you show me the actual items? Recognizing Yuqing's resolute demeanor, the attendant ceased her chatter and led him to the destination. Before Yuqing stood several massive wooden stumps, each imposing in stature, indicative of their once grand presence. The stumps were approximately 80 centimeters tall and over 60 centimeters wide, their surface rough and of a pale gray hue. Upon seeing them, Yuqing felt an inexplicable connection. This was the item he sought. Eagerly, he lifted one of the stumps. Careful, it's quite heavy, the attendant cautioned. But before she could finish, Yuqing had already hoisted it with one hand. Despite its modest size, its weight approached 100 pounds. He channeled chakra into it, and the stump trembled slightly, its pale gray exterior subtly shifting to green. Once Yuqing ceased the flow of chakra, it reverted to its original form. The efficacy of chakra absorption was astonishing. Yuqing marveled inwardly. Indeed, this was a derivative of that substance, confirming its connection to one of the extraordinary sources of the ninja world. As his hypothesis was validated, Yuqing's pupils dilated, and his fingertips trembled slightly. A searing thrill coursed up his spine, quickening his breath. On the other hand, the attendant was unfazed by his actions. Some rogue ninjas had previously shown interest in this item, but they soon succumbed to its stubborn characteristics. Sir, this item is as such. If you wish for chakra test paper, she began, but Yuqing interrupted once more. How much? What is the price for this item? Annoyed by being interrupted twice, the attendant internally grumbled, deeming him yet another foolish dreamer. However, she maintained her composure and replied, 100 pounds for 10,000 taels, sir. Yuqing was taken aback by the price, not for being exorbitant, but rather for being surprisingly reasonable. He had anticipated needing a far greater sum to procure the amount he desired. Given that a mere thin sheet of chakra test paper could cost over 1,000 silver coins, This also highlighted the difficulties in utilizing the God Tree's derivatives. Invigorated by the discovery, Yuqing wasted no time negotiating. He promptly decided to purchase the entire stump, with the materials for crafting weapon handles and scabbards secured. All that remained was the chakra metal. Observing the waning daylight, he resolved to act that night. The chakra metal was exceedingly precious. Acquiring it might require a staggering sum over 100 million taels. In the original narrative, even Asuma Saratobi, with his wealth, could only forge a chakra blade the size of a tiger's claw. Let alone his status as an orphan, he naturally had to resort to thievery. Targeting a certain ninja village. Having the stump wrapped up, Yuqing effortlessly shouldered it, departing under the attendant's bewildered gaze. The ordinary denizens of the ninja world could hardly fathom the extraordinary burden he carried. Before returning to Tsunade's inn, Yuqing first visited his previous lodgings to check out and retrieve his belongings. The dull thud echoed, dispelling the strange ambience within the room. Shizen, acting as a parental figure, seemed to scold Tsunade, who, with her expansive heart, accepted the reprimands as if she were a wayward child. Lady Tsunade, we are about to return to the village, so please refrain from visiting such places again. And do not forget, you have an assistant suffering alongside you. Upon his return, Yuqing was met with this lively exchange. After he arrived, the golden-haired giant seemed to regain her vigor, exhibiting signs of a resurgence. Shizun, noticing Yuqing's presence, immediately subdued her demeanor, acting as though nothing had transpired. Ah, Yuqing is back. Why are you carrying such heavy items? If any damage occurs here, the landlord will demand compensation, and you will be responsible for it. Tsunade greeted Yuqing warmly, willfully ignoring Shizen's grievances. Chapter 51. The Assault on the Star Ninja Village. As twilight descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Yuqing sat quietly like a well-behaved child, diligently absorbing the teachings of Tsunade on human medicine, particularly the intricacies of the nervous system. Before him lay a hefty tome, reminiscent of a vast dictionary. Each turn of the page elicited a twitch at the corners of his mouth, no matter how many times he perused its contents. He struggled to accept that this was merely introductory knowledge. It was no wonder that in his previous life, there existed a saying, encouraging someone to study medicine is akin to inviting a thunderbolt from the heavens. According to Tsunade, this was a condensed version. Otherwise, the breadth of knowledge required for a medical ninja would be as high as Yuqing himself. Alright, today we will cover up to page 35. The rest you can preview on your own, Tsunade declared, stretching and revealing her curvaceous figure. Yuqing, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, lost interest and buried his head in his studies, refusing to look up. If you're struggling with the preview, you can always consult Shizen, after all. I've already taught her the basics. Tsunade observed Yuqing's commendable dedication, unaffected by external distractions, which pleased her immensely, though she didn't hesitate to remind him. Ever since she had taken Shizen under her wing, she had not engaged in such rigorous teaching. Casting a glance at Yuqing, who was diligently organizing his notes, a faint smile crept onto Tsunade's lips. Were it not for Yuqing's commendable progress, her naturally lazy disposition might have deterred her from continuing his instruction. This task is completely manageable. However, Yuqing interjected, Tsunade-sama, could you refrain from drinking during class? Since Tsunade had received a portion of his financial support, she had indulged in some rather extravagant spending, even setting up a large barrel of alcohol in her residence. During lessons, her lips were never idle, as she sipped from her drink as casually as one would consume soda. Ah, don't mind these trivial details. She chuckled awkwardly. Over the years, she had invested her borrowed funds, and now that she finally had some income, she couldn't resist pampering herself. All right, I can hear Shizen bustling about in the kitchen. She must be finishing dinner. I shall take my leave. Unable to endure the peculiar gaze of her newly adopted disciple, Tsunade hastily sought an excuse to exit. Yuqing watched her hurried departure, a wry smile forming on his lips. Per Shizen, to be burdened with such a mentor. After dinner, Yuqing retreated to his own quarters. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a surge of chakra, his hands formed seals with impressive speed. Bang. The original and the clone exchanged glances. The clone remarked, you look foolish. Get lost. And promptly dispersed. After a brief respite, Yuqing formed seals once more. Bang. The second clone exclaimed, you are not the brightest. Let's try again. Bang. The third clone declared, you've got something. You will do. Yuqing nodded in approval. Although his shadow clone technique had undergone significant modification, this stoic clone appeared satisfactory. Stay here and tell anyone who comes that you're studying, understood? The third clone replied with a curt nod. Yuqing was satisfied. With that aloof demeanor, tonight's plans were secure. His intentions were far from a gentle excursion. He aimed to bypass conventional trade routes to acquire chakra metal, a venture that undoubtedly required some aggressive tactics, particularly regarding the extraordinary artifact he had set his sights on. As the ninja world map unfurled before him, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Yuqing's eyes. The Land of Bears, a small nation situated southeast of the Land of Fire, was surrounded by sea on three sides and faced the Land of Water across the waves. Its strategic significance was paramount, serving as both a bastion against potential invasions from the Land of Water and a countermeasure to prevent the Land of Whirlpools from aligning with their watery neighbor. Yet, such geopolitical intricacies held little relevance for Yuqing. His sole focus was a hidden ninja village, Star Ninja Village, a settlement known for harboring celestial objects that could birth phantoms. The meteorite they revered possessed the ability to transform human bodies and enhance cultivation, altering the very nature of chakra and yielding a plethora of remarkable capabilities, including the coveted ability to fly, an unparalleled advantage in the realm of ninjas. As night enveloped the world like a thick cloak of ink, obscuring the stars and moon, Yuqing, armed with a long sword, glided through the sparse illumination of the forest, leaving behind a trail of ethereal shadows. Setting off from the bustling streets, he aimed to initiate a surprise transaction in the land of bears and return to his lodgings before dawn, a task fraught with urgency. His long hair billowed in the wind. Yet he felt an unprecedented sense of freedom and exhilaration. His appearance had morphed into that of Sasuke during Boruto's era. A disguise was essential for his journey. The winds howled around him, igniting a wild, reckless spirit within. The prospect of traversing 1,000 miles in a single night was intoxicating, a thrilling reality unimaginable in his previous frail existence. Even the legendary steed of sweat and blood would pale in comparison to his current experience. On the ground, only advanced technological marvels like high-speed trains could rival his swift movement, yet none could replicate the sensation he felt at that moment. Yuqing nestled within the embrace of a centuries-old tree, holding his breath with focus, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, fixated on the distant lights illuminating the village. It was encircled by colossal stones, with a domed structure at its heart. According to Yuqing's memories from his past life, this was where the celestial treasure was enshrined. Were it not for his unique talent bestowed by the wish tree, he might have been inclined to steer clear of this ninja village and its extraordinary artifact. The celestial star, in terms of its effects, could alter the human form and change the nature of chakra. Was this something ordinary creations could achieve? What is chakra, after all? It is the very essence cultivated by the Tsutsuki clan, drawn from the natural energies of a planet through the divine tree. An object from beyond the stars capable of altering chakra's nature, its implications were self-evident, suggesting ties to the Tsutsuki lineage. The inherent dangers and mysteries were apparent. Furthermore, utilizing this celestial artifact for cultivation would expose one to its radiation, which could erode the human body. Given Yuqing's temperament, he should have kept his distance. However, he found himself in an extraordinary realm of ninjas, a world intertwined with the sinister underbelly of the evil martial realm, a place where swordsmen roamed freely, and sects of martial artists wielded formidable power. In this world, renowned artifacts were claimed by their masters or existed in ethereal, otherworldly realms. The Kusanagi sword belonged to Orochimaru. The Ten-Finger sword was wielded by Itachi, who could summon divine powers. The Seven-Star sword was in the hands of the brothers, Kin and Jin. The Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi was reserved for the enigmatic figures of the past. It was clear that none of these legendary weapons were accessible to Yuqing. Thus, he resolved to forge his own artifact, one that would elevate him to the pinnacle of ninja swordsmanship and establish an indomitable foundation in the evil martial realm. Fortune favors the deserving. Since ancient times, treasures have belonged to those with virtue. Star Ninja Village, lacking in both, was destined to suffer internal strife and tragedy due to this artifact, giving rise to untold suffering. Today, let me sever this karmic thread. Ultimately, as a youth raised under the red flag and nurtured by gentle breezes, this would be his first foray into misdeeds, and he recited a few golden phrases to quell the turmoil within him. Chapter 52, Success, Illusion. In the Star Ninja Village, within the dojo, a half-submerged gray-black meteorite on the central eagle-claw-shaped pedestal was slowly swirling with strange patterns, emanating a violet glow. Surrounding it was a circle of ninja youths, their expressions a tumultuous blend of agony and joy, as they immersed themselves in the practice of vitalizing their chakra. A red-haired, strikingly beautiful woman at the periphery opened her verdant eyes. She gazed complexly at her earnest companions, her heart racing against the backdrop of her burgeoning chest. This heartbeat stirred within her a mingling of fear and desire. Despite her exceptional talent among her peers, she had never found interest in the practice of the peacock mystique. Each time she witnessed her childhood friends perish early due to this training, an impulse to overturn it all surged within her. Shiori, focus. At that moment, a companion seated beside her sensed her distracted thoughts and barked an admonition. He was HK, the leader of this group of youths. HK had always disapproved of Shiori squandering her talent on the peacock mystique, believing that those with such gifts should strive even harder. Only through relentless effort could they grow stronger, escape the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages, and allow Star Ninja Village to truly establish itself within the ninja world. This was the fundamental path to spare their companions from the misfortunes of training. Thus, he trained with fervor, pushing himself to the limits of his physical endurance. Understood. Shiori replied in a subdued tone. HK held a high standing among their peers, not only due to his remarkable sense of responsibility but also because of the girl's unspoken affection for him. Even when her heart resisted, she found herself unavoidably compliant to HK's commands. In the corner, Akihoshi observed with a cold gaze, letting out a disdainful scoff. Yet a pang of bitterness stirred within him. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden gust swept through the dojo. Akihoshi was taken aback. How could a place sealed with numerous barriers have wind entering it? His eyes darted warily towards the back, seeking any anomaly. However, aside from a pair of blood-red, hooked jade eyes, nothing seemed out of place. The village remained undisturbed, the hills scattered with rocky outcrops. What on earth? Before he could ponder further, a wave of dizziness enveloped his mind, causing his head to droop. The last sounds he heard were the clashing of swords, the thud of bodies hitting the ground, and a cacophony of stifled screams merging into one. The dojo appeared to erupt in a blinding red light, an intense glow enveloping all the youths who had yet to meet the gaze of Wai Qing. This was the fire-style chakra coiling around the blade, unleashed by Wai Qing's formidable strength. As the blade struck, the two most outstanding young ninjas of Star Ninja Village were thrown into disarray. HK had yet to complete his second seal when the sword's radiance was already bearing down upon him. Swift. Utterly swift. Shiari's crimson hair billowed as the violet chakra surged forth, her brilliant wings on the verge of unfurling. With a swish, the vibrant wings, fragile as gossamer, were pierced beneath the scarlet sword light, followed by the active chakra yet to fully morph. A burst of crimson mist erupted from Shiari's right arm, sending her hurtling away under the dulled edge of the blade. Why? Having seemingly evaded the initial illusionary assault, why was she still so reactive? Unable even to complete her seals. In the dojo's center, HK wore a mask of despair, too fearful to lift his gaze towards the intruder, futilely attempting to continue forming his seals. Boom. Wai Qing stepped into the dojo, his demeanor composed, as if he were entering his own garden. Under the influence of his Sharingan, he unleashed a nearly elite Jonin-level illusion, immediately confronting the young ninjas with lethal intent. With his Jonin-level swordsmanship as the finale, how could these youths, merely of CH Nin rank, withstand his ambush? Even the two who reached the special Jonin rank were no exception. Who dares to cause trouble in Star Ninja Village? Surrender at once and divulge your intentions, and I may spare your life. Wai Qing disregarded the rising tension and chaos from the village behind him. This was, after all, the heart of Star Ninja Village. Even if the village elders, hindered by the limitations of the peacock mystique, could not easily come here, numerous defensive seals remained. Their disturbance was anticipated. Wai Qing merely took a moment to sense the unique ability of the celestial object to vitalize chakra before he approached and carefully placed it into a wooden box, the product of the divine tree's secondary branches. The term secondary branches refers to those that sprouted from the divine tree's main body after it had broken and rooted itself. These branches retain some characteristics of the divine tree, providing the basis for the creation of chakra test paper. Just as Wai Qing secured the container, the sound of approaching footsteps from the crowd reached his ears. Startled, he realized he could not afford to delay any longer. The accomplished practitioners of Star Ninja Village could fly, and once they locked onto him, even he would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Fortunately, the aura of this celestial object could be concealed within the wooden box. Wai Qing's hands moved rapidly, forming seals at an astonishing speed. Shadow clone technique. Boom. Ah. How fleeting is the dream of 1,000 autumns. What year is this evening? The playful, whimsical clone re-emerged. Wai Qing's vision darkened, nearly causing him to falter in his movements. Yet, being his own clone, even in a crisis, it would not falter entirely. He could only rely on it. Having reserved 2 top-tier illusionary chakra charges, this clone could buy him a minute or 2 to escape, even if it faltered, as the clone willingly exposed itself. The oncoming ninjas of Star Ninja Village turned their attention towards it. The third generation of Star Shadow, sporting a handlebar mustache, stepped forward and demanded in a grave tone. Who are you? Why have you come to disrupt our Star Ninja Village? State your purpose honestly. Wai Qing squinted slightly, gazing into the distance, his voice imbued with a sense of distant resolve. I traverse the realm freely. My name holds little significance. Should you insist on knowing? You may call me the Mountain Man. As for my purpose, Wai Qing's voice echoed with an otherworldly resonance, shrouding the surroundings in a hazy mist. I come. Everyone retreat. It's an illusion. Activate your chakra. The third generation Star Shadow was the first to sense something amiss. Startled by the nearly imperceptible, defensive illusionary sound that sent a shiver down his spine, causing his mustache to tremble, he seized a burly ninja with one hand, while with the other, he formed seals, transforming his violet chakra into the claw of a ferocious tiger that struck towards Wai Qing. Roar. The thunderous roar of the tiger shattered Wai Qing's sound wave frequency, awakening the Star Ninja youths who had been entranced by it. They disregarded their juniors in the dojo, unleashing their techniques in unison. Secret technique, Peacock Mystique. Peacock Mystique, scatter. Peacock Mystique, suppress. Peacock Mystique, net. A relentless torrent of Peacock Mystique techniques rained down upon Wai Qing, as if he were about to be torn apart by the onslaught of the Star Ninjas. With such a significant advantage, the ninjas wore expressions of relief, believing this intruder would soon be vanquished, restoring tranquility to Star Ninja Village. Indeed, Wai Qing began to dissipate under the deluge of attacks. However, from another perspective, one could observe that the Star Ninjas, facing the blood-red, hooked jade eyes, wore expressions of stupor, their faces mirroring the vacant look of Wai Qing's clone in the dojo. Dreams and illusions linger in the air, as this shadowy doppelganger gradually becomes translucent. Bang! How is this possible? A fleeting silence ensues, followed by an eruption of incredulous roars from the villagers of Star To single-handedly wield illusionary powers to dominate an entire ninja village is an utterly absurd notion.